Oh, my camera's still messed up.
From what?
Oh, I just made myself bigger since I was the only one here for this. It's rolling. So,
hello. Hello.
How you going, everyone? Welcome to Fight Day in me hometown of Perth. There's a toddler with an awesome mullet, but let's stay focused on the action. The Backpack Sheila is wondering if this is part of the package deal. Visit the wildlife park, get humped and chased by a roo. You never know.
What?
I guess this guy.
You've never seen this guy before?
No.
Seriously?
I don't think he can be better than the plumber.
No. Honestly, I honestly don't like him, but people love him.
Oh, okay.
Like, I am not a massive fan of the voiceover. I think it's a bit, how you going? But yeah, it is what it is.
In comes the only human willing to say enough is enough. Go back to where you came from, mate. The kangaroo replies, that's a fucking weird thing for a tourist to say, to be honest. Yeah, well, I said it. I know you did. I heard it. I'm the one with the big ears. And they're lovely big ears, says the tourist. Interesting strategy. Doesn't de-escalate. Yeah, nah.
She just popped him in the snoot. Just one straight to the snoot.
You know the video where the kangaroos throw each other through a fence, right?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, I would do it. So like there was one time the Tigrayans fucked up the Ethiopian army on this operation.
Yeah.
And I fucking just like took the Tigrayan flag on the kangaroo. And I just was like, did like some caption.
For that's hilarious. Where
it's like when the child killers come to your village.
That's funny.
The kangaroo still wants to bash him. God,
this is
okay, I see how it is.
No, that's all you got to do. You just got to push him back. That's all you got to do.
You just and to make these kinds of videos, you just have to
steal someone's video and then do a voiceover.
Yeah, I mean, no, he is being transformative. It's better than Sniper Wolf.
That's true. That is very true. That is
very true. To be honest, because he's constant. You know, he's technically making it his own thing.
That is very true. That is very, very true. I wonder if he credits other people's videos. Let's see. Nope.
This is such a funny video.
This is prison rules.
One of the funniest wildlife videos I think there is on the internet.
It's
one. Like, you know, when the cat falls in the river after they fight?
You
know that one? And it de-escalates? This one's way funnier than that.
Oh, I have seen this video, actually. It is very funny.
Anything bloody goes. Yeah, super kick. In me and as a teenager, he's like, look, I'm the dodgy one around here. If you want to fight someone, fight me. I've already got me tracky dacks on.
Those stupid fucking animals.
The kangaroo considers his options and listens to his cockatoo mates.
Yeah, you also have cockatoos. They're the most annoying bird in the universe.
They are at around 5:30, depending where you are. It is the most annoying thing ever.
It's so funny that they just walk around in Australia, the fucking most annoying bird of all time. You've seen them like screaming into cups and shit.
Yeah, it's hilarious. They're so hilarious of a bird. Like, they're very funny birds, but they are very fucking loud. They got a fucking
bolt cutter for a mouth, bro.
They are very loud.
He's got the support of the cockies. He really starts to arc up. Personally, I think if you're taking advice from cockatoos, your life isn't going that well. This kangaroo needs better friends. It's pretty good composure from the tourists.
That was pretty good.
Look at the way that the kangaroo uses its tail. It's fascinating.
Arms would be getting scratched to shit, and they still haven't thrown a full-blown punch.
It makes a platform with its tail.
Yeah, bro. I know what kangaroos do.
It's fucking sick. I'm not talking to you.
I reckon this will be similar to the Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk fight. They'll just be sparring and sussing each other out. No one will want to go home with a blood nose. It's not worth pissing blood over who has the most followers online. Okay, this is heating up a bit.
Elon tap so quick. Are you kidding me?
So quickly, yeah. Elon would get
That's why Elon immediately bitched out.
Yeah, exactly.
He took Ozempic,
The
and
tourist
he
is
thinks that's what made him tough.
Yeah, yeah.
starting to feel like the whole country has stitched him up. It is dodgy. We take
Look, an emu.
your money at the door, don't put any fences up, and then film you to see if you can survive. That's how we
They're
run
funny.
our wildlife parks.
What, emus?
Mm-hmm.
They are funny.
It's a cheeky and unique holiday experience. I don't think anyone works
Sock
here.
him in the face.
Seriously. Maybe these guys just walked
Right
into
in the
someone's
snooter.
backyard in Armadale. Shit effort
They'll
by the
fuck right
pelicans
off.
and the emu in the background.
They're like sharks, just right in the snooter. They'll fuck right off.
Not to help. Yeah, it's like everyone has just become numb to this kangaroo's bullshit, which is sad. I don't like bullies. Oh, I think a park
They're
ranger is
tourists.
coming. She's like, fuck off, Skippy. Fuck off.
Dream Cleaner was way better.
What is this? What is this? What have you put on this?
Oh, I put a bunch of stuff on there. There's good stuff in there. Oh, this is a quiet one.
This is the last question. And then what we're going to do is we're going to walk around and say hello to everybody, and then we're going to go back to the ranch. Yes, ma'am.
Are they in
My name is
Texas?
Winston, and I'm in 7th grade.
7th grade.
And
Good.
if you do go to Russia, are you going to be taking some kids from Crawford?
It's a funny question. I've never seen this.
No.
Dude,
Я вам очень
he should have spoken
You just
English.
pushed him
They're
out of the way.
kids.
Yeah,
Yeah, right?
we pushed him out of the way. That's so funny.
благодарен за этот вопрос.
I'm extremely grateful for this question.
Аудитория начала с этого вопроса практически, и вы закончили этим вопросом.
The whole
He should
audience
just speak
basically
English. He
started
speaks
on
English.
this
They're kids.
note,
Come on,
and you
dude, bro.
finalized the whole thing with your question.
Это не случайно.
This is not a mere coincidence, I believe.
Мне президент говорит, приезжай, когда у нас здесь плюс 40, я тебя запишу в клуб. Я здесь создал клуб.
Here are some
What a
Russian
weirdo.
children.
Бегаем, когда 40 градусов жары, мы здесь бегаем несколько миль.
Why is he glooping him?
When on our way here,
Who's that?
President invited to come here when it's plus 40 Celsius, more than 110, and he invited me to join a plus 40 club who jog when it is 110 and more.
Я
Weird.
подумаю еще.
Well, I'll think about it.
Но у
Weird.
нас действительно в некоторых регионах страны...
Bush did
там
like
лучше
running, I
живут.
think.
В Сибири,
They literally, so like,
вот в
yeah,
этом году,
Bush
допустим, прошлый
Bush
сезон,
ran so much, like that
чемпионат
was like his
Mm.
thing. They had to get a special security team because he would outrun his own team. They didn't have the stamina to run.
Yeah,
Isn't that cra-
interesting.
Se basa en dos fases.
Gloria Alvarez here.
Yeah,
She's
but
dressed
you'll
like a
never
Soviet
hear
apparatchik.
Bush. You know, you have to
Mm.
catch him in it with a secret mic, and then he gets really mad.
I
I like her Che Guevara Mickey Mouse pin.
don't know. I think I'd turn communist if she was the recruiter.
She
Is
about
it
to make you a
viral?
fascist too.
Already am.
Influencer.
Esta es la primera fase.
She educates people about the
Ah!
failures of socialism.
Nightmare.
Here, she tells the Spanish
It's John
legislature,
Stossel.
Nada es gratis.
nothing is free. This group liked that.
We have a name for fantasy realized. It's
But
called
in Latin America,
Nightmare.
where she's from, leftists like these people dressed in orange sometimes stop her from speaking. They don't like that Alvarez says things like,
Socialism is responsible for 100 million deaths.
Alvarez was once a Stossel TV fellow where she did this
Look.
video.
Communists really hate that statistic. It's like one of their triggers.
So socialism is when 100 billion killed. Yeah, but it's like how many people have died under capitalism?
Yeah, and then
How-
they're like
Bro,
every
how many
day.
people? How many people have just died to
Yeah,
greed
exactly.
and nation states? Like, get
Mhm.
over it. Stop idolizing shit. Fucking tear
Where
down
has
those monuments.
socialism ever
Mm.
worked? Nowhere.
This
You see,
video got 15
Canada
mil-
tore down a Nazi monument today.
Who did?
Canada.
Really?
Yeah, so it's like a Ukrainian Waffen SS division monument, right?
Oh, interesting.
And so they took that down today, and like it was funny because people were like, some people were like, "Oh, why would they do?" Because somebody posted all like with misleading context, right? Saying they're doing this to appease Russia,
Always.
and like then there's a bunch of people being like, I think it was really more of this might be like more of like that was the plan with the information warfare, is to purposely be misleading, so that way a bunch of people are like, those were Nazis,
Yeah.
and it further associates Ukraine with those things.
Yeah.
So who knows though?
Yeah.
It was just a little too misleading.
Yeah.
Million views. And now
You're running for president of your country?
I am. I'm running for president of Guatemala.
Guatemala
Hope
is
she
one of
wins.
Latin America's poorer countries.
We might have
Veers
already
became
uploaded this,
crony capitalism.
or it's like on the
Possibly.
Czech channel, but I know we've watched this before, but
Yeah,
not
it
in
said
live,
it
not
was
in
watched,
live,
but we have to watch
obviously,
it
because
here,
we
yeah.
just showed people this lady.
Yeah.
We keep a lot of stuff in our back pocket, you know.
Oh, look, she can join El Salvador and Guatemala together. Little fascist union.
And socialism. What she's seen makes her want to warn people about
That
socialism.
reminds me, her
You're
quote. You know her
teaching
quote.
millennials social.
This one, basically this one.
Mr. Kushner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it
Yeah.
never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
Total genocide denialist.
I can fix it.
Socialism?
Yes. This came out after a survey where they said that every 10 millennials, 8 of them would support socialism. But then when they were asked to define or describe socialism, none of them could. So I grabbed a Soviet hat that I bought in St. Petersburg,
They probably,
and I
probably
put a
because
Che
they were
Guevara
like, yeah,
sticker.
it's when we get free healthcare, like Bernie Sanders. Yeah, they said they would support socialism, and they didn't define what it actually was. Oh, that means that they were defining like lib socks, bro, and it
Yeah.
was not serious. But let's take this really serious, Gloria. Okay.
With Mickey Mouse ears, and I started explaining Marxism and communism and
Oh, boy.
socialism
I
from
can't
its
wait.
very beginnings until its current days in Latin America. And the basic premise was that, like, when Marx
She'll
was
be
around,
president
there was no
soon.
psychology. We didn't know
She'll
that
be
we are
next
wired to have
Guatemalan
self-esteem
election.
and
She'll be old enough,
self-interest.
and she's backed
So
by the
it's
Ayn Rand
a
Institute,
obsolete
the same people who put Milei in power.
idea that has unfortunately killed millions of people. And yeah, it's one of the videos, although it's 26 minutes, and they say that millennials don't like long content. This one got a lot of views.
How do you know about socialism?
Well, I studied in a very libertarian university, Francisco Marroquín, and one thing that they do is actually teaching socialism and communism, and they make you read Marx and Engels and all the struggles that
Okay.
were happening in the 19th century with the Industrial Revolution. And I think that this is what is lacking in most national universities. People push.
I
Well,
agree.
communism is lacking in national universities. You
I
heard it here
agree.
first.
I
Sounds like
agree.
National Socialism to me,
People should read
Gloria.
Marx and then come to the natural conclusion that it's an outdated piece of shit book that nobody should be listening to.
Look,
Fuck
look,
that.
you got it. You read Marx, you read Hegel, you know, and then you move on from there. Or you read Hegel, you read Marx, and then eventually, when you're grown up enough, you can read Echelon.
Push for socialism because they don't study it. They don't know its history.
Mr. Hates
They don't
theory.
know its
Yeah, almost
massive
like they're
failures.
pushing for
Young
social
people in America
democracy.
Yeah.
like socialism, but it's bigger in Latin America.
Yeah, it's the constant in Latin America. We have like 50 shades of socialism, right? You have extreme socialism in countries like Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and then
You also have
less
extreme
worse cases
fascism
that
in
are-
some of your countries down there too. It's almost like there's a big spectrum that fluctuates. I mean, you went from Bolsonaro to Lula, you know?
Yeah.
Like
That's a
Bolsonaro
good
was
pause.
isolating Brazil. Lula has put him like on the world stage.
That's a great pause.
Oh, her face.
are also dramatic, especially when you talk about massive inflation like Argentina or Brazil
They're
or
trying to
Mexico,
kick the shit
moderate
out of
socialism
Johnson.
like Honduras
Listen.
or Guatemala, but we're all
Listen.
part of that same mentality.
He's fueled by our nightmares. Okay, he is the Hat Man.
mentality that the government has these magical powers in order to control the economy, tell you how to live your life, and definitely not let you be free because you're too dumb or too poor in order to be free and responsible of your own life.
And people see the effects. They see the inflation. They see property being taken. But they keep voting for it.
Yeah, it's like a Stockholm syndrome. You know, everywhere you go in Latin America, you have massive
That was
protests
like,
all of the time.
why would you choose Chavez of all people? Debatably, one of the best socialists, right? He didn't have like his plan had a time limit, right? Like there was a time when they knew what it was going to expire, and you know, he basically handed it to his predecessor, and his predecessor said, "I'm going to do the exact same thing." And it's like, yeah, okay, it's going to collapse then, and then it did.
Unions protesting, the education system protesting, the health system protesting all of the time.
If Chavez was so bad, why would Joe Biden have a bust of him in the
Oval
Oval
Office? Of
Office?
education, of football, of arts, of whatever, they always answer the government. It's like constantly complaining about corruption, but then the solution is more government. So how are you going to not have corruption if you leave
This is an
everything
older
in the hands of the
video.
government?
Yes.
Yeah. We have a lot of stuff on with Gloria. Gloria is one of our
this is 10 months old.
Yeah, there's other Gloria stuff. We'll explore all of Gloria today.
Oh, spikes.
Work in Brazil because they incarcerated Lula, and now Lula is back in place. And it's always values, and then they go out and say, let's have socialism.
I don't get it. They can
Cringe.
see it. Look at Uruguay over there. Look at Argentina. Look
today for International
at
Women's
Venezuela.
Day.
They're not
Their
saying
biggest showing yet.
I'm not surprised. Isn't Mexico like always a big International Women's Day thing?
Yeah, well, the big one that started it, really kicked it off, was the one where they lit police on fire. You remember those pictures?
Yeah.
We'll explore Gloria today.
Yeah. Yes.
We want that, but they think they can get it without the bad stuff?
Exactly. Always says this time is going to work. It didn't work in Cuba because Fidel got corrupted. It didn't work in Venezuela because Chavez died. It didn't work in Brazil because they incarcerated Lula, and now Lula is back in place. And it's always, let's try it with the new guy. The new guy is going to do it better.
Dictator
and
Lula.
It doesn't. it is what George Orwell explained in Animal Farm.
Oh, fuck me, bro. Fuck me, bro.
At least it isn't 1984.
Oh my God! Talk about outdated. This is what they love. They love the it's theory for babies. Orwell, Ayn Rand. You know, they don't have actual theory. They have to tell you a story, a fantasy. They have to make up a fantasy world to then tell their theories in that fantasy world. What do you mean by explore? Look, we're gonna go through everything or all the arcs.
And I'll make your decisions.
The pigs become worse than the humans. One of the most clear examples has been Spain with Pablo Iglesias.
Fist in the air, fighting for the downtrodden.
Their socialist leader. And in the moment that he got more and more power, he bought a mansion.
Their new 250 square meter home, swimming pool and guest house, adding up to a total property value of 600,000 euros.
And when his followers see that, they always say, well, yeah, okay, but it's a little house. There's always this justifying the socialist leader when they start living in contradictions, because when socialism happens and it collapses, and as Margaret Thatcher say, they run out of other people's money, they don't move to Cuba or Nicaragua or North Korea. They go to Miami, they do shopping in New York, they move to Paris like the daughter of Hugo Chavez. And when people see these contradictions, it's like nothing happens. It's really frustrating.
I noticed that Bernie Sanders, socialist, has 3 houses.
Yeah. Socialists always love their luxuries.
This is the Hasan have big house.
Guevara, big houses, yachts with Fidel Castro.
Big dick
popular new president of Chile.
Is it untrue though?
What?
All socialists always get massive houses.
Well, Bernie has a closed chair, bro. When they say like he has 3 houses, like one is like something that's like an inheritance, right? One is the one that he lives in DC that he needs for work or something. Like it's more of like an apartment or complex and things.
And the other one is back at home,
like his actual home. Like Joe Biden also has like a lake house that he like inherited, basically.
Yeah.
Like an old guy
Well,
having
through
multiple
five-
properties because he's the like one of the only guys left and then he's gonna
Mm.
pass into other people in his family.
Yeah.
Like that's how it works. That's America.
Yeah. But they always complain about it, don't they?
Oh, only if you're socialist
Yeah.
or left wing, then you can't have house. That's why I love Hasan's like socialism is when no iPhone. Like it's because like I think our criticisms of Hasan are valid and it's not like stupid as fuck like most things that he has to come across.
Yeah.
Gabriel Boric will become the new president of Chile.
Wants to abolish the successful private pension funds.
This guy
make
is this
public
guy
transport
gone
free,
already?
Universal health care.
Oh my god,
think he
Chile
might
has
be.
a new
On the rich.
president again.
And student
Chile's been going through
popular
presidents
ideas here,
faster
too.
than Italy
Yeah,
lately.
They're popular everywhere. It doesn't matter that they don't work. They sound beautiful and people like beautiful. That's the thing with socialism.
okay.
It's like a beautiful iceberg, right? In an iceberg, you see the tip
Oh,
and it's
God.
all about brotherhood and free stuff and we're all going to get along.
Free
and
stuff.
unity. But
Free
in the
stuff.
depths of that iceberg, below the sea level, is where the misery and the genocide and the injustice and the exiles happen and nobody seems to see it. Whereas the capitalist or libertarian iceberg,
Oh my
it sounds
God.
horrible in the tip. It's all about selfishness and greed and individualism
this
and
guy's been
capitalism
president
and
since
all
March
these buzzwords that people
2022.
hate. But it's
I
in
guess
its
they did
depth that
stabilize.
progress and freedom
why I
and
haven't
tolerance
even
and
looked at 'em.
thriving economies.
That's why I haven't heard of them
Mm-hmm.
in a while because they've stabilized for a while, I guess.
The libertarian iceberg, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
The socialism
and the
iceberg.
genocide and the injustice and the exiles.
Now tell me, what does this look more like? Looks more like the nation state.
Listen, they're libertarians. It doesn't matter to them.
Mhm.
They just push the same repeated narrative about like all these things. They don't even like John Stossel is here just to gas her up. Nobody ever challenges Gloria. They don't present
No.
her as having a challenge.
This is the case of Guatemala, and the saddest part of it is that we
Like
have
Jordan
had
Peterson, they don't want to
right-wing
make him
governments,
look like he's
a
being challenged. He's always correct.
Mm.
military, a comedian, a doctor that have only made things worse. So imagine having like 3 Donald Trumps
Sashes.
in a row in the United States. How are you going to tell people not to go to the other extreme of socialism? I mean, I empathize with that when I see the mediocrity of the right wing in Latin America. And I
National
cannot only
Socialist.
blame the success of socialism, it's also the mediocrity of the populist right wing.
But your presidential campaign.
She just called Trump mediocre. That's hilarious.
Oh yeah.
That's hilarious.
It is all social issues like decriminalized surrogate motherhood.
Absolutely, but in a free market. I won't ask anybody to use their taxes in order to fund programs for surrogacy.
Why is it important to decriminalize surrogacy?
Well, when you look at a country like Guatemala,
Why
where
is it
there's such poverty,
criminalized?
malnourishment, we have one of the highest indexes of malnourishment and abandoned children. Why is Guatemala poor? And how can we have different markets that are not controlled by the oligarchs that hate free markets and love their protectionisms and their privileges? And thinking of what those markets could be in order for people to step out of poverty, well, your first vehicle to step out of poverty is, of course, your body. So what can a woman do with her body
Sell
in
it.
order to acquire
Yeah,
wealth?
she's pro
One of those
prostitution as
options
well.
is surrogacy.
Which is not legal in Guatemala.
It's not legal.
People in America say it's wrong. Heritage
Yeah, I
Foundation.
told you, it's just based.
Look, they're calling out Heritage Foundation now. See,
Surrogacy harms women and children. In Britain, The Guardian. All surrogacy is exploitation.
Well, the thing with freedom, and especially when you're competing against utopias, because socialism is a utopia, right? They promise you heaven on earth, but you're also competing against this new conservative, extreme right wing.
She's like highly educated as well, right?
The 50s.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, so that's another thing. So the faction that these people come from, this Libertarian Ayn Rand Institute faction, you have to think about the climate of Latin America, right? All these countries have failed leaders. How did Milei get into power? Right? It was because the guy he was running against was the guy responsible for the condition of the country, right? So when she's turning old enough to run for the next election, I'm confident she's going to do well.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you think about it, it's in these people's incentive to make sure that the people that they're putting in are tempered, right? They need, like, whether they can, like, they don't need, like, they need Milei to actually be successful, right? So it pushes their idea. So that way because if their idea picks up speed, then it's like more money into these institutes to create more of this ultra liberalism.
Damn, they're cooking them.
So when you're competing against two utopias and you come with freedom, people are like, yeah, but convince me that your solution is better. And what I say to people is, listen, freedom is not perfection. All that freedom implies is that nobody else make decisions for you, that you are the own agent of your life, and that we are going to treat you as the adult that you are, not
This
as
is
a
what they
children
tell
that
you
is-
before
that
they don't
actually
give you
is
health care.
incapable
Yeah,
of really
exactly.
taking care of yourself. This is what freedom means. And people don't like freedom. They like their populist messiah promising them bullshit, because then it doesn't happen. What the populist messiah promises you never happens. Free stuff, a life without effort,
Free
happiness
stuff.
forever. So what I am offering here is an alternative based in reality. But it is hard because people like their utopias.
You want to legalize psychedelics.
Nice.
Mushrooms.
Based.
Ayahuasca. People have had bad trips.
Ayahuasca.
I
Did you
know
hear
that
she
there are
said?
risks, but the more that something is
Go
transparent,
back,
and the more
listen.
that you have information.
He says mushrooms, and she goes ayahuasca.
Want to legalize psychedelics.
Yes.
Mushrooms.
Mushrooms,
Ayahuasca. People have had bad trips.
Yeah, I know that there are risks, but the more that something is transparent and the more that you have information,
True.
the better decisions that you can make. Guatemala, because of its geographical position in the planet and its amazing nature, is already a natural house for all these plant medicines that are demonstrating amazing
What she's
results
saying is,
for
we
people
will
with
allow you to
PTSD,
come here and do
obesity,
these drugs in Guatemala.
Yeah.
And it will be a good influx of tourism for our economy. She's, like I said, she's not dumb.
Yeah.
Just like,
compulsive
Maloney's not dumb either.
Yeah.
disorders, depression, suicidal thoughts.
They grow all of their herbs to create their local medicine.
So I was thinking, imagine our country could become
the
the
fuck
number
was
one,
that?
or at least in the top 5 safe havens for the world for alternative medicine. Let's open new industries that can make our country thrive.
But you believe in freedom. You don't want to legalize other drugs.
Someday, other Guatemalans could see that legalizing drugs is the better way, because the war on drugs is a complete failure. But I think if we tackle first plant medicine, it's going to be easier for a super conservative country to understand its benefits.
You want to legalize sex.
Yeah, she's not dumb. She's not dumb at all. All right, next.
No, don't listen, let him finish.
Sex work, prostitution.
Yes, because it's already happening in Guatemala. And unfortunately, women are exploited and enslaved by their pimps in horrible ways. Prostitutes are not safe anywhere in the country. If you legalize prostitution, you have a chance of making them their main characters of their own industry, and they can call the shots worldwide. If you legalize it, because the difference is your will. If you voluntarily, as an adult, want to have consensual relations with somebody, why should a government forbid that? And it is easier when something is transparent and legal to tackle the things that are not.
What's the reaction been to your campaign?
It's been really good, especially throughout among young
Even
people.
though
For
she's
years,
the
I always
junk
received a lot of hate
the campaign, she
from
can't actually
socialists
run
to
at this point.
conservatives. And this
How do
campaign,
you receive the hate? Just comments on social media?
social media, yeah, a lot of
She
harassment and comments.
go look her
And this
up and
campaign,
go look
in the
at
postings,
controversies, bro. She's literally a
95%.
genocide denier. Like,
I said I can fix her.
I still think
Send-
think she'll do good if she gets there. She has the funding
Is,
behind her.
Yeah.
Positive comments.
There's a movement toward your ideas.
Yeah,
But how old are you?
I am 38.
To run for president in Guatemala, the rule says you got to be 40.
You gotta be 40, and you have to have a political party. And I don't have neither, and I am not interested in having the
So this
political party.
presidential campaign is bullshit.
It is bullshit, but it's less bullshit than the bullshit presented by the 32 candidates and the 32 political parties that they are not proposing anything. So one of my dreams with this campaign is for people to compare. How come this crazy woman that cannot run for president is telling me
At least she's
concretely
self-aware.
the 15 proposals, whereas all these candidates that are currently running are not telling me anything. So who is the bullshitter? And what I am looking for with this campaign is to get invited to a presidential debate.
And if you were in the debate,
I would confront all the candidates with their lack of proposals.
When you messaged me on Twitter, you didn't say that you couldn't be president.
I say it in the last bit of the video because, this is like a movie happening and I wanted to do the trailer. But you know what is also very interesting? Most Guatemalans, before my campaign, didn't even know that 40 years old was required or that you needed to have a political
I
party.
didn't know until you, nor would I care.
Knowing that is a big difference and a big change, because now I have Guatemalans saying, oh my God, I didn't know that was a thing.
In the United States, you would be eligible.
Yeah, because here is 35, right? And independent candidacies are legal already.
So Guatemala has a lot of dumb rules.
Yes, it does. More than 70,000 to be exact. That, of course, nobody reads. How are you going to read
all of the ministries already?
All of them.
Tearing out the ministries already.
All the laws, get rid of them. Fuck them
Tearing
all
out
off.
defund the
Get
ministries.
fucking rid of them.
Yes, and don't worry, we're going to keep exploring Gloria. There's a lot of lore here. We're not going to dump it all today, but we'll give you some Gloria stuff.
Ridiculous.
Gloria Alvarez, good luck to you.
Thank you very much, John. In America, socialism is hot again.
Democratic socialism is your kid's public school.
This might have been what we watched at the end of last stream.
Scientists paid with our taxes.
This is a good one. I don't know if we watched this.
We can do better when we do them
I
together.
don't think I've seen
Really?
this one.
I know better because I'm from Guatemala. I've seen the impact of socialism.
Let babies run
My
for
father
president. A
escaped
dog
Cuba.
is
My
elected mayor
grandfather
after
suffered
all.
under communists in Hungary before escaping. As a child, I was
Your
taught socialism
your
was wrong.
family
I grew up
suffered under
mocking it.
communism. Why
But
should I care?
democratic socialism sounded okay. It made sense to me that government should take care of the economy.
It's complete anarchy.
But then I watched
Nice.
socialism fail in Latin America.
No hay nada.
I learned that every time a country started down the socialist path, it failed. When Castro came to power, people were excited. They cheered. He was going to help the poor and make everyone equal. But the result?
Sailing for freedom aboard an old green Chevy truck.
Hundreds of thousands fled Cuba. Here, in Little Havana in Miami, Cubans who escaped are eager to remind people
Cubans.
how bad life in Cuba had become. This man's father was a doctor.
My father had to sell illegal meat out of his ambulance in Cuba because the government wouldn't pay him enough. I mean, Cuban doctors earn like less than 1% than American doctors.
You don't see any future. Everything is stagnating. Healthcare, education, nowadays they're in ruins.
I tell
I
the
love
Venezuelan
that
work
these
Venezuelan
guys
friends,
are
we warn you
clearly
guys.
planted here and they're acting like it's an on the screen.
Yeah.
interview.
Venezuela did not listen. They followed Hugo
Chavez!
Chavez down the socialist path.
De las
Hugo.
grandes riquezas
Hugo.
que hay que distribuirlas por igual, de manera equitativa.
Chavez's promises impressed American celebrities too.
Fascinating guy. This is you and Hugo Chavez.
Oh, Michael Moore! Michael Moore!
Really?
Come on in. He says, help me write my speech.
El capitalismo es el reino de la injusticia.
Chavez said, I'll take from the rich and give to the poor. When there was no money
Chavez,
left, the
Chavez
government
is
just
very
printed more.
interesting though.
That
And
cost-
you can learn more about what his actual political philosophy is in our episode on Venezuela and why it's poor now and how it collapsed. It'll teach you all about what happened there in the LTEC playlist. But like Bolivarianism is literally it's literally like a nationalist type thing. So there's like a nationalist edge about like saying like this is what we're drawing from. Calling on Bolivar, who was like basically the guy who he used to have Grand Colombia, so he like controlled the entire region.
Interesting.
Inflation. 1,000,000% inflation. Now a chicken costs this much.
Venezuela has, of today, the highest inflation in the world.
When business owners raise prices to keep up with inflation,
Venezuela's pork is an
government often
abandoned
took away their
god.
businesses.
Por Dios! ¡Algo de corazón!
That's what's happening to this man.
Ajá, pero eso está en manos del gobierno, ¿verdad?
Chavez sees lots of private property.
¿Y este edificio? Es un edificio que tiene comercio privado de joyería. Expropiese.
Chavez sees thousands and thousands of businesses, just took them away from their owners. Yet most Venezuelans like that.
People was clapping so hard. They were like,
fucking
oh,
awesome,
finally,
bro.
there's somebody
See, Chavez
here
is
making
cool as
social
fuck.
justice.
What did I
But
tell you?
government grabbing private businesses created shortages of almost everything. Why did you leave your country?
It's like the apocalypse. It's no food, no medicine.
How do you feel when you see other countries with the same mistakes that Cuba has made for the past decades?
Terrible.
Michelle Ibarra escaped Cuba and says Venezuela should have learned from Cuba's failure.
People in other countries in Latin America, they will blame anything else
completely different.
besides socialism.
Blaming
Government.
socialism for Venezuela's riches to rags story is grossly misleading. And there are plenty of socialist countries that look nothing like Venezuela.
When I talk about democratic socialism, I'm not looking at Venezuela. I'm not looking at Cuba. I'm looking at countries like Denmark and Sweden.
But I said Venezuela are eating ass. Yeah, I just want like
It's now
free
called
healthcare,
a
honey.
socialist success. Even people jailed in Venezuela, like Francisco Marquez, say that.
I mean, you have Norway, you have Finland, you have these type of countries that are democratic, that have democratic institutions, and many of them have socialist policies.
In Scandinavia,
This is a
private
fucking
business is
green
largely
screen.
left
I
alone.
mean, she's on
Governments
one.
don't even set a minimum wage. Freedom rankings score Scandinavian countries
All
higher
right,
on
wait.
top on
Wait.
business freedom.
She's pro minimum
day.
wage. She's a libertarian who's pro minimum wage. What's happening, bro?
Enjoy welfare benefits.
Yes, there's a big welfare state, but it's funded by thriving free enterprise.
Denmark.
But so many American politicians say Denmark is a socialist paradise that Denmark's prime minister felt compelled to reply.
Denmark is far from a socialist planned economy. Denmark is a market economy.
So, if Scandinavia is not socialist, where has socialism ever worked? Nowhere.
What would you say to the Americans that like the idea of socialism and support it here?
I would say that they should wake up. You don't need the government to dictate how to live your life, how much money you should make, how your family should be treated, or how much you should pay. If anything, I think taxes are still a bit high here, but it's the best we have in the entire world.
Think about that. The next time you hear Michael Moore and celebrities praising socialism, socialism
Moore,
wrecks
you can tell it's
economies,
old.
wrecks lives.
We got
And
a
in
Michael Moore
addition,
sound,
it
right?
kills. In my next video, I'll show you why under socialism, violence is inevitable.
Yep. Any more Gloria?
Yeah, there's
You know what I'm saying?
No. And the other one? Hang on. It's yeah, you can just search Gloria and you'll find her.
Yeah.
This one is a long one. We're not gonna obviously watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't see only news.
Thank you for coming tonight. We have a great night planned. We have a lot of activities, a lot of fun stuff, a lot of interesting stuff. So I'm going to get right to it tonight.
Great.
Certainly the man who needs no introduction, because you all know who he is, Dennis Prager. Please come up.
Oh my God, Brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
I think I'll wait till the drone passes.
What the fuck is happening?
Chutzpah? No.
They didn't. Yo,
Not
you
well
didn't
known
let
in
him
Brazil
announce
and Guatemala.
Gloria. Did they announce Gloria?
No. That is what is known. I don't know if you guys know the
Yeah, I skipped all the introductions.
I wanted to hear them cheer for her. I don't give a fuck about
The
Prager.
video was released in English and Spanish and has 1 million views on Facebook and YouTube in 48 hours.
Epic.
Gloria, please come up.
Oh, she created that socialism video in English and Spanish.
I don't give a fuck
And it
because
got
Twitter's not a
millions.
real place.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now.
And this is where this guy sits. He sits in between them on a table.
Yeah, that's weird.
And that is you, the people that we have met. I have in my earliest days from high school.
Hi, everybody.
I like
Actual
collecting stamps.
Nazi
I like
here.
collecting coins, but I always said I like collecting good people.
I like collecting
And,
good
my
people.
cup overfloweth, thanks to people.
My
like
cup
you.
overfloweth.
So I just-
Okay.
and of course,
They
Steve
referenced
Janik,
the
who
Protocols of Elder
newest
Zion. I mean,
members
I
of my
wrote that
collection.
book. That's a
I
great
can talk
book.
that way. By the way, it's only a praise. If I'm a member of your collection, I'm just as proud. So we are at a crisis in America and in the West. I'll be talking about that much more when I give my own talk. These two people give us hope because Latin America is a problem, and I'm speaking not in terms of its people. Let me just say a few words, then you will do all the talking. But I want to say a few words. You'll find this of interest, an American's view of Latin America.
Okay.
I have been to both your
Let's pitch when
countries,
she does the
and I have been to
talking.
almost
Who
every
gives a fuck about Prager?
not Catholic. Why their girlfriend? To pay.
It use the risk one and social problem.
Important in this case.
And I'll tell you why I was invited.
No,
Both.
come back to you in a moment. So we came
Come
to
back
you
to
in
you in
this
a moment.
case, right?
Prager's
Well,
still
a little bit of
talking.
both. I was invited to speak on CPAC, and
You all know CPAC, right? Congressional
What?
PAC? Okay, I mean current conservative
What?
PAC.
She was.
I'll
she
tell
was
you why
invited
I
to
was
speak
invited.
where?
And you go to the ground floor, and
CPAC.
there's all the stands of the different organizations that are members of CPAC and are presenting their projects. I work on radio, I work on TV, and I work on a civic movement. And one of the battles that I picked up since the beginning of the year was against the educational union leader of Guatemala, because in Guatemala, 99 cents of every quetzal is our dollar, are stolen by the union. So there's 1 cent to do all the things that people want, feed the children in school, buying books, building the school. So there's no money, and obviously kids don't get educated. So I started a campaign saying you don't need the government to educate you. In fact, the government doesn't want to educate you. The government wants you ignorant, because if you're ignorant, then it's easy for you to vote for them. And if they steal from you, then you're not going to complain. So when I was walking by and I saw Prager's University
right
stand, and I saw that they did educational videos, I was like, great, because my message was, don't depend on the government to educate you. You can self-educate you using technology, using the internet. As you play Pokemon Go, you can also read what the founding fathers have to say about civil liberties. And so I approached the stand, and I spoke with Marissa, and I said,
I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Libertarian. I studied in a university with libertarian principles. And in the radio and on TV, I've been trying to tell young people to approach to the ideas of a limited government. And I went to Spain to this youth parliament. There were people from all over Latin America. And I gave a speech, an 11-minute speech, denouncing populism, especially in Venezuela, in Cuba, Bolivia, Ecuador, Nicaragua, with the strategy of the socialism of the 21st century. I went back home, 2 months passed, and this video is put on YouTube, and it goes viral. And when I mean viral, it was like 1 million views.
I don't give a fuck, because Twitter's not a real place.
And they started calling us. Like, what is that you're speaking about? Rescuing the republic. And that's the only alternative.
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
I started working throughout all Latin America. I've been in Venezuela, I've been in Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, everywhere. And so John Stossel invites me to his show and because he was doing a special about socialism.
Sometimes talk about socialism.
And one of the organizers of CPAC sees me there, and he invites me to go and speak on CPAC, and that's how I found Prager University.
So
not the best source.
That's a wonderful story. It is a wonderful story. So let me ask you a personal question, both of you, and I'll go back to Felipe. When if I may ask, you're both so young, I feel okay in asking. How old are you?
He's too base to be Hillary Clinton, honestly.
35? I remember 35. So when you were 20, what were your political views?
Yeah, that's
Political
something
views.
I like to say, that in my youth.
Who cares about this guy?
I was more interested.
Since I was very little, telling me.
So what a trademark you? What do you do? That may be a blessing. So, Yakov Smirnov is here. The trademark laugh.
Please clap.
You can pick it out and staple it. So, what about you? Were your parents libertarian? I mean, how were you raised?
Well, my dad is from Cuba, and my grandparents actually were, since I was very little, telling me about Fidel Castro and communism and the lacks of liberty and scarcity. And so I knew that communism wasn't the way. But from my mom's side, she's half Guatemalan but half Hungarian. My Hungarian grandfather, he also escaped through Vienna because of the Soviet Union. So you can say that I'm genetically averse to communist ideas. But that doesn't make you someone that is prone to free market just because. I had the blessing of going to Universidad Francisco Marroquín. This university started in the 70s by this engineer. He was obsessed of why Guatemala was so poor, because we have all these natural beauties. And he found a pamphlet of Foundation for Economic Education, and he signed up to a seminar. He went to New York, and he met Leonard Reed, who wrote the I Pencil essay about how we all need the collaboration and the information of each other, for the market to exist. And he had a bright idea, because he said, okay, with these ideas, either I can make a political party. No one is going to vote for me because there's no Guatemalan that enjoys these ideas. I can make a newspaper, but I'm only going to preach to the choir, or I can make a university. And so the university was established, and it doesn't matter if you study medicine or psychology, whatever you study, you have to pass economics courses, public choice, Mises, philosophy, Hayek philosophy. So I went through all that. But still, when I graduated, I said, okay, these are wonderful ideas, but are they applicable to Guatemala? I don't think so that much. So I kept on studying. I came to the Cato Institute. I saw how they did pragmatism. It was not only academics, but they got involved with day-by-day politics. And then I went to Europe, to a very socialist university that actually inspired the Pope, Leuven University, where the theology of liberation started. Theology of liberation was a branch of Catholicism later condemned by the Pope back then because it justified that the priests could get into the Marxist guerrillas that were going on in Latin America, and they could kill people if it was for that ideal. So when I saw how socialism works in Europe, how debt keeps increasing, and how there's no equality because students like me had to pay more in the train, more in the airport in order for that equality to exist, I definitely concluded that liberty is the essence of the human being. It doesn't matter what part of the world he's in.
Well, that's the hope, obviously, that the liberty is the essence.
The chair will advise that the rules do
I have
care.
a somewhat darker view of the human being. I think
I don't care, Dennis.
Concentration camp going on.
She was literally just
whatever it is. So with that,
it's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have two parties.
Just tell the candidate, listen, if you don't promise free stuff, there's no way people are going to vote for you.
Free
like
stuff.
The assumption is that the Latin American won't vote unless you offer free stuff, whatever it is. So with that assumption, the obsession of getting to power, there's no one thinking of like long-term policies. Everyone is thinking, how can I win the next elections? And in the case of Venezuela, the opposition, let's say Leopoldo Lopez, the famous oppositor, he's member of the International Socialist. His wife goes all around the world, like begging for his husband to get out of jail. But when she gets asked, what is your ideology? Because, of course, the socialist government of Maduro says that they are right-wing. She says, no. We are socialists. We are part of the International Socialists. It is so sad because it's the lack of ideas, the lack of having clear what works, of what doesn't work. It is like listening to the wife of a Jewish man in a concentration camp, going all around the world, saying, please liberate my husband from this concentration camp. But when she gets asked, what is your ideology? She responding something like, no, I'm a Nazi Democrat. And we pertain to the international Nazi. It is this worrisome because the lack of people with the clear ideas of what works in economics
Nazi
and what doesn't work in economics,
Democrat.
it's what's happening. Like you have, in this book that I wrote with this Chilean economist, The Populist Deceit, you have Fidel Castro. Because the other thing is, this is a strategy that has been going on in Latin America since Fidel Castro came in Cuba. And now it's called socialism of the 21st century. And when this century ends, then it's 22nd century. They reunite every year. They started in Sao Paulo, Brazil, in the photo.
Reads theory and writes theory. Checkmate, liberals.
Gross.
Why are you gay?
Sao Paulo in 1990. So these guys are all organized. And then you have the opposition trying to win elections with advisors that tell them, if you don't vote for socialism, there's no way that you're going to win.
Listen to what she's saying. She's like, it's what you would mean.
The hope is really scarce.
If I were to ask
Shut up,
your
Dennis.
generation, a typical member of your generation,
Shut up, Dennis.
Poor.
No, not really.
Okay, so never have had changed in emotive.
And I think everything to take.
Shut up, random dude I don't care about.
When you tell this to young people, they are like, wow, you're right. Why should I be protesting? Because in Guatemala, a young group.
More and more Brazilians to see the world like Prager you see.
You feel similarly?
I think yes, because when I work with different young groups in Latin America, what I say is, listen, guys,
people need to be fascist.
Everyone in Latin America last year went to the streets in Ecuador, guys. Yes, because when I work with different young groups in Latin America, what I say is, listen, guys, everyone in Latin America last year went to the streets.
Hold on, we need that as a soundbite. I'm going to put that to normal speed.
Yeah, put a mark down so you can grab it later.
Everyone in Latin America last year went to the streets in Ecuador, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Guatemala, in Mexico, for different reasons, but the same core, corrupt government. But the young people, when they go out and they start protesting, the thing goes like this. We are protesting because the government is corrupt. And when you put them a microphone and you ask, so what's your solution? More government. because the government should take care.
Where is it?
So it's like, okay, if the government is the problem,
did I go far enough? You might not have jumped back far enough at this point.
Maybe.
The thing goes like this. We are protesting because the government is protesting corrupt government. But the young people in Ecuador, in Brazil, in Latin America, what I say is, listen, guys, when I work with different young groups in Latin America, what I say is, listen, guys, everyone in Latin America last year went to the streets in Ecuador, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Guatemala, in Mexico, for different reasons, but the same core. Thing goes like this. We are protesting because the government is corrupt. And when you put them a microphone and you ask, so what's your solution? More government, because the government should take care. So it's like, okay, if the government is the problem, why do you...
One person has gotten a microphone and said more government. Never happened. It literally never happened.
Go to the streets to ask for more government. It doesn't make any sense.
Because they don't believe that it's government. They think it's corrupt individuals.
Exactly. And when an archangel with wings goes to the government, then everything is going to work. And they don't understand that if the government is huge, even Mother Teresa gets corrupt. So when you tell this to young people, they're like, wow, you're right. Why should I expect the problem to be the solution? And then what you have to do is the Socratic method. There's this anecdote I had in Argentina. We were presenting the book, and this guy, he says, well, I came here, to listen to you, but you all put all the socialists in the same bunch. But I'm a Trotskyian socialist. So we are different, he says. And I'm like, how are you different? And he says, I would not impose my ideas on anyone. Okay, let's try this, I say. I will read you the steps of the Communist Manifesto, and you tell me which ones you disagree with. Okay? Okay, so I start. Abolition of property, yes. Abolition of freedom of expression, yes.
Gavin me hard at daddy.
And he says yes to everything. And I said, what makes you different? And he says, well, I'm a Trotskyist. Okay, I say, what do you do with me? You come to my house, you want to expropriate? And I said, no. And he's like, well, but you have to say yes. Well, but I'm going to say no. What are you going to do? You're going to put me in a gulag? You're going to kill me? What are you going to do?
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
Imposing implies that there are free souls that won't just say, yeah, go ahead, take my stuff. They're going to resist. And when they resist, immediately violence is the only option. What we need to do is that Socratic method. So they respond themselves, because what happens with young people is that they don't take their assumptions to the ultimate consequences, So we have to do that. And that's what I said on CPAC. Latin Americans come to the US, but when they come, they don't say, my gosh, this country works because there's a republic, there's limited government, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are respected. They have no academic, intellectual background to make that analysis. They barely have middle school. So when the Democrats come and they offer free stuff,
like me, who is wealthy, even though my parents
it sounds like
communism.
Whereas
I have like 14 degrees.
It's like, I don't know, they don't like me that much. And there's these people who are offering me free stuff. But the thing is this, the United States works because of that limited government, because those rights that back home are violated, here are respected. Someone needs to make that brain connection in these voters. And that has to be Prager University and these kind of efforts, because no one else is going to do it.
That's right. That's right.
Not the best source.
All right, let's move on. We're done with Gloria.
There's more Gloria.
I know. Well,
bro, there's nothing more Ameribrained where you talk about weapons as a commodity where you barter friendship on the other side of said commodity. I think you need to look at America as 10 companies in a trench coat, and then a lot of this stuff will magically make a lot more sense.
Oh no. This is going to be painful.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Why U.S. sells weapons to 103 countries?
Look,
our goat,
my John Stossel impression. Y'all heard it. Isn't that crazy that numbers exist? But like seriously, like with the Johnny Harris does not make complex videos.
No, the complete opposite. In fact,
yes.
Like the whole premise of this video is to learn how the US does weapons trading, and Hasan.
Why do I get so mad when you watch Hasan? Look, this is. Listen, I would call this challenge mode. So Jack would be like, "Oh, Johnny Harris had a new video," and then I would throw it on where it's Hasan watching Johnny Harris, and it was like how I would used to torture Jack. So it's just become a thing now.
We've been busy mapping where weapons flow in this world, especially those that originate in
I
the
was just thinking, Hasan is like, oh, I don't care that people upload stuff, and like I get, he credits people when he's using their stuff, so he's like, that's not. But what about all those people that then steal your content that are just uploading their content again on YouTube? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. Also, can we talk about how Johnny Harris has 190, or is that 1900 messages?
That's what's up.
Messages?
I'm
Clear
I'm
your
certainly not-
fucking
those
notifications.
app icons stay red on my phone. Just kidding. I delete them both. I literally delete the messenger from my phone.
I cannot stand notifications.
I won't. They'll not. If I don't turn on, I just turn off all
me.
notifications. I turn them all off.
Fair enough.
Shits
me up the wall.
United States. And this is part 2 of a series on the arms trade. If you watch part 1, you'll already know that there's a long history of businessmen getting rich off of war.
Bro,
I wanted to see what the weapons trade looks like
history of businessmen getting rich?
Today, using data. So after months of working on this, we finally got a map that looks nice. It looks pretty. The thicker the lines, the more weapons flow. So in this video, I want to go deep into these lines to show you what they can teach us about how the United.
If one more person sends me my friend Boy's latest video on the CIA, which is already here, okay, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my
shit video.
My fucking mind, dude. I promise you. I swear to Christ. Okay, I swear to Allah. I swear to Christ. I swear to the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, I know that there's a Boy CIA video.
We get it.
Okay?
We know.
I don't know how to communicate this to you. Okay, I love you all. I know you get really excited. You're like, Bart, what Thomas? How many people posted?
Quincy,
like.
Favorson, I'm a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy, and I also lead something called the Forum on the Arms Trade, which is really where my passion is. I'm Bill Hartung. I'm currently a senior research fellow at Quincy Institute for Responsible Spacecraft. I've been working on
great, good work, Hasan. So good.
Sell
amazing
to other countries in the first place.
I mean, at the most basic level, it is to promote peace and security.
Time out. We need to get Johnny Harris's question again. That had to be the dumbest question about arms sales I have ever heard in my fucking life.
Why do we sell weapons to other countries in the first place?
I mean, at the most basic level,
are you fucking serious, bro? And they're gonna give these bullshit answers for money, bro. Come on, hang on.
What?
When we talk about the currency of international,
I don't know what it's called. We're the United States of America, for God's sakes.
It's at the bottom.
Relationships. Sometimes
we're the United States of America, for God's sake.
That's why.
That currency, and what we desperately need is alternate currencies. Well, there's the textbook reasons and real reasons. The Pentagon would tell you it promotes stability, it helps allies defend themselves. So there's this kind of strategic argument, but it's really about if you believe the U.S. should be able to go anywhere, fight any battle, beat any adversary. It's kind of premised in a fairly militarized view of foreign policy. The United States sold weapons to 103 countries, and that's
it would
major.
help if the music
Generally,
wasn't
whenever the United States provides weapons to other countries,
segment.
they have to agree on how to use them, and they're not supposed to use them to violate human rights. But it's hard to see.
Oh, fuck off! Come on, bro. Come on.
I will put you in the Associated Press building.
That's so.
You understand me?
That's so stupid. You know you know about the fucking mortars in Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah.
So like these people who are fleeing a genocide in Ethiopia, the Tigrayans, right? They're moving up through Yemen. This is not recently. So this was like in last January, wasn't it, that they first learned this? And so they're going up through Saudi Arabia because they're fleeing genocide. It's much easier to go into Somalia and cross that ocean than to go up through Egypt, right?
Sure.
And we knew from the start that Saudi Arabia was doing this, and we let them keep doing it. But they were using mortars and other heavy weapons on groups of civilians trying to navigate to the border.
Epic. American weapons.
Yes.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Ask me to watch
Nobody talks about that.
Sinead O'Connor interview one more time. I will put you in the Associated Press building in Gaza. Okay? Stop.
That's an epic.
One last thing I
That's
want to do before we
actually
dive fully
epic. That's
into
such a
a
good.
theoretical
That's
point
fucking
in IR,
hilarious
international
thing to
relations.
say to
Understanding this will help
somebody.
us understand this map much better. It's this concept of balance of power. The big paradox in international relations is that countries will naturally get into conflict with each other unless they calculate that it is unwise to do so.
got a
That they
house.
actually don't have a chance of winning or gaining anything. So
Jesus
countries are
Christ,
always
bro.
building
I
up their
can't fucking
weapons so
stand
that they
Johnny
have
Harris.
just enough
Did you
so
hear
that
that
their
shit?
enemy will not attack.
Did you hear that
No,
shit?
I missed
He's
it.
explaining deterrence. If you have big gun country not attack you,
them, but not too much to where they will provoke some kind of escalation and their enemy will start to get into a race to have more weapons. Every country is making this calculation all of the time. This balance of power.
That's not the case anymore. So we're talking about a very specific time. Do you know how the slam round, that it is a nuclear round? You know it's the land attack munition. Do you know about the earlier slam round that they had? It was a doomsday weapon that they built.
Epic.
It's like a, what is it? The MIRV, multiple.
I know that one. Yeah.
So check this out.
I didn't know that's what it did.
Well, it just has multiple missiles, so I think it counts as one of those.
Oh, like mini warheads.
Yeah, well,
it's
most
like
nukes do. Most nukes have 4 warheads in them.
Okay.
So this thing, so it's a supersonic low altitude missile. Right? It's nuclear powered.
Plane. Oh, that's cool.
So, nuclear powered ramjets, capable of delivering thermonuclear warheads, right? So that means everything passing underneath it would also be eaten by radiation. So it has like 9 nuclear warheads on it, and then the final warhead. So like, look at this. It's like the engine they're building or something. I don't know. The thing was huge, but they figured out they could do it, and then they immediately scrapped the entire project because they said, if the Soviets learn we have this and they start building one of these things, we cannot.
Yeah.
But that's not really the case anymore. Like we're literally giving out the F-35. It's really not that hard to get one. At this point, it's easier to get an F-35 than an M16 or an F-16. You know what I'm saying?
And weapons systems and capabilities tend to be.
There's only one view of international relations theory, man. Yeah, obviously, but he's not going to. He's not. This is why I said he's not going to do a materialist analysis.
Stop
here.
interacting with the chat. You don't need to stop the video to respond.
Is anyone else feeling Where's Waldo vibes from Johnny?
The ingredients that are used for that calculation, for that balance of power. When the US government approves a bunch of weapons being sent to some country, in all of the press releases, they always say the same thing, which is that this sale will not alter the balance of power in the region. An imbalance of power is what leads to escalating conflict. And
yeah, that's because America sells it to everybody. That's why there's no imbalance of power, because everybody gets them. That's why there's 103 countries out of 190 countries that exist.
Almost like most of these countries
weapons.
that the U.S. sells weapons to are authoritarian and need those weapons to subdue their own population.
Yeah. But you know what the one factor is? It's money. Crazy. Yes, exactly.
Instability.
What an irony that the promotion of peace and security is sell killing machines to other countries.
There are people who believe this creates better peace and security. At the moment of the transfer, it seems like a good idea. It feels like you've got to provide them.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. There is no good reason. Okay. The real reason is money. Military contractors are making money. They're making money on the front end with subsidies. Okay. And then they're making money on the back end after selling those weapons. And then they go back to the government and say, well, our resources are diminished. You know, our coffer's empty. We no longer have these weapons because we sent the refurbished ones to Ukraine. Then they turn around and they demand more money.
Now he's on a. He was so. I was literally like, wow, Hasan is literally more right than Johnny Harris. First of all, what he's talking about is NATO's stockpile, right? So what we have to keep in mind is NATO and the Pentagon do not sell guns. NATO and the Pentagon do not want to sell guns, right? It's against their own interest to sell guns.
I'm also think it's in their charter that they're not allowed to.
Well, the point is that when when they give away shells, NATO and the Pentagon are immediately going to start. Well, NATO especially are going to complain about those shells, right? There's plenty of shells. There's like you could convert an entire manufacturing system. It's not like they're empty of shells, right? It's not companies coming to do this. It's NATO, because NATO has a surplus that they're supposed to maintain. But what's the point of having those weapons? What if shouldn't you use them to deter Russia before they come to fight NATO? And that's not NATO's responsibility to come up with those decisions. Their responsibility is to keep the shelf full.
Also, most of the equipment that was sent there that wasn't shells, i.e. weaponry, not ammunition, was being replaced anyway. So it was just, instead of being sold to individuals or back into the public or into the private sector or whatever, it was just given to Ukraine. It's very simple. That's where the money comes from. That's where the money figure comes from. That's the sale figure. It's just conditional because Ukraine's at war. It's not that hard to understand.
And one of the best parts about it is that more weapons being shipped out require even larger weapons, even bigger weapons, even more weapons.
Done good, you know. If they were really, if they would give them more, if they actually just give them more, just let them.
Yeah,
that's it, and that is a necessity.
But other than that,
that's a necessity. Constant conflict has to occur. Constant conflict has to occur so that we can.
Oh my God! No, it doesn't.
The global South, places where the conflict does actually occur.
Oh my God, Hasan, shut the fuck up, bro.
That culture of war comes back.
It's funny because like the main exploitation countries right now is China. China always at war, notoriously always at war. They need to maintain all those wars that China does to maintain their exploitation in the global South.
Yeah.
It's the one time it's the one time we're gonna get Jack to be like, yeah, China's good on that one. They don't go to
because that means we need more weapons now, dude. They hit us home. More weapons, bigger weapons, better guns. Dude, you're literally spoiling.
Hasan, did you know the American military is constantly buying weapons and resupplying and doing all this stuff? It's kind of why the military budget is $1 trillion. You fucking doofus.
In the whole video, I don't think he's going to talk about it like this because I think ultimately
China can't be good. It's a nation
I think it's
state.
ultimately silly to fucking talk about war and or weapon shipments overseas is like an objectively good thing. There's no one. I don't think a single.
Well, we were talking
person,
about the
like
one lady who was like, and now our people are selling weapons to dictators because we joined NATO. That one girl, and then you said like it was like talking about how much of the economy was like already money from dictators.
Yeah.
Or like this is the only solution is you put these weapons in this situation because we're out of options.
The first takeaway from this is just what you can see immediately, that the United States has a massive presence all around the world. You could look at these lines as almost tentacles of U.S. influence in almost every country on Earth.
What do you mean by that,
jets
Johnny?
And guns and tanks and missiles and bombs and radar and helicopters in exchange for influence.
Hang on.
I'd say at the real global level,
he's implying that we're selling jets to all those countries. Well, jets are the biggest. The jets are the biggest slice, right? The military hardware is the biggest slice of where the sales come from. Is the actual hardware, not the actual ammunition. But like, we're not just giving out jets like that.
No, it's conditional. Especially the 35s.
Like Egypt still flies
got taken off.
Egypt is our 10th highest arms buyer, and I believe all they do is fly MiGs and all of that type of Russian aircraft. Let me look that up.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I think they have F-16s.
They might.
If I remember correctly. They have... If I remember an Egyptian camo on an F-16 at some point.
Engaging in you in the arms trade, if you are buying weapons from us, we will have some say in how you act.
But
I know the Egyptians
all this map will show you.
Get paid to train
US has
people on
influence
MiGs.
all over the world.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. That's why they were in Sudan when the ship broke out.
Something we kind of know. I want to get a deeper understanding of what's going on with each of these lines, which is why I reached out to my good friend Sam Ellis.
Sam Ellis, creator of Search Party. Do you have time to help me out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Sam specializes in taking something that's complicated and giving us a better insight into it, helping us learn from it using design and visual language. So Sam's down here and we're going to figure out how to decode this map.
There's a place that collects all
Yeah, they have about
What we're
200
trying to do here
F-16s.
is we
Yeah.
want to understand the why.
Is that the only American jet?
No, they have a lot of jets actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I would just check what.
It doesn't surprise me. It's a big country.
The colored cells donate types. Okay, so the colored cells are in service. Trainer, transport.
Mm.
They have some Chinese. Nope, that's in reserve. That doesn't count.
Yeah.
They have about 80 Mirages.
That's old. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Trainer.
They might be the only ones flying them.
Their other fighter is the Phantom. It's in reserve though. That one.
An
doesn't
F4,
count.
really?
And they have the MiG-21 in reserve.
Yeah.
And then the MiG-29, 46
Is
of
they
them.
active?
No, one is in reserve. The other one, the MiG-29, is 46.
Yeah, okay, and that's their active fighter.
Yeah, multi-role fighter.
Yeah, that'd be their fighter bomber. Yeah,
And
makes sense.
So yeah,
makes
they do
sense.
mostly have F-16s,
Yeah.
but they still do. They do. They have a lot of planes, like trainer planes and stuff. So I think they do teach a lot of MiG flying and stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway,
This map doesn't say why. It doesn't say like what is the U.S.'s motive in this. It's often securing the loyalty of a regime somewhere, and weapons are the currency for securing loyalty.
The U.S. sometimes wants stability in the region, and it achieves that sometimes by wanting stability in terms of we picked you as a government. We would like you to stay in power.
One of the reasons we sell is so that we don't have to be the
wait. They want stability? I thought Hasan said they always wanted war.
People would basically outsource it to.
And what I'd like this map system to somehow convey is that what the U.S. buys with the currency of weapons varies. And I think it would be really interesting to zoom in to some of these case studies and somehow show what the U.S. is buying.
Yeah. So stability, it's allies, ally, stability, resources, relationship. And we put all the categories on, and then you zoom into the different combinations. Let's zoom into Saudi Arabia. They have
You
all four.
don't need to
Why
put
do they
this
have
in the
all?
video.
This literally feels like first year IR majors discovering why we can't just bomb Iran. Yeah, I mean, in some
We can
respects,
bomb
it's, like,
Iran.
fun and cool to see people who otherwise
America
have not
does
been
bomb
educated
Iran.
on this matter.
I
Not the
I
guys in
mean-
the video, just the people.
I mean,
Let's
were we not bombing Iran and Iraq and Syria just now?
So when we zoom into these
Yeah.
cases, we should be more descriptive and less analytical.
So what do you think the map is going to look like? Like, do you
Bombed
think
them
that
so hard that
most
they
weapons are gonna go to the
stopped.
country with the most number of badges.
Well,
Yes.
Iran
At
has
the end of
them
the
too.
day,
Let's be clear
there is
about
a
that.
Yeah.
deep underlying force in all of this, which is that the more weapons we sell, the more money they make, and the people in this town want to make a shit ton of money.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Okay, so the goal here is to take this map, which shows who the U.S. is selling weapons to, and add what they're asking for in return. But that's a lot
Okay.
easier said than done. Because the U.S. doesn't say exactly what it wants back for these countries in exchange for weapons, it's hard for us to make any definitive claims. But I think if we look at these countries'
What?
locations, they're
I think you need to look at America as like 10 companies in a trench coat, and then a lot of this stuff
know what we
will
should watch
magically
after
make a
this?
lot more sense.
An old
Okay.
classic.
What?
I said I'm gonna pull up an old classic for after this.
Okay.
Because the American government doesn't operate with a higher purpose. It operates with a very simple purpose. And that is to, one, maintain global capitalism, and two, do it while earning a tidy profit for our mega corporation. The
Not
weapons
necessarily.
the weapons manufacturers in the
NATO
defense industry
is NATO, which
that's
is
it. That's like
technically the
two
United
primary-
States. They're the more ones who are maintaining the capital because of the trade routes. You could say it's the United States, but I rather frame NATO missions as NATO missions.
Yeah, fair enough.
Industries. Their history and their relationship with the U.S., we can surmise that the U.S. is asking for basically 5 main things: stability, alliances, friendship, help against an enemy or a rival, and vital resources. So
Question:
we looked
what's
at
the
more than
difference
100
between
countries the
friendship
US
and
sells
alliances,
weapons to,
Chief?
and tried to estimate what they could give the U.S. in return, and then we mapped it. So now we can see not
Try to
only who the
estimate,
U.S. sells
yes.
weapons to, but we have an idea of why. And although this is based on subjective estimations by us, it's still useful to see that American weapons
Subjective.
come with expectations,
Okay, experts.
namely that these countries will help the U.S. project its influence and its power all over the globe.
Tell me what Jordan does with
So
the
if
weapons.
we think of weapons as a currency, then the most common thing it's buying is friendship. Weapons are one of the most effective ways for the US to get other governments on its side. And so it's a goal of almost every weapons deal. But some countries have more to...
Bro, there's nothing more Ameribrained, and I'm thinking about this from the framework of like domestic politics, where you talk about weapons as a commodity where you barter friendship on the other side of said commodity.
Hassan.
Like, no wonder we're the most gadded up country on the planet.
You make the sale to make
about
future
the,
sales. Okay, friends buy more guns, right? We're drug dealers, right? You got to give them the first lick, right? It's not that fucking complicated.
Totally
bro.
out of our common sense.
Too
simple.
Sometimes naive. Or is Vietnam buying our shit? You know who's really close with Vietnam? People don't know this. Israel, Vietnam, like that. Vietnam supports Israel against Palestine.
The cycle of fascism overseas coming back home, the chickens coming to roost. That's another impact of that. We have a very violent culture that props up this weapons manufacturing, and then that violent culture inevitably.
I don't know about
domestic
that.
policy for material reasons, like the AR platform. Those of you
Oh my God,
who
shut the
are,
fuck up, Hasan.
Not as knowledgeable. The AR-15.
Yeah, that's you.
A lot of that shit was in surplus after Vietnam. Conveniently, around that time frame, we started selling it domestically as well, and inevitably, in the last couple of decades, that became a symbol of America.
Hasan, it was the last 10 years, and
It's
those
because
surplus
of Call
weapons,
of Duty, bro.
And those surplus weapons are fucking illegal under the 1938 NFA, you fucking moron.
No, I know what you're
American
saying. It's like when
citizens
Swanson
couldn't
decided
own them
to do
if
the
they
TV dinner
wanted
with
to.
the extra turkey.
Oh, what a fucking idiot. And he's the one being like, those of us who are more
Well, he's saying they just
educated."
popped up
Yeah,
recently, right?
not
Because
you.
they're popular now, right? Because of Call of
Yeah.
Duty. Also, it might have something to do with something called the Iraq War, where a lot of
Yes.
young men were deployed overseas with these weapons.
Yes. With the M4 specifically, yeah. Like, what an idiotic conclusion to come to. That might be one of his dumbest.
Have you seen the do you know what the AR platform that they take? I think, is it Sweden or Finland where they take the guns home with them?
It's Switzerland.
Is it Switzerland? Okay. Have you seen like what their home AR is? It's very
I thought they had a
interesting.
bullpup. I thought they had a domestic
No,
bullpup.
I was looking at it. No, like the ones that the soldiers take home with them.
Not sure.
They're not auto, they're just single shot rifles.
Seriously?
Well, they have mags. They have like a 5-round mag.
Okay.
Right? Because
That's
it's
a little
like
disappointing.
you get like an official rifle when you actually show up to fight the war, you know?
Yeah. I didn't realize it was only something like that.
It's like
Fair
a
enough.
totally like unique stylized AR platform for them though.
Okay.
It's
Interesting.
based off of like another like similar platform though.
Mm.
It's like the 10, I think.
Goodness. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Why? Well, because we kept manufacturing it more and more. Why? Because one, it's pretty easy to shoot, much easier than like handguns and stuff. But also, it has a shit ton. AR-15 during Vietnam. No, the AR platform originated off of isn't it the
Armalite.
The M16? I think it was the M16. Yeah.
Jesus,
So
gun
anyway,
expert.
The AR platform in and of itself,
That's
however,
Switzerland that I'm thinking
is
of.
also a very good gun for additional parts. So it's basically a weapon that you can put a lot of parts on. It looks cool. There's a whole different cottage industry that specifically sells different parts, different kits. Even more fucking money.
Oh my God, bro.
Aftermarket shit, peripherals, different grids.
Yeah, bro, that's definitely aftermarket shit.
Offer than others. If we zoom to Europe, we'll see that the U.S. is also buying stronger allies.
What,
The U.S.
it's
is in the
so
NATO
funny
alliance with most
because
of
we're
these countries,
talking about
so the
fucking
U.S. sells them
multi-million-dollar jets, right? We're talking about missiles and jets are where the United States money actually comes from in the arms sales. It's like a huge percentage of it. I mean, I have the fucking Cato thing right here. I can pull it up in like 2 seconds. Yep, instantly have it. Boom. That's how quick I was able to pull up that figure. Look at that. Military aircraft and engines. Look at how big of the budget, how much money goes to that, right? Well, he's talking about fucking guns and ammunition, which is down here, bro. we sell as much training and like regular military equipment as in like vests and stuff. Same amount right there. Like, come on, bro.
Weapons as a way to make their defenses as strong as possible and to prepare them for the possibility that they may have to fight a war together. The U.S. considers many countries allies, but we only included countries that the U.S. is obligated to defend because it's signed a treaty. Ukraine is an example of a country that the U.S. sells lots of weapons to, but isn't in the NATO alliance. Instead, the U.S. is asking for Ukraine to counter an enemy. We've defined 4 countries as the main enemies or rivals of the U.S. The U.S. often sells weapons to their neighbors as a way to fight a war against them or...
Dog. Be for real, man. North Korea is just like North Korea, really? Like that's a valid threat. North Korea, the great rival of the United States of America. Yeah, M16 is very modular and easier to take apart than Korean World War II era rifles, along with smaller rounds compared to the 30-06. You can have 4 rounds of 5.56 for the same weight. Okay, dude, gun perverts.
Deter them from starting a new one. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, and so the U.S. is selling Ukraine
the same way I was a fucking kid. Yeah,
it's Sweden. It's the Swedish Home Guard.
Us. You know, their biggest rivals are like Palestinian babies. So very America.
And in exchange, the U.S. is stopping Russia from conquering it and other countries in the region. In the Middle East, the U.S. sells weapons to a number of countries as a way to counter its other enemy, Iran. The primary example is Israel, who gets a huge number of weapons from the U.S. But the U.S. also sells weapons to countries that control
example is
vital
Israel?
resources
You
that it
fucking
needs.
kidding me?
In the case of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, that's oil.
The only power that the Democratic people...
They're not even top 10!
That they don't see ads at the top of the hour, unlike you motherfuckers. But if you want to also live the glories of being a part of the EHR Republic, you know, Cholima on the wing type shit. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Yeah, the Jusha lives on. Here's the 3-minute break now.
But a vital resource can also mean a strategic passageway, like the Suez Canal in Egypt, where a lot of the world's shipping goes through. By selling them weapons, the U.S. is asking these countries to protect and give it access to these resources. In Africa, the U.S. sells weapons to many governments, not just to secure resources, but also to try and make them more stable. War and coups that make many regions in Africa volatile and unpredictable. And the U.S. hopes that by selling weapons to these governments, it can help them stay in power and maintain the status quo. It's important to understand that these labels often overlap, like in East Asia. China, a major U.S. rival, is pushing to assert its control over this region, and the U.S. is responding by selling weapons to countries standing in its way. Some are allies.
Come on, bro.
Some control vital resources, like Taiwan's semiconductor industry. Then there are many that the U.S. feels it needs to strengthen so that China can't destabilize the region. So now we can see not only where these weapons flow, but why. The definitions are based on some subjective categories that we came up with, but even still, it's useful to see that American weapons come with expectations that these countries will help the U.S. project influence and power all over the globe.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Man, I'm glad Sam came into this story. He is the master of taking complex systems and breaking them down to get a deeper understanding of really rich data. Search Party is...
There he is. Bro,
what I miss.
Did you hear that shit about the Suez Canal that he was just talking about? Right? So
yeah.
It's like he was saying the reason they sell weapons to Egypt is because it gives them access to the Suez Canal. Bro, we sided with Egypt in the Suez crisis. That's what gave us access to the Suez Canal. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, we literally told France and Britain to go fuck themselves.
It's pretty basic historical knowledge. It's
so
kind
anyway,
of funny.
It's the Swedish Home Guard I was thinking of, right? And so it's like
of course it was. It sounds like a Swedish gun.
Well, so it's a rapid response unit. They're basically a militia, right? But they're so the gun is the AR4.
Hasan's gone too. Nice. AR4. Has it got 4 shots?
Hang on. I have to go back to it. AK4 actually. So it's like it's based off the G3. No, it's based off the G3. But see, it's got like no magwell on it.
That's cringe.
It was used in Afghanistan, bro.
What the hell? That's cringe. That is a cursed gun image,
right? Isn't it? I learned about this and I was like, God, I have to remember to tell Jack about this gun.
Yeah, no, that's cursed. That is very, very cursed.
Well, this is with the magazine removed as well, but it's not. They have a small magwell.
Cursed. Destroy them all. Yuck.
is the channel I started with Sam last year, and
Oh, look,
is
Hasan's
awesome.
dog is now
It's similar to what we
hosting.
do here, but with a very different journalistic approach. You should
Oh.
go subscribe because it's really
You have
good
a
stuff.
Johnny Harris
for
has
the final
another channel
chapter of this video.
Ethical reacts aside, did bro really say we give weapons to Africa to ensure regional stability and ensure that regime change does not happen? Like, we're just going to glance over that as though historically this has been a good thing, not just in Africa, but like, you know, what you're describing, if left alone, implies that like the Iran-Contra scheme that we set up was an objective good. Okay. Like, how are you? I can't tell if they're trying to say this is what America claims and we don't agree with it, or if they straight up are just like lapping up the propaganda.
Holy shit. He doesn't get it. He still hasn't figured out that Johnny Harris's videos aren't really that biased. It's just America brained.
They're not even like good information,
man.
bro.
No. It's like very, very basic. Like, if you expect him to jump into it that deep, you're gonna have an hour and a half long Johnny Harris video. Like, come on. Such unrealistic expectations.
Because the thing is, we do that and it's not a good thing. And it objectively is like stability at what cost?
Let's play a
Stability at a very
game.
bad cost.
Name an
It's also
African
ironic
country.
Zimbabwe.
Okay. That'll be under Z here. Zimbabwe. Oh, it doesn't even go down to Z. We don't sell them guns. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, 0 guns.
Great.
Next.
Uganda.
Uganda. Uzbekistan. Uganda. 13 guns. 13 sales
Nice.
at least. Oh no, it's 13.
Oh,
That'll be arms sales in millions, so 13 mil.
There you go. Chad, Angola. We're getting some.
That's from 2009 to 2021. 13 million to Uganda.
Okay.
So,
well, Chad.
Chad. Ooh.
Australia, yes, definitely part of Africa.
Chad, 9 million.
Nice. Angola.
13 million.
Morocco.
You're gonna count that as Africa, not the Middle East? Let's see, Morocco. 1,978 million. Mozambique is underneath it. Guess how many millions that is? 2.
800.
Although 20 million to Liberia is pretty significant for Liberia.
That is a lot. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, Liberia is technically
Mauritania.
Mauritania 27.
Interesting.
Liberia is kind of like a former U.S. colony in a way.
Yeah. It was meant to be the slave state, right? Where they'd send it back to it.
Well, yeah. It was. That when it happened, that's what did happen. They chose, and then it's basically Gaddafi didn't help.
Yeah.
We don't sell guns to Rwanda or Congo.
Weapons sometimes do end up
really
by American
Congo
standards,
doesn't make
hands,
does make
or
sense.
sometimes it ends up in the right American standard hands that then get trained on American soldiers. You know, Afghanistan comes to mind. So it's wild to make a video like this and talk about like ensuring stability by giving weapons to these
He's completely missing the point they're making.
No. You need to slow it down. I need to go hear what he just said about Afghanistan.
Hands, or sometimes it ends up in the right American standard hands that then get trained on American soldiers. You know, Afghanistan comes to mind.
When was the?
It's wild to make a video like this.
Hang on.
Oh my fucking god! Do you need it slower?
No. I'm just trying to think his process. Right? He's got to be talking about the Mujahideen, right? The Peshawar 7, right?
Sure.
Does he think they trained on American weapons and tactics?
I guess that's the implication.
Does he know where those weapons came from?
The Soviets?
Israel and Egypt.
Oh, really?
It's one of the big things that like helped propel peace between those two countries. Like right after they made peace, right? So they Israel had all these Egyptian guns from like basically Egypt being like surrendering them. You know, they had so they basically went with a funnel. They trafficked the weapons through Israel and Egypt, right? So these were guns that Egypt didn't have, right? So they basically paid Israel to give Egypt the guns, and then those guns would go to Pakistan in Peshawar, and then they would be distributed. So yeah, so like the Stinger missile was a big deal when they sent actual U.S. weapons over. Like it was, and then you have what's that asshole's name who caused all of this? Brzezinski. There, he was even on. He wasn't in power, but he was on the panel to approve the Stingers. Israel funded jihadists, of course. And first of all, at the time they weren't jihadists. The CIA made them that way. But that's beside the point. The first revolution against the Soviets was actually it was a Marxist and then a moderate Islamist Sufi, Sigbatullah Mujahidi, who is like he was like even the president after. Like he was always like someone who was trusted with the country. He's the first guy who calls for jihad. And this is like before like Bin Laden and Al Qaeda and all that shit. So like calling for jihad wasn't like something like it is now. And then the last guy, you can see him like when the Mujahideen come to Reagan's office, Rabbani's there, and the other guy is Mohammed Nabi. And Mohammed Nabi is like the only one out of the Peshawar 7 who like endorsed the Taliban, but he's still very moderate as well. He just it was basically them or like Massoud, and Massoud wasn't well liked because of his relations with the communists. And then obviously they're not going to pick Hikmatar. So Taliban is like a rational choice.
By giving weapons to these governments, which literally is used on civilians, but also on top of that, he turned around and said, "That's why we give all the countries around China these weapons to make sure that China doesn't destabilize the area."
He didn't say anything about China.
How do you make a map like this? Talk about how America is stabilizing the world by giving them weapons, and then turn around and go, and China is destabilizing the world. It's like a child's way.
Honestly, I think the best argument for
here's the other part of this that I don't understand.
Arms sales as foreign policy is in the South China Sea right now. You know what I'm saying? Like in the Middle East, like of course it's going to be used for atrocities, but
give them navies
in Japan. You know, helping the Philippines out from getting rammed and stuff like.
Give them bigger boats.
I think that's ship. If we're gonna like criticize arms sales, I think those are the last arms sales to criticize.
Yeah, give them anti-ship missiles.
Okay. Yo, we sold 2 million to Papua New Guinea
on its head, and oftentimes
nice.
Hasan has no
likes
brain.
Of John Mersheimer, because
no
on the
way.
Other side, the moment
no way.
Did
you hear who he just name dropped?
The equation.
No, I missed it.
Bro, I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain. Are also
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
Human beings with wants, interested in national security. You know what I mean? Like, then yeah, you're describing a arms race, and it makes it perfectly valid for those guys to do the same shit. Why wouldn't they? There's probably some Chinese Johnny Harris out there on Douyin making the same video about China from the exact same framework. Like, what is happening here? Like, do you not just think that like those? Like,
Hasan is mad that they sold guns to
Japan. If you just leave it at this is ensuring regional stability for states that are aligned with the United States of America, and you don't think about like human beings on the other side of that
with
equation.
The United States of America. Philippines famously aligned with the United States of America.
You know,
what are we talking about, bro?
The four big evils, our four foreign adversaries: China, Russia, Iran, and the mighty Democratic People's Republic of Korea, of course. Who
Nobody
forget?
cares about Korea.
Okay,
no,
but they got
not a
there
single
too.
person.
They got a government there. That government has interests. They have the same exact principles. They want
Imagine
self-preservation.
Imagine praising North Korea unironically.
Again, the thing is like you have to look where the United States is limiting China and where they're not. So when we look at Africa, right, and how China, nobody's limiting China. Like all those fucking coltan mines, right? Who's actually exploiting that? Who actually needs the minerals to refine them into the products that you need, like your phones and stuff, right? Who's refining those minerals, right? So like,
I'm actually not sure.
It's China, right? They need the raw minerals because they're the manufacturer.
Yeah, right.
Right. So the thing is that the Chinese are in there perfectly fine, fucking over these countries and doing all these things, right? But when it's territorial waters, then suddenly the United States comes around and says, "Hey, you can't be here, sir." You know, encroaching on Vietnam's northern territory like China does, who could care less? Not the United States. We don't give a fuck about that. As soon as they bump a boat in that ocean, though, boy, do we have fingers to wag.
They want regional stability in their own direction. You know what I mean?
No.
So I guess it's fine. They're doing the same shit.
China
on
doesn't
their
have
end, but
regional
might is right.
stability.
We're doing it more. So
does Iran not have stability?
Is that what
though?
it is?
Like Iran, the Iranian regime is like
going to address something.
Not doing great, but it's pretty stable, right?
No. Is it?
Like it's going to get knocked out eventually, but like it's not like Russia. Russia was stable. Russia still is stable, even though it's like what's going on. You know, it's not on the imminence of collapse.
No.
China's,
but I don't think
China's technically just fine too. Xi isn't getting disposed of power.
Not yet, no.
Like what countries are unstable? Libya, there's 2 Libyas. Yemen, there's 2 Yemens. Myanmar,
Ethiopia,
Haiti,
Somalia potentially.
Ethiopia's pretty stable just because there's violence going on in the country. You know, it's like stability is a government thing, and how resources can be exploited. Yes, Sudan is not stable right now.
West Africa.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicts
Most
going on.
West Africa.
But like even the conflict in the Sahel, it's contained to a very specific region. You can just go around it.
Yeah. Where else?
There's like more conflicts.
Probably
there's like
Guyana.
With Venezuela. But like there's
South
more
America,
conflicts going on right now. Like there's tons of conflicts going on right now. Like it's one of the most last year was like one of the most violent years as far as like civil conflict goes. But where are the governments failing at the same time? Haiti.
Yeah. Venezuela probably.
They're still in power.
Yeah.
Haiti might not be in power for much longer. You know what I'm saying?
Where else is failing?
Even Assad is stable because he's got the Russian fucking bodyguards.
Yeah, true.
Like, what is this? What is instability?
Even Lebanon is technically stable. Technically. Israel is definitely stable. Palestine is unstable, but it's technically also not a state. Kurdistan is unstable technically, but again, not a state. So does it count? Nobody would count it. No.
But also, like when we're talking about like the Iraq conflict, there, it's mainly just NATO fighting the PKK in mountains where very few people live.
Yeah. Yeah. Where else? Nowhere really. Yeah,
like even Ukraine is stable and it's in like the middle of an occupation and a brutal war.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's the KRG isn't just stable; they have 2 governments. So if one goes down, the other one is going to be able to still be standing.
Yeah.
In that many of you familiar with the arms trade are maybe thinking about right now, which is, does all of this actually work? If weapons are a currency for influence and the US is using that currency to buy stuff, to buy influence or stability around the world, does that actually work the way that the Pentagon and the United States
when our
government
enemies
think it
sell
does?
No, it
The short
doesn't.
answer is
that is to the
sometimes,
benefit
but-
of the
No,
United
it never-
States. Limiting the sales that our enemies do, because then it limits how fast their technology can grow. It's a part of their strategy.
Never does, man. 9/11. Remember 9/11? 9/11. 9/11. 9/11.
What about 9/11, bro?
No.
What about it?
Where weapons really do work.
That was
is
weird.
in keeping alliances strong.
People
There's
were
no
able to
question some countries welcome it.
fly
Realize
planes
like
because
Korea,
the
Japan, and so
notoriously
forth,
failed
Australia,
CIA
and it
couldn't
probably
fucking
does
protect the looming
cement those
tower plot.
relationships, make it more likely they'll support.
You mean the same
US
people who were
nuclear programs.
established to get a clear picture of inside the Soviet Union and failed? What have they done? The same people who tortured people and then used that intelligence to push us into the Iraq war like Al-Qaeda wanted? The people who fucking gave Zial-Haq the pathway to turn Pakistan into a nuclear state? These guys?
But when it comes to trying to use weapons as an incentive to get countries to behave the way you want them to, that's where it kind of starts to break down. And
If other
It's
regional
called arms
actors
sale
behave in
as
the same
foreign
way that
policy,
Russia does,
bro.
you would have 10,000 Ukraines. Okay, that's it.
What?
The only thing keeping this shit stable right now is Chinese in action. If we're gonna be real about it for a second, that's it. America keeps pushing it,
China can
pushing
go
it,
to
pushing
war.
it, and the only reason why Taiwan
Just
doesn't
not with
resemble
Taiwan.
Ukraine is because China
Yeah.
is not retaliating or responding
Okay.
in the same way that Russia
Okay,
did.
Tell me,
Hasan.
you tell
would
me
be
right now,
objectively
if
bad
China
for
invaded
everyone.
Vietnam, we would probably give Vietnam weapons, but we're not putting anything. We're not putting any counter forces in there, right? We would probably definitely sell Vietnam weapons.
Yeah.
China can invade people.
For sure.
Have China invade Russia. See what the United States does then. That will be interesting. Have China invade
Yeah,
Afghanistan.
that would be interesting.
They have the fucking corridor right there.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
That's it though. And this isn't even me glazing up China. Okay, I know everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, dude,
remember when
you're
China
dick
killed
riding
those
China
Indian
again."
border
Like,
guards?
no,
and-
dude, look at what.
Oh, they did send Jared actually to help there.
When China does the exact same thing from the same framework that they're operating off of, they're doing regional
Send in
stability.
Jared!
It's so
J-Man!
dumb. That's the only thing stopping. It's not like these guys are like, oh yeah, we would absolutely be totally on board with like lending a hand if push came to shove
know,
on
I
the
just
Japanese
noticed.
front. And it's like, would you be better off as a consequence?
I didn't have the banner up this whole time. Hey, did you know we're raising money for a nonprofit? We're trying to help journalists in places with little freedoms and in conflict zones. So we do these streams to help raise money for that. We also have a donation link to drone pilots in Ukraine. There's also Forsex needs some car repair stuff, but I told him to send me a link. So maybe we'll put that in soon. Anyway, if you give any amount of money, and even if it's 1 month, you'll be considered a founder. So you get you'll get an imaginary plaque that you can put in your imaginary wall saying that you're a founder. And your name will be on the bottom of the screen for limited time only until we start shit. And then, then there'll be certain perks to get your name at the bottom of the screen. Anyway, here's Chunk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members. And then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Thanks, Junk.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Damn straight.
Because of that, would Japan be better off? Would the Philippines be better off? No.
The best case for this is Saudi
with
Arabia.
what?
You can see on this map we give.
Well, US help, I guess. They asked.
So
already?
I think no, but I'm not sure if he's talking about the arms sales and the trades that have been going on there. He's talking about the genocide and war crimes that the United States did in the Philippines.
Look, when China does the exact same thing from the same framework that they're operating off of, they're doing regional stability. It's so dumb. That's the only thing
No, they're
stopping.
not.
It's not like these guys are like, oh yeah, we would absolutely be totally on board with.
China doesn't claim
lending a
regional
hand if
stability.
push came to
They
shove.
claim it's their territorial
Not even
integrity.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing
It's
as
got
Russia.
nothing to do about regional.
On the Japanese front, and it's like, would you be better off as a consequence of that? Would Japan be better off? Would the Philippines be better off? No.
The best case for this is Saudi Arabia. You can see on this map we give a lot of weapons to Saudi Arabia.
Right.
The Obama
only country
administration
that
approved
matters when you
loads
talk
of
about
weapons
this.
transfers to Saudi Arabia, and in doing so,
Yes.
we had some strings attached.
This got me fired from a
big
prestigious
one
job
being that those
talking
weapons
about
could not
this,
be
by
used
the
to
way. Talking about these weapons that
violate
Obama sold to
human
Saudi
rights.
Arabia that killed 40 school children on a bus in a crowded market that was known to be a civilian market. still had their backpacks on coming home from school. Not only that, it's one of those things where they go to school for a certain amount of time and then come home, right? So they're on their way home back to see their families after their session at school. A guided bomb was dropped on this bus and killed 40 children, right? And somehow can't write about that because I only could have been mean to Donald Trump. I can't insult Obama.
Typical.
Or from the horse's mouth: genocide, crimes against humanity, grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, serious violations of Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, attacks directed against civilians who are legally protected from attacks or other war crimes as defined by 18 U.S.C. 2441. Translation: Saudi Arabia is not to use these weapons against civilians in any of their conflicts. And yet,
even in my lived up policy, as the conclusion that China is a power that is beneficial for the international order, but they just literally aren't America.
Johnny Harris will impress
Saudi
me
Arabia has been waging this war.
If he talks about the war on Yemen and says still they're blowing up refugees from Tigray.
Yeah.
If he talks about that. If he actually brings that up, that Saudi Arabia still does this and that the US knew about it. Pod Save America brought it up. I was shocked when they brought that shit up.
Interesting.
So,
or against Yemen, they've done exactly that.
It wasn't a war, it was a genocide. Come on, you just said it.
Oh my God,
you
shut up.
Using American weapons.
A war is a genocide. It doesn't
school bus, and we
like the war in Gaza. We don't have to be like it's the genocide in Gaza every time. We can just say it's the war in Gaza or the invasion of Gaza. It doesn't need to be genocide every time, bro.
Yeah.
Chill out.
Using American weapons. They bombed hospitals, weddings, and even a school bus.
I mean, it's
and we know that this is American weapons because
that has been
Did you miss it again?
The longest ceasefires of all time. That Indian border dotted line. I'm pretty sure it's the longest one of all time. The longest ceasefire. Even though there was some people beat to death, they didn't shoot guns. What'd you say?
I went back so you would hear it.
Well,
and you missed it again.
What did I need to hear?
Hospitals, weddings, and even a school bus. And we know that this is American weapons because investigators and journalists have looked at the wreckage of these attacks.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah,
it's
pretty.
Remember when we got bomb fragments and could prove where the bomb came from? Boy, I wish we could do that in other cases.
Weapon it is when you can go through the rubble and find the signed and sealed shell.
And looked at the actual serial numbers, concluding that these are American weapons, that they flow through these lines.
Although Saudi Arabia bombs, most people in Yemen view it as an American war.
Because it is.
Because it is. Slaughter people.
Because it is. Because it is.
Shut up,
it is an
Hasan.
American war. Because we are doing it. Because we're giving the go-ahead. We're giving the weapons. We're turning a blind eye. We're defending them politically. We are the keepers of the international rule-based order. Okay? However, we make
also
the rules
because it's beneficial
and we give the
to
orders.
frame
That's how it works.
Like being against America. It's better propaganda rhetoric. I think as far as the elites go, they're pretty aware of what's going on. That's why the elites negotiate with the Saudi elites.
Bulwark against Iran and those so-called larger strategic.
Same with fucking Israel.
Interests overrode the human rights imperatives.
America's involvement in Saudi Arabia also goes beyond just like supplying them with weapons. We also engage in refueling operations for their jets, their fighter jets.
They refueled the jet before it dropped that bomb on the
We
school
also
bus.
give them the precision guiding for their missile systems. We do everything.
Shout out to Bellingcat, the open source investigative journalism project that helped uncover a lot of this stuff. So Saudi Arabia isn't obeying the conditions that we put on these weapons. And Congress tried to pass a resolution that said,
why the Saudis stopped it now? No, China, literally. China facilitated a cessation of hostilities between Saudi Arabia and Iran, a couple months prior to October 7th.
I reported on this. Remember when I said that I think it's a good win for MBS? It's going to help them in this diplomacy stage. And we continue to see Saudi Arabia be hosting and leading these peace talks and incentives.
Yes. Yeah.
And he thinks that China ended the Yemen conflict. MBS coming literally that was his big thing. He wanted it to end. This was huge reporting. They had fucking Houthis at their fucking palace talking to them and shit.
Yeah.
Bro, this ended like a full year before they even did that conference with Xi, right? And also, China buys their oil, dude.
Yeah.
both those countries' oils. I wonder if that had something to do with it. Come on, let's give Saudi Arabia credit for actually like getting the understanding, knowing that the war is unwinnable, out of control, and even though they committed genocide and horrific war crimes in a blockade that caused mass starvation, it was the greatest humanitarian crisis in the world while that war was ongoing. For almost like 7 years, it was the greatest crisis.
Yeah, the libertarians wouldn't shut up about it.
Good. Nobody should have shut up about it. So, so Saudi Arabia, at least, were smart enough to say, look, it's just going to be better for us if we don't have enemies on our border. Because like the United States even was like, hey, Saudi, so you want to get in with bombing the Houthis? And they're like, fuck off. Like they weren't about it. It's not an American-led operation, bro. Like, come on. There's like, it's just silly.
Look it up. Literally look it up. I'm not dick riding China. Just look it up.
Yes, you are.
The American response to that
was,
literally, oh, it's their problem now.
Saudi Arabia, the country, like, have you seen him high-five Putin? Meanwhile, we go send Sully over there, and you can hear them yelling at each other from outside the doors. You think they're doing that with Putin? Come on, dude. Saudi Arabia works with all countries for their own interests. They just buy a lot of U.S. arms.
Off some of this military aid that we were giving to Saudi Arabia. The problem is a lot of the power to approve these weapon sales rests with the executive, the president. So President Trump actually vetoed this resolution. And even under the Biden administration, even though there was like a brief pause, the weapons have kept flowing, making it very clear.
Johnny needs to add context there. Trump vetoed that because of the bomb that was dropped on school children. There was so much pressure that he had to do it.
Yes. Yeah.
I know because I got fired for writing an article about it, saying it was under Obama's policy and he was just continuing it. Right. Does this look, you tell me, is this an American ally? Is this how American allies walk with Putin? Is that MBS greeting us like that? Slapping skin like that? Come on. Total enemies, right? Look, there's Trump. They don't give a fuck about him. Yes, this is true too. This is 100% true.
Because it's the provider of all of these weapons.
Yeah.
Is actually kind of reversed. Turns out Saudi Arabia has a lot more leverage than we thought.
You know, the idea is that the United States is kind of captured.
Bro, Trump said it best. Don't hate the player, hate the game. But like, he straight up said it. At a time when the media was significantly more contentious about arms trafficking that we were doing to Saudi Arabia, as there was a genocide that Saudi Arabia was waging with
it's
our
arms
weapons.
sales.
In the immediate aftermath of the Jamal Khashoggi execution by the Saudi government in an Istanbul Saudi embassy.
That was another reason why
they were still sending weapons to Saudi Arabia.
This happened back to back.
You have $10 billion? They're buying $10 billion worth of weapons. Do you got $10 billion? If they don't buy it from us, they're going to buy it from Russia. You got $10 billion? I'll give it to you right now. Are you the one buying $10 billion worth of weapons? He said it. He straight up said it.
Saudi Arabia by having this weapons and defense arrangement that the Saudis need to rely on us. They will do things that we ask them to do. Or I think the opposite is.
We have zero leverage over these countries.
Come on.
It's not true, man. We do have leverage over these countries. It's called not giving them weapons and not giving them a political cover when they are engaging in genocide. It is ridiculous.
Look,
okay?
also
the political cover, without
the political cover that they got was that argument with Sullivan. Like, concessions happened there because of the crimes that Saudi committed.
I think he dropped out. Dropped out.
Not because of the bomb, right? But because of the journalists they killed. That's where they had to make concessions with us. That's where the fight came from between the United States and Saudi Arabia.
Now
like, if we can't do it, how the f did China do it? How did China do it?
Oh my God.
Easy question, chat. How the f did the Chinese government sit the Saudi government and the Iranian government down and we're like,
bro, they're in OPEC.
They do it.
They're literally in a cartel together, you dumb fuck.
Are they just magical beings? Is that what it is? Are they magical, mystical deities out there? No, through economic ties. That's it.
Oh, it's
through
almost
trade.
like it's... No, bro.
So
yeah,
even if
that's
you're not
true. That is true.
A steady flow of weapons, you can still...
It was good for all of the parties involved there. It was good PR for all parties. Are we going to act like fucking Turkey and Russia and Iran don't do this shit too? This guy, he's...
make it happen. As a superpower, you can make it happen. So now tell
me, you can't.
If China can do it, how the f can't we do it? You're really going to sit here and tell me we're worse than China? That's goddamn un-American.
happening. Saudi Arabia has been able to turn the tides and say, hey, if you don't
What
provide
has China
this,
gotten
we'll
them
find
to
an
get
alternate
leverage
partner.
on?
The relationship has been perverted.
Centrist normie, so you support Russia and China arming the world, 10 billion versus moral compass? What moral compass? No, this guy's joking, right? I assume.
Moral compass is.
What do you mean?
Shut up.
Moral
Hassan.
compass? Did you just listen
Move on, you
to what I have
fuck.
to say about
Moral compass?
Jesus.
Moral compass.
He's still fucking going.
Also, by the way, this.
Yeah, Hasan Malding at chat. What else is new? It's such an unhealthy relationship for him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Ship me off in one of these Mark 84s, dude. I just put me in one of them things, okay? I want to be laser guided. My man said we have no leverage with Israel. That is insane.
Oh my god!
That is insane. Okay, if we have no leverage with Israel, stop giving him weapons tomorrow. If we have no leverage with Israel, stop giving him weapons
Saudis
and
have
also stop
F-15s.
offering political cover. Why is there a multi-billion-dollar dedicated, not multi-billion, but like hundreds of millions of dollars in lobbying happening by AIPAC and Democratic Majority for Israel and many other groups, if America just simply has no leverage? Why is the Israeli government trying
He's so close. He's so fucking close. He's literally explaining how Israel influences the US and is like, how does America not have leverage? Shut up.
It's like basic like barter systems, right? You know, like you go to a country, you can barter the price, right? You're both working with leverage over the other person. He has a good you want, you have the money they want, right? So you have leverage and you like push the leverage back and forth. So it comes up that it's in both parties' interest, right? So that's the thing is that all nation states work within their own interest. What is Israel's interest? To get weapons for the United States while still, you know, shooting missiles at their ships and then strafing their soldiers while they're in the water. Stuff like that, you know, you send surveillance over there, they nail your dog to the wall just to fuck with you. Like, Israel is not friendly. Saudi Arabia is way friendlier, and they even knew 9/11 was going to happen. Just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. They knew.
So hard to ensure a steady flow of weapons then. If we have no leverage, just stop. I like the we are small bean narrative here when we're talking about fucking giving weapons to Israel as they continue doing genocide. We're just small bean. And you know who else is the smallest bean?
Hey, tobacco company,
Israel.
your
Israel
product kills people. Why don't you stop? Gee, I wonder, bro.
Genocide. Come on.
A well-developed long-term weapons relationship would have.
The U.S. government has come out and said that they are not happy with the way that Israel is conducting its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And yet what we see here is an effort to push more military aid to Israel without any pause or withdrawal of these weapons transfers.
That's the reality of the arms trade, is that we can hope countries will take things into mind. We can...
No, man. No, there is no world in which this is how it works. Like, there is no... Hey, man, I know my bestie that I gave a lot of weapons to is like robbing banks, but I told him not to rob banks. Okay, I'm still gonna give him weapons, like more weapons. He said he's out of ammo. I'm gonna give him some more ammo, and I'm gonna defend him robbing the banks and be like, he didn't mean it.
Well,
he really needs the money.
They're buying.
But
they're
I'm still gonna
paying.
give him more arms, obviously. Duh.
They're paying. They said, are you not going to cash this check that's in our hand? And you think the United States is going to be like, oh no, we can't right now. We need to approve that with Congress. What are we doing
He just
here?
said he won't use it to rob the banks while he's robbing a bank. I know he called me from inside the bank, and it seemed muffled, like he had a balaclava on.
Silly.
You know, it seemed like he was robbing the bank. Well, he said he wasn't going to be robbing a bank, but I told him not to. You know, what can I do? My hands are fucking tied, dog. Also, he should be able to rob the bank. They had a couple
decisions for their local needs.
There's a lot more cases just like this. Like the Philippines, where the Duterte regime...
Bro, we're talking about guns. We're talking about guns. We're talking about guns. What could be a local need for weapons?
Come on, bro.
We
We're about to talk about
What is the local
Duterte.
need for weapons? Hello? Excuse me. What is going on here? I am losing my mind. They're literally talking about weapons like they're sending grain, dude. What the... There's only one purpose for weapons, you dumb Ameribrain dipshits. It's to kill, okay? What the... Americans are so lost.
Has used American weapons to carry out a brutal war on drugs, murdering and jailing civilians in the process. What's confusing about this is that, in some sense, the weapons are working for U.S. interests. We sell them these weapons, we give them these weapons, we buy their support in deterring our enemy. But in the process, these weapons that we use as our currency are used for other things that have nothing to do with deterring our enemy. And sometimes it gets really out of control. Like, we give a lot of weapons to Turkey, a NATO ally. Turkey will then transfer that to its proxies in Syria, who will use them to fight against American-backed rebels.
Now, ask yourself, Johnny, ask yourself this question. if you arrived at this as a YouTuber who seemingly for the first time ever encountered international relations 101 as a course,
is he going to gloss over the fact that he's talking about the Kurds right now?
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. Is so we talked about this. So like, it's one of those things. You know how I always stand up for people who, even if they have ISIS flags, and say you don't necessarily know if they're ISIS, right? That was especially true in this time in Syria because there's so many factions dividing and splintering and things like that. You know, so the allegation is that they pushed these weapons to ISIS, right? But evidence shows that it was their specific FSA-backed Turkish faction, right? It wasn't like these people might have then gave them to ISIS and stuff. But like, is he also not going to mention that they bomb Iraq and as well, right? It's like that's one the Turkeys, and also Turkey themselves go in and kill these people who are backed by the U.S.
Yeah.
Almost like we don't run these countries that are these client states.
Crazy.
We also don't
do
give
you
a fuck
think
about
the American government doesn't know that? Do you think it's a major secret for them? They're like, oh, I just watched this video from my favorite YouTuber, Jonald Harris, and I realized, damn, son, we're giving weapons to the NATO ally Turkey, which then are used against American assets and also American soldiers. Dude, what?
No.
Fuck, dude.
Nope. Nobody said American soldiers. And also, they're not American assets,
that, dude.
Either.
I gotta bring in.
They use AKs. They use Russian guns. So some of them can get get training and stuff. But come on, he said American.
Yeah, like the special forces.
He said American backed or American aligned groups.
Oi, Lloyd Austin, come in here, dog. I know you got ass cancer. Come in here. You gotta watch this video. Jonald Harris, he done did it again. He found it. Oh shit, dude. My bad. I can't believe that this happened again and again. Afghanistan and again Iraq and again every Latin American country and again and again and again.
Stating that this was a problem, and it still kind of is. The other big issue with using weapons as your main currency for influence around the world is that weapons don't just go away. Back in the 80s, the CIA transferred a bunch of weapons to rebel fighters in Afghanistan who were fighting against the Soviets. Decades later, those same weapons were being used by those fighters and their descendants to fight against
the worst
Americans.
Example, because those are literally Egyptian weapons. You
know?
know?
They gave a bunch of weapons.
Dude, it was
like, why would you not? Why would you not pick Iran? Like this, the example you picked is Iran. Or say the Taliban now, how they got their hands on these American weapons now. Now they have American weapons.
Ended up and insurgents in Syria and South Sudan. So if weapons are this currency that don't actually give us leverage and that can create more danger than stability, why do we keep making them and sending them to over 100 countries?
Well, they're mostly AKs in South Sudan.
Yeah.
But the weapons in South Sudan, that's one place where we need to just go in and just gun grab all the guns, just get all the guns out.
But one of them has to do with money. There's a lot of money in making weapons.
Money,
there always has been since the Industrial Revolution. Lots of these weapons are made all over our country.
Industrial Revolution, you say. Remember when this is what I was saying immediately? That
that no congressman ever wants to vote down. If a congressman votes to make fewer weapons, they could be voting against a factory or production facility in their district. Add to that some of our lawmakers own shares in these companies. If these
that should be illegal.
Companies make money, they make money, and yet they're the ones approving the money that goes to these corporations.
Bro, I'm beginning to think that this is unsustainable and pretty violent, guys. I don't want to say it, but it kind of does feel like having your primary industry and your
make more and more weapons, both to prepare for war and provide national security, but also to keep people.
American
rich
weapons are designed to break
constituents of
for a reason. This is exactly why we designed them to break, unlike the AK weapons and stuff like that, for this reason. The Taliban aren't going to have those fucking American weapons for long.
Yeah. There's no way they'll be able to maintain.
You know how much maintenance an Abrams tank fucking has to maintain? Remember when ISIS got one and they immediately like flipped it or something? They got like 3 and all of them crashed and they couldn't get them out. or something like that.
So funny.
Short, one of the reasons the map looks like this is to keep a bunch of private corporations nice and rich.
Yeah. Crazy. Wait until you hear what they do besides weapons to keep those corporations
At the
rich.
end of the journey,
How Congress invests in them.
The end of a
Yeah.
journey for now. It started with an old book that really piqued my interest and brought me in.
Johnny Harris.
Shut up, Hasan.
Open about. I'm just saying.
That I didn't know about. And through this process, I feel like I've been able to draw a linkage between this history and how it works today. How for-profit
Parenti doesn't.
Corporations are still motivated to expand their business by making more and more killing machines. Now, weapons are a stabilizing force in our world. That is true.
Go to the
and
link
that
I
is an
sent
irony
you.
of-
Let's hear from an actual arms expert. An expert specifically in arms sales as foreign policy. The foremost expert in arms sales as foreign policy.
That's
not that
it.
one. Not there.
This one. We're going back.
Not
This
there.
one.
There we go.
All right, where are we jumping to?
Oh, just listen to the intro and then we'll listen to what Biden has to say.
From the nation's capital, the American Enterprise Institute for Public Policy Research presents Public Policy Forums, a series of programs featuring the nation's top authorities presenting their differing views on the vital issues which confront us. Today's topic, arms sales, a useful foreign policy tool?
An examination of arms sales or arms transfers, if
Oh
you
my
will,
God, it's
as
so
a tool of
80s.
foreign policy, must inevitably recognize
Graph.
the potential of such sales to affect the economic,
Look,
military,
we have a
psychological,
competitor
as
for
well
our
as
sales
the
back then.
diplomatic posture of the recipients. More, in each of these areas, the recipient's posture plays a part, large or small, but always important, in the grand design of U.S. policy to protect crucial American interests and those of our allies in Western Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and South America. Our discussion of arms sales, to be sure, is concerned solely with conventional arms, not atomic weapons, but a vital factor is the extraordinary sophistication which has developed in conventional arms in this electronic era, and the potential hazards to our own overall security if these sophisticated elements are in the hands of nations whose borders lie in the volatile areas of confrontation
Forgot
between
that
the
one,
interests
right?
of the United States and her allies and the Soviet
Is
Union.
that the same? We're still using
In
that same point, right?
mid-1981, the Reagan administration announced its arms transfer policy, emphasizing
There
that
might be
the,
a
quote,
newer model that's replacing it, but yeah.
basic thrust is to recognize that arms transfers properly considered and employed represent an indispensable instrument of American policy that both complements and supplements the role of our own military forces, end quote. This is a marked change of direction from Carter administration policy emphasizing restraint and primary consideration of a recipient's human rights policies in approving arms sales. Well, to examine the question mark on our arms sales issue, we have a highly expert panel. To my far right, Lieutenant General Brent Scowcroft, a West Point graduate who holds a doctorate in international relations from Columbia University, served with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and after retiring from the service was Assistant to President Ford for National Security Affairs.
Who?
To my immediate right, Representative William L. Dickinson, Republican from Alabama,
Dickinson.
and ranking minority member of the House Armed Services Committee and Subcommittee on Research and Development.
Looks like he wants to lynch people.
To my immediate left, Senator Joseph R. Biden of Delaware, member of the
Did you
Senate
see how
Foreign Relations
Biden
Committee.
was so unknown, he had to check his name again there. He went Senator Joseph R. Biden?
Served as chairman of the U.S. Senate delegations on SALT II in Moscow and to the North Atlantic Assembly in Ottawa
II, bro.
in 1979.
He was
My
on
far
SALT
left,
II.
Representative
That's
Les
fucking
Aspin,
nuts.
sixth-term Democrat from Wisconsin with a doctorate in economics from MIT. Dr. Aspin earlier served as an economist with the Pentagon, now is a member of the Armed Services and Budget Committees of the House. Well, to begin, gentlemen, I would pose the same question to each of you in turn. To what extent should an arms transfer or sales program play a role in our foreign policy? Senator Biden.
Well, it seems to me that we have an expression, those of us who practiced law before coming to the Congress, that hard cases make bad law. And I think it's very difficult to make sweeping statements and generalities about arms control policy, but to the extent that one must be made,
No,
it seems to me that the U.S.
he was all
that are
Dark
restrained-
Brandon back then.
both restrained and prudent in making arms transfers and arms sales, while at the same time recognizing that in particular circumstances they can be very vital and important to U.S. interest. There are instances where arms transfers are, in fact, absolutely essential for U.S. interest, and others where we have made bad or incorrect judgments about the stability of the nations to whom we are transferring their arms, and failed in other instances to factor in the arms transfer as part of the overall foreign policy determination for a region or a country. So it's sort of a mixed bag. I think it's neither indispensable as this administration, nor should it have been an exceptional tool of foreign policy as the last administration indicated.
Representative Dickinson.
So, like, Joe, what he
agree
said
with
there,
millions
right?
of what is
So he's specifically, this is in the framing of Iran, right? So, or
Yes.
like, so he said the stability of those nations. We underestimated the stability of those nations, right? So remember how those people that we were just watching said that they were selling arms to like flood country. Hasan said they were making them unstable. The other people are saying that arms are pushed to make countries stable, right? Neither. The country has to have a certain rating of stability for us to approve sales to make money. That's simple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Said, whether we like it or not, it is an instrument of foreign policy, and you cannot escape it.
Yeah, we don't care
being
about this
told
guy.
The best thing we can do, and what we should do, is to use it, as Senator Biden said, in a very prudent manner. But whether we're talking about our friends and allies or potential adversaries, we are going.
I think I disagree with the general, at least to some degree. I would suggest that the real issue is not whether or not nations in effect would fight anyway. And I think the general's correct. I mean, whether or not they had SAM missiles provided by the Soviet Union, or whether or not they had sophisticated airplanes supplied by the United States or France, if they didn't have those, they'd use slingshots or rocks or bow and arrows or whatever. But I do think U.S. national interest is impacted upon significantly, depending on the degree to which of sophistication of the weaponry. For example, it is much less likely that a conflict that is limited to obsolete tanks and old M1 rifles or their counterparts or Remington rifles is going to embroil a whole region of the world and, in fact, bring the United States into a confrontation it would otherwise like to avoid, thereby either bringing in the Soviets or the Soviets first, making it a East-West.
Literally, Afghanistan would be breaking out about this time, too.
I think that the extent to which that occurs, at least in some part, depends upon the degree of sophistication of the weapons. The reason why the Congress got in the business of saying that we want to have at least a say in that, because it is a component of foreign policy, was because it went from 1.7 billion to somewhere in the order of 16 in a matter of 4 years. And it looked as though, to some of us, that was becoming almost the sole criteria for determining what reach we would have abroad. And I am much more Machiavellian, I guess, than my friend the general. And in fact, I do think if we are transferring arms, we should first and foremost conclude whether or not it impacts favorably on our national interest. If it does, and yet it does not impact on their interest, I would vote to send the arms. If it does not, yet it does favorably impact on them, I would be inclined not to send the arms. That's an oversimplification. And last point in regard to transfers, there are two elements of the transfers. We compete not only with our Soviets, friends, they are our enemy. They are, in fact, engaged in confrontation in various levels and stages throughout the world, and we are engaged with them. But we are also engaged with our allies. And it seems to me that one of the things we have missed, and one of the things that's chairing the European Committee for some years now in the Senate, is that we are somewhat timid about speaking to our allies firmly about what the quid pro quo for them doing such and such is. And so we tend to say, we say we are as helpless in dealing with French sales, which may be true, British sales, or any other ally, as we are with Soviet sales of third world countries. What do you think the lizard people are in charge? Congress address whether or not we have been tough enough where we can be tough.
Let me agree with some of what General Scowcroft said and some of what Senator Biden said. I think that it's true that our
really need those things. We want to help you. We're your friend, but you don't really need those weapons. And it's that I think gets over to the point that Congressman Dickinson had.
Two brief points with regard to that. First of all, it seems to me that a point that Congressman Dickinson just made, take South Africa for an example. The implication is because South Africa went to an ally, France, or will go to an ally, France, to get the same thing we wouldn't sell.
how simplified Biden made it, though.
Let me suggest that
like,
may
if
be
it's in both our interest, we're definitely going to sell them the weapons.
Yeah.
If
And
it's,
he even
you know, and then he said, if it's only in their interest and not in ours, then maybe I wouldn't.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
that's an oversimplification.
Yeah, he was very mask off about it.
Let's assume that one of the downsides, I think we'll all agree, potential downside, doesn't always occur, but one of the downsides when it occurs of an arms transfer to another country may very well be that we feel we have to, because of security reasons, give aid, military aid, but we know we're going to suffer a propaganda price for having done so. So I would suggest that in a sophisticated arms transfer policy, and I realize I'm coming off as the young prince here of Machiavelli, but I would suggest that sometimes it makes sense for us to forego the downside, which is the propaganda loss as a consequence of a transfer to what we would acknowledge as a regime that doesn't particularly have values compatible with what we view ours to be, and yet accomplish the same goal by having an ally move and fill that vacuum. Second point is that with regard to the question of insecurities of foreign countries, I think one of the problems that we sometimes face, Democratic and Republican administrations, has been that we fuel the insecurities of insecure leaders. We give them a false sense of security by the transfer of arms. I can think of no greater case in point than Iran. I can think of no instance in recent history, frankly, the history of the United States of America, in transfer of arms where we, in fact, kidded ourselves and allowed the Shah to kid himself. Here we had close to $30 billion worth of the most sophisticated arms in the world, and not a shot was fired. Not a single shot that I'm aware of. He was marched out of the country. His successor was marched out of the country, and all those weapons are either lying dormant or have been accessed by the KGB in the Soviet Union, and or are being prepared to be used in a way, if they ever get their act together, that may be inimical to our interests. We're now told with regard to Saudi Arabia, the reason why we should sell them certain weapons, including AWACS, is because there's a runway in Iran, and Iran has those and well, I won't go through all the weaponry, but Iran has those weapons that can take off, be across the Gulf in a matter of minutes, and now we have to supply a nation with sophisticated weaponry to shoot down the sophisticated weaponry we gave an insecure leader who we should have known we were just feeding his insecurity if we had been willing to look beyond our own intelligence apparatus, training of their intelligence apparatus through whom we got the advice. That's an overstatement, I'm afraid, but that's a tendency of
senators. It's very interesting. General, would you like to
Yes,
pick up?
You're completely following him, right? Even though he's simplifying it, right?
Iran, if they've shown anything.
Like the issue is that the Shah's intelligence department, we were too buddy with them, and our CIA just trusted everything they said because CIA is fucking awful. Not a shot was fired. I mean, which eventually against Saddam it was.
I think my internet's shitting the bed. You keep dropping out. I'm pretty sure it's me.
Everything's been streaming fine. So.
I don't disagree with that, but I would like to add one point about Saudi Arabia. I think Saudi Arabia falls into the category that I arbitrarily said I thought there were two categories. One where if we don't supply, an ally will supply.
Okay, now it lagged the video.
Become the supplier, and we're going to have a reverse Ethiopia or Somalia or Egypt or all the places we can know where we've each been suppliers, and one moves out and one moves in. In the case of Saudi Arabia, I think that there is no more complicated part of the world than the Middle East. Not many, I think, would disagree with that. And we have what appear to be, I emphasize, conflicting foreign policy goals, and the transfers of sophisticated weaponry to either Israel or to any Arab state, in this case, the Saudis, can further complicate that. So that we started off, I think we should start off with saying, is our arms transfers a part of foreign policy? And I think the problem we have in the Middle East is the determination of our foreign policy. Now, foreign policy can be complicated by an arms transfer. Let me just give you one case in point why I didn't think that sale should go forward. Forget all the questions about whether or not Israel is more or less secure, what it does, whether it will work, how much of an umbrella it presents, etc. It seems to me that the Saudis have been very deft at seeing to it that they give little more than lip service to involvement in any Mideast war up to now. They've essentially said to their Arab friends, when they said, jump on with us, they've said, well, we'll send money. We wish you luck. We'll pray at the mosque for you, and so on. But now it seems to me, because the interest we're looking to protect there is oil to the Western world and Japan, naked, we're in a situation where I think the sale of this sophisticated weapon.
If it keeps lagging, I can take over from it.
If there is confrontation, and failure to join the cause and engage that weaponry if confrontation occurs, I think will result in what is the most likely thing to occur, and that is internal espionage and sabotage.
Here, I'll take it. No problem.
Skoka.
From the nation.
What time code were we at, though? Time code? What time code was it?
No, I did drop out. It's 20, like 26 minutes.
Okay, I'm at 24. So
Or to any Arab state.
I think another dude just started talking.
Can further complicate that. So that we.
I'm gonna reset my internet. Well, I'm gonna reset.
I think we should start off with saying,
Mm-hmm.
is our arms transfers a part of foreign policy? And I think the problem we have in the Middle East is the determination of our foreign policy. Now, foreign policy can be complicated by an arms transfer. Let me just give you one case in point why I didn't think that sale should go forward. Forget all the questions about whether or not Israel is more or less secure, whether and what it does, whether it will work, how much of an umbrella it presents, etc. It seems to me that the Saudis have been very deft at seeing to it that they give little more than lip service to involvement in any Mideast war up to now. They've essentially said to their Arab friends when they said, jump on with us, they've said, well, we'll send money.
Isn't it crazy how like this is still relevant today for a lot of this, like a lot of the stuff he's saying? Yeah, check. Don't unstream this time.
Mosque for you and so on. But now it seems to me, because the interest we're looking to protect there is oil to the Western world and Japan, I mean, I think we can be fairly naked. We're in a situation where I think the sale of this sophisticated weaponry makes Saudi Arabia a valuable ally to the rest of the Arab world if there is confrontation. And failure to join the cause and engage that weaponry if confrontation occurs, I think will result in what is the most likely thing to occur, and that is internal espionage and sabotage, those wells being blown up by some of the 2 million Palestinians who run them now anyway. And the end result will be the foreign policy initiative we were setting out to protect, that is, free access to that oil, may very well be hindered instead of helped by the transfer.
Skoka.
I wonder if that's really the case. First place, the Saudis have given token help before. It seems to me.
I don't think he's going to make it through his presidency.
Sent a brigade or a battalion. I'm not sure it ever got there.
Yeah, it's only been token.
Oh, yeah. This guy is such a good counter, bro. I don't know if it ever got there. Okay, buddy. But like, he's absolutely right. There's already been terrorist attacks in Saudi Arabia. Like this is like Islamism is starting to rise, and one of the places it does rise in Saudi Arabia. There's actually 2 different like semi-coups that were like not relevant. You know, it was like radicals that were rising up thinking they could take the government, and then they just got wiped out, extinguished, right? And then after that, like Saudi Arabia started cracking down. Like Saudi Arabia was a little bit more like it is today than it was back then, but they started cracking down to appease radicals because of this. So they scaled back their human rights. So like the way it's opening now is kind of how it was opening then.
That's right. They have done things. And I'm not sure that that would not be the case in any future. As a matter of fact,
could I suggest something less? That it seems to me that there are 2 reasons for the labyrinth, as you refer to it, that the Congress set up. One has been, I think, noticeably and unsuccessful, and one has been very successful. The first reason was that everyone hoped, I think, that who was participated in it, that it would in fact cut down in terms of the gross quantity of weaponry and dollars represented in that weaponry that was transferred. To that extent, on a chart that you would draw and the dollars weapon value transferred, it hasn't been very successful. But a second, and I believe more important reason why, and I was there from 72 on when we were doing this also in the Senate, was the foreign policy component of it. Because at the outset of this program, we all said, one thing we all agree on, it is a tool of foreign policy. And what happened was we had presidents,
Johnny Gisso,
Democrats and Republicans over the previous 15 to 20, probably over our history, who were in fact treating what was viewed as an economic decision independent of the foreign policy consideration that the Congress said we now want to be part of. And to that extent, I think it's successful and has been successful in the sense you may argue Congress wasn't right, but it's been successful and it accomplished what Congress set out to do, and that is be part of the game.
It's funny because like now he's bypassing Congress with weapon sales.
Positively impact upon our balance of trade situation, but it is one of the potential upsides to arms sales. But to reiterate General Scowcroft's point, if in fact we have a circumstance where it becomes the motivating force behind the sale, not only have we sometimes not had in production military equipment that our military no longer needed, what we've tended to do is our arms merchants have decided to go sell what was also not needed by the third country, that particular weapon system. That has occurred too. So it's a double-edged sword.
All right, next question, please.
Yes, my name is Bill Wickersham with the World Federalist Association. I would direct this to Congressman Aspen. Most of the
significant debt to try and accomplish it through arms sales.
Through the Russians, which the Carter administration tried to put an end to that sort of thing. But as a practical matter, we don't have very much leverage.
May I, Mr. Wickersham, you implicit in your statement, at least as I heard it, was that there's an inconsistency between a transfer of arms, or potentially between U.S. self-interest and world harmony. And I would suggest that,
That's so funny.
If that is part of your implicit in your statement, that is not correct. I think we're at a stage where one of my colleagues, Southern colleagues in the Senate, says it's wonderful when conscience and convenience cross paths. And I think in arms control policy, we have the opportunity to have both conscience and convenience cross paths. For example, you mentioned nuclear capability. That is the overwhelming concern for the entire world, it seems to me. And there are instances where arms transfer can diminish the prospect of the feeling of urgency to develop and or steal and or whatever a nuclear capability. And conversely, there are cases, which I believe is a situation potentially in Pakistan.
I was about to say, bro, too bad he didn't. Too bad they started fucking up and supplying Pakistan with fucking arms and shit at this point because of the Soviets in Afghanistan, right? And that's what helped enable Zia-ul-Haq's like ultimate rise to power to make them nuclear. So he's literally ahead of the ball predicting that Pakistan is going to get nukes because we sold them guns at this time.
Arms transfers can propel the competing countries in the region to move toward the greater reliance on nuclear. So it can work. It can work to the benefit on occasion, but that's what I meant by I think we should do it case by case.
Next question, please.
My name is Richard Darrell. I'm currently an international affairs fellow with the Council on Foreign Relations in New York. I actually have two questions. They're interrelated. The first is, if memory serves correct, the biggest market, the biggest business market that the United States has in the world for its arms sales policies.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Is like even he's like, besides the fact he's old as fuck now, like whether or not I agree with his policies is a different story. It's like John McCain. Like I fucking hate John McCain, but John McCain often has like knowledge on like why to back up what he's doing. It's not like a lot of brainless fucking politicians that just vote along party lines. John McCain actually formed an educated opinion, even though sometimes that was wrong and a little bit too, neocon-y.
Market, and principally our NATO allied market. That's where most of the
he's been cooking for a while.
Yet, on the other hand, as I understand it, NATO has various policies itself to which we subscribe. Policies like rationalization, standardization, interoperability. One implication of which is that the allies should be able to sell us more. They have learned the domestic effects and the business benefits of arms sales themselves in the inter-allied arena, and they like to oftentimes get in on the act. That creates, however, a certain tension between a U.S. policy, which is promoting sales to the alliance, and an allied policy which wants reciprocity. And my first question then is, how do we resolve this tension? And is there room, excuse me, for a new policy in this general area. My second question arises from something I think Senator Biden said earlier, and that was the suggestion that sometimes allied arms sales abroad are not necessarily detrimental to us, and they might sometimes be encouraged. I wondered when he made that remark whether or not this in general, allied sales abroad don't serve as a kind of safety valve in some ways for the tension in NATO, the tension I described earlier. And I'm wondering if we have a U.S. policy that on the one hand either tries to control those sales more tightly, as some have ascribed to the previous administration, or a policy that tries to promote American arms sales abroad.
This is the longest question of all time.
Particularly if you use an anti-allied argument.
He's the opposite of Vaush, who mostly has good takes and has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
In the process, I wonder if, in this respect, we don't run the risk of
oh my God, bro,
cutting down or shortchanging the safety.
You're not on the show.
Fact, perhaps endangering the larger NATO allied market, which is where the real money, if you will.
Shut up, CFR. Sit the fuck down, bro.
I think you're absolutely correct. You posed the problem
almost like he wasn't asking a question. I think he was trying to be part of the panel.
We get back to the fundamental question: what is our foreign policy, and what should NATO be? How should it be made up, and how effective is it? And part of the question of whether or not it's effective relates to the interoperability, the standardization. Standardization is not merely motivated. It is not primarily motivated by the requirement of the French to get in on the deal. It's motivated by the question that generals know better than senators, and that is, how do you have a unified battle plan without having radios that can receive one another's messages, without having spare parts that can be interchanged, without having tanks and planes and guns, etc., that can be used under a unified command, somewhat like a unified army. And that is the motivating factor. Now, once we reach that decision, I think the allies have a right to say, hey, wait a minute. Now, you ain't getting it all. We want a piece of that. And I think that we have to be willing to make that decision. There is a great deal of pressure from our domestic arms manufacturers to say no, that we don't want you, quote, giving away any of our piece of the market. I think, just as we've done in many other areas of foreign relations, we have to have the courage or the foresight to say, we're going to figure out what component, what portion you're going to make up, United States, what piece we're willing to take. Absent that, there is a great risk being run in cutting off the safety valve. You are absolutely correct, because that's part of that's part of the plan. I believe because we haven't been willing to follow through on what is clearly in our strategic and conventional interest to do, that is standardized. And the reason we haven't been able to do it is in large part is because of the economic decisions involved in it.
So Jack, you'll never guess what you missed.
What?
Johnny Jizzo.
Oh my God.
Because of that, we have propelled to a greater degree our allies into markets that compete with us in the third world, and in many instances force us to make decisions that are marginally less detrimental than if we didn't move into the area. I think you stated very well.
General Scowcroft?
I agree with the senator, but I think what we need to work on is the NATO part rather than the safety valve part, because
I agree.
NATO spends more than the Warsaw Pact does on arms, and yet we're woefully behind in preparedness. One of the reasons is that each country goes out and builds their own system. They don't work together, they're not standardized, and so on. We're one of the biggest culprits, not only for economic reasons, but military. Our own military tend to think that unless it's our equipment, it's not good enough, and we have worldwide concerns, not just in NATO, and therefore we have to have our own unique equipment. I think we need to do far more than that, and we need to take the lead.
Representative Dickinson?
I don't disagree.
Why aren't you
with
skipping
what
anybody
said.
else?
I thought maybe I
was pulling up the next
be
thing.
helpful to put it in a little different context. For the past few years,
it's basically it's just
Racismo afuera. Howdy, congratulations. Thank you very much. Very happy, and you're more of a Mises guy. I'm a Hayek guy, but there's good synergies between the two.
Mises guy.
And we want to bring mentality to the U.S. So that's what we need to learn. How you actually shut things down. Pero uno de los más maravillosos pensadores de la libertad fue Murray Rothbard. Oh, that's right. That's right. Very much so. Very much so. And so you can't reform these agencies. You have to shut them down as you're doing.
This is so
stupid.
This is cringe.
Así es. We want to bring that to the U.S. Tomen la patente de afuera. Afuera.
You can adopt the afuera.
It's my line. Haha.
God damn it.
This is the best, bro. Wait until you see this shit.
Oh my god. Oh, it's cringe.
You know Trump is a germaphobe, right?
Yeah. That's so funny.
I'm very happy you are very serious. Thank you very much.
We're gonna get spiked from this music.
Thank you. MAGA, make Argentina great again.
Fucking hell.
Whoa. Is there anything else? Okay, here we go.
Make Argentina.
You know, YMCA blast in the background. You don't really need audio for this one, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I sent you the next link if you're.
Yeah, I already got it up.
Okay, you can go to it at any time because,
Okay.
because of the YMCA playing, I'm not too worried about staying on this.
Fair enough.
I'm so excited for this.
President
video.
Trump could have just put out a statement. He could have just done a video where he said, Joe Biden is a terrible president, and he's doing a terrible job. Terrible. Doofus. They say he's good. He's not good. Many people. I'm leading in polls. He's doing bad. Right? He could have just done that. Would have been fine. Would have been normal. Instead, Grandpa found the Snapchat filter, and it got real weird. So he put. It was really funny. I'll admit, it's super funny. But again, clown show. It's a giant circus. Everything is a giant circus, and I don't know what to make of it. I grew up in an era when people read books and took policies somewhat seriously,
you're so
and
cringe.
now we are down to old man screams at clouds and Uncle Snapchat filter. That's where we are. That's what we've got. America, amazing job. Truly amazing. So, woo. Okay, so
that's as fake of a laugh as Tim.
Add on to the weirdness of last night.
Oh, he's so much worse.
That was awful.
Which was a very weird night. Donald Trump puts out on his Truth Social platform a video using Snapchat filters of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. You can play it. It's just it starts off. I'm gonna just.
This is from last year.
It's still funny.
I don't think he did this as well. I think he just reposted this, and
he's just
again
reposting
from someone
it.
who
Yeah,
did this last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that is genuinely hilarious.
The law since 1933 also caps and won't go into effect.
Stop it there for a second. I have to describe it because not everyone. I know that people listen to the show. If you can't see the Snapchat filter, what you're seeing is Joe Biden talking, but he's they
bro,
put
he's
on top of
describing
him
a Snapchat filter.
This is peak Ben Shapiro. You guys are experiencing peak Ben Shapiro.
The weirdest creepy face, like this weird pasted on grin and these giant googly eyes, and turning your head up like you're evil, and then it zooms in on Kamala Harris, and it kind of looks like normal Kamala Harris a little bit. That's what it looks like. The Snapchat filter's too close to reality here.
Seems right.
It's too good. Is that frankly? I'll be honest. I would watch more politics if it were. Then you did a Snapchat filter with them wearing hats and girly braids.
You know what? I kind of agree.
Did he just say he doesn't watch politics?
No, I don't think so.
By the way,
and then he had a Pinocchio nose with rings falling on it on Joe Biden.
This is like him reading. What was the song that he read? I don't know. One of those really bad, thick black girls.
2025.
I can't remember who it
No
was.
And then-
it wasn't Lizzo. It was one of the other ones, I think.
A rat head.
Actually, maybe it was Lizzo. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe it was Lizzo.
Weather major storms and not prevent those fires.
Is that a rat head or a dog head? I don't even know what that is. It's like a bizarre alien animal head. So Trump actually put that up on his Instagram page. Those are our alternatives, gang. We're the most powerful country in world history, and this is how far we have come. Now, I am going to vote for Uncle Snapchat Filter. I am. I'm going to vote for him above the crazy old coot who pretends he's a moderate, but actually is extraordinarily radical and also hates half of America. So, but I'm a little perturbed that we decided that we were effectively going to just perform a surrealist novel. But
okay, I was right. It was exactly who I was thinking of. Cardi B. She's awful. Awful artist.
Is he talking about the
Cardi
WAP
B.
song?
Yes, that's exactly. I had to look it up. I had it. I was like Megan Thee Stallion, and I'm like, was it her? No, it was the one with the long fingernails, the useless one with the awful accent. And I couldn't remember her name. It was Cardi B. Yes, that song. This is as bad as that.
in actual real life for this election cycle. That's kind of weird. Financial experts thought we were new entries. How much is there? Check out right now. Text totally insane. That's it. Not that hard a job, right? All you have to do is be not totally insane. There were two big responses from the Republicans last night. One came courtesy of Katie Britt. Katie Britt is a senator from Alabama. She's very young. She has young kids. She gave the weirdest response to a State of the Union address probably ever. It was super weird. Stop being weird, people. I like Katie Britt. I think that she's a very good senator. I don't know who told her to do this. So she did.
It felt like I was doing, I don't even watch Amaranth, but she's AMS.
Her
Amaranth video.
She did her State of the Union response from a kitchen.
Oh my God.
You know what the joke's going to be. You know it. Like, doesn't anybody play this? Why doesn't anybody know how to play this game? Why? Which Republican consultant was like, you know what'll be a great idea? We'll put the woman in the kitchen.
Oh my God, Ben.
Plot twist. It was a Democrat.
Bro, Ben is hitting the right marks here. I can't wait for this to go downhill right after we unpause. Right?
And we'll have her speak from the kitchen in the middle of an election cycle where Joe Biden is saying that Republicans want to put women in the kitchen.
Yes.
Genius move. Absolutely. So it starts that way. Then
March 8th,
Katie Britt delivers the speech in the strangest fashion of anyone I have ever seen. It's as though she's doing an audition tape for Gilmore Girls. That's what this felt like. It's super weird.
Ben loves Gilmore
It's not
Girls.
like awful or evil, like many of the things Joe Biden was saying. It's just weird. How about just stop being weird, everyone? Can we just be normal for like half a second? Do we have to be weird all the time? Like a little bit of weird is icing on the cake. But when the whole cake is the weird icing, it's just weird. Stop it. Too much weird. So here was Katie Britt last night. And again, it's not even what she's saying. It's how she's saying it. Why? Stop emoting. You're emoting.
I just watched, like so many families across America.
No.
My husband, Wesley, and I just watched President Biden's State of the Union address from our living room. And what we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. One thing was quite clear, though. President Biden just doesn't get it. He's out of touch. Under his administration, families are worse off.
Insurance.
Our community.
I don't know who it was yesterday. Was like, listen, lady, I don't want to join your MLM in chat.
I don't know. There's something off. She's giving off vibes. There's something about it that's very off.
Communities are less safe, and our country is.
It's
the artificialness.
No, it's Hope from the Far Cry 5 guy, one of the mini bosses from Far Cry 5, the girl, the hippie girl, reminds me of her. Reminds me like she's trying to sell a cult.
Yeah,
like there's drink the Kool-Aid. Here, drink the Kool-Aid. It's good for you. You'll get to the other side.
On her neck, bro. Of course, that's the cult, bro.
is less secure.
Okay, she started off at like a 7.
Oh my god, you know what it is? You know what it reminds me of? Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was about to say, I think it was you.
We fucking deleted it.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were
weird
dipped inside me.
Yeah, you said to
reminds me of her. The super weird girl that reads it. That's what she reminds me of.
In the weirdness.
The way she's
It's like a
speaking.
little more weird
It
than your
does.
typical 5 politician weird. And then it just kept getting weirder. So here she was on the Southern. Again, everything she's saying is right. I just don't know why we needed the audition tape. Why? Why is it? By the way, this is like the black hole politics. If you give the State of the Union response address, you're headed for the garbage can, politically speaking, in the Republican Party. I mean, whether you're Marco Rubio or Bobby Jindal, like whoever gives this speech is just doomed to failure. In any case, here was Katie Britt. And again, it wasn't even what she was saying. What she was saying was totally fine. Go.
Our families are hurting.
No.
See what I mean?
I love this. Is great from Ben.
You
This
see
is
what
the
I
most
mean?
stupid he's been.
That's literally
Hang
the
on,
vibes
bro,
I'm getting.
I'm getting it.
Oh,
Our country
no.
can do
No.
better.
That's me. That's so me.
And you don't have to look any further than the.
Okay, here we go. See,
Oh, you
hopefully
have
this is
to-
not a weird edit.
You must have known you were wrong.
Could be
could
louder.
be louder.
Oh, come on. I didn't want to bring that up. I wanted to go further over. I want shorts, YouTube. Give me the shorts. I actually want shorts for once.
Just you can't do the Tonightly Show, can you? See if that's
Well,
it.
this is the video we want. Is
Yeah,
this one
yeah.
right here?
Click on that one.
Well, that's the one I just clicked on.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was quiet. We can always turn it up. Maybe it wasn't. Where'd it go? This one. See how loud
You
this one
must
is.
have known you were
Yeah,
wrong
quiet as fuck.
when your fingers were dipped inside me, searching for honey
Anyway, you get the picture. That's the vibes I'm getting.
for you.
Weirdo.
Yeah, weird.
To see it.
No, it's too much.
President Biden
Dial it back.
inherited the most secure border of
This is the
all
most I've
time.
identified with Ben Shapiro
But
in my
minutes
life.
after taking office, he suspended all deportations. He halted construction
right?
of the border wall.
Becoming
and
human.
he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden
Don't
didn't
put the race
just
thing in here,
create
please.
this
It's so
border
weird.
crisis.
Please don't.
He invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days.
So all the commentary, of course, was not about what Katie Britt said. It's about the fact that Katie Britt went to like the Lee Strasberg School of Acting.
Yeah, okay, sure.
You're one to talk, bro. Mr. I wanted to be an actor.
El Estado no puede dar nada porque no produce nada.
As we covered yesterday, there is a new president in Argentina, Javier Milei. He is now the president of Argentina because they have had massive government growth, complete devaluation of their currency. They have had a creeping socialism for a long time, craziness with gender stuff and all of the woke stuff. And he has come in to absolutely obliterate it. And listen to him talking about why you must fight the socialists and the wokesters and the people who want that ever encroaching government, which is directly connected to what Elon just said.
Donald Trump is running for president again in the United States, as you know. What advice would you give him?
Que continúe con su lucha en contra del socialismo, porque es uno de los pocos que entendió cabalmente que la pelea es contra el socialismo, que la pelea es contra los
These are all
estatistas.
connected. You see how he's connected
Y
exactly to
comprendió-
Gloria?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
all the same cult, bro.
Yeah.
Perfectamente que la generación de riqueza proviene del sector privado. Es decir, el Estado no crea riqueza, el Estado la destruye. El Estado no puede dar nada porque no produce nada y cuando lo quiere hacer además lo hace mal. Entonces, Me parece que si yo, desde mi pequeño lugar, lo único que podría decirle es que redoble los esfuerzos en la misma dirección de defender las ideas de la libertad y de no darle tregua ni un solo segundo a los socialistas.
You get it? You get it? So the people of San Francisco, the people of California, they let it in. They let it spread. They didn't fight. Most of the people elected the very people
Adam
who
Schiff,
ushered it
was
all
just
in.
elected. Known socialist. Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, deaf socialist. Known socialist.
Definite.
Argentina,
Arnold Schwarzenegger, known socialist. I mean, his dad was
for 20 years of this nonsense, is pushing back. Donald Trump was pushing back. There are pockets, places like Florida.
Awesome. Great, Dave. Oh, this is a long one.
We'll jump through it.
Send me an email.
Ooh, it's segmented. Nice.
Oh, I know, right? When was this made? 2 years ago? So I just found this one and I didn't look at it at all. I just said, hey, there's somebody who's coping about Vaush and it's really old. Might as well look at this. It might be funny.
We can skip the format. We can go through the equivocation, misinformation, sure. Dehumanization, okay.
What's
Morality. Fascism, okay.
Oh, that he's a fascist.
Stochastic terrorism, interesting.
Okay, awesome.
All right, where do we want to start?
Yeah, it's a long video.
Yeah, there's a whole list. All right, where do we want to start? So we've got bad faith, format, equivocation, misinformation, dehumanization, morality, fascism, stochastic terrorism.
Well, I think is this guy a socialist?
I don't know. Pick one. Let's find out.
Because misinformation will be interesting if he's to determine the guy's politics.
Done.
Are you done? No, of course you're not.
To be as good faith as possible, let's find the single video on Vaush's channel which would be least likely to contain misinformation. Vaush claims the most expertise in criminal justice, specifically corrections and supervision, and there is a video about precisely this topic where Vaush claims expertise and where Vaush claims to have nailed the video in the description.
We're not going to lie.
This video is a response to a PragerU video titled, "Why Are So Many Americans in Prison?"
Why is the video dark?
If any video on Vaush's channel is going to be trustworthy.
I have a feeling that this is a guy who can't comprehend sarcasm.
We'll see.
It should be this one.
But you remember the last guy that was unhinged talking about Vaush's video was dark as fuck?
Yep.
Forward under the pretense of academic legitimacy. If you put all of this forward out of ignorance, I also think that's malicious. Actually, ooh! I can't. I did my baccalaureate thesis, months of research and dozens of pages of writing on the potential economic benefits of prison vocational programs.
Let it first be known that I'm not defending PragerU or whoever this clown is. The premise of this video is disgusting, and nearly all of its contents are misleading.
Okay.
However, I only count 3 outright falsehoods in this video from the PragerU clown, and I also count 3 outright falsehoods from Vaush.
Okay.
The first falsehood Vaush presents is a condemnation of violent and serious offenders. Either that it would be necessarily bad or ineffective to provide rehabilitative services for these people, or that letting them out early would be necessarily bad, presumably because they would be more likely to reoffend. None of this is true. Violent and sexual offenses actually have some of the most effective rehabilitation methods, and these offenders have some of the lowest rates of recidivism when compared to other kinds of criminals. Furthermore,
he was in jail in prison for 25. Hang on, chinchilla.
Violent and sexual offenders get the worst treatment when going through parole and being assigned terms of supervision, so they could easily be the group that is most in need of help, given the premise that our justice system is too punitive and not focused enough on rehabilitation. Every component of Vaush's claim runs contrary to the facts here.
There's a reason why conservatives, like that kid, and the people who give him his money, are so interested in maintaining the status quo. And the reason for that is because felons can't vote.
The second falsehood Vaush presents is that felons can't vote. Again, this is not true. In the vast majority of the country, felons can either vote upon completion of their sentence, or everyone outside of prison can vote. In the stripy states, some felons are permanently disenfranchised, but only in 2 states, Kentucky and Virginia, are all felons permanently disenfranchised. In some cases, felons may need to go through a process to have their voting rights restored, but it is still a blatant falsehood to say that felons can't vote, even in the region that Vaush is talking about.
Okay.
Keeping felons from voting is a deliberate effort to keep black and brown people from contributing their votes.
That's true. Where's the lie?
Then Vaush goes off the...
I can't hear you.
What I said? What was I saying? Oh yes, Joe Rogan. Thank you. That's what I said. Anyway, so this guy was on Joe Rogan, right? And he did 25 years for murder, right? And he was there like a prison reform, like social society reform type thing, you know, like life after prison type thing, like we deserve human rights type thing. I shouldn't have been locked up for 25 years. Dismembered people. They found like head in a freezer and shit. This guy. Literally, like he was on Joe Rogan's show, probably had bodies in the fridge at home while he was talking about this. It was a little after Joe Rogan. I don't know, like the timetable, but I just think that's fucking crazy. Anyway, who cares about this? If this we're going to frame Vaush being evil about him for another thing. This dude is after the fact being able to fact check both sources here. Vaush is doing it live and trying to remember things live while managing a chat. He didn't have like a lot of mods back then. And I want to know what happened to Johnny Jizzo. He clearly wants the attention. I'm here for it, Johnny Jizzo. You can have the link. I'll bring you right in.
The deep end and claims felons can't vote because the state...
All right, let's go to fascism.
Let's hear why he's... Well, what was before fascism?
Morality.
Yeah. I want to see he presents that Vaush doesn't have morality. I want to hear if this is him doing his moral argument on why kid fucking is like coltan.
This section needs some disclaimers. I am not an expert in philosophy.
Oh my god.
However, I did consult with a number of people who are, so I should do a reasonable job of explaining these ideas. And second, I made a serious effort to charitably assess Vaush's moral system, but there simply isn't any way to account for all the contradictory things he's said. From my vantage point, Vaush's moral system is just whatever is needed at the time to justify what he wants to do or say. That being said, I was able to synthesize his most common moral statements to come up with 2 primary positions he may be defending. The first position Vaush seems to support is direct, actual consequentialism. Consequentialism means that the moral worth of an action is determined by the consequences of that action. Most consequentialist positions consider intentions or expected outcomes.
I can't even remember all the words that were just listed. Be like, whatever, bro. Shut up.
What is fascism in abstract? What is fascism in abstract?
Great definition from Vaush. Yeah.
We're about to release a video explaining just that.
What?
What fascism is?
Oh yeah, I mean well, we did on stream. I just re-edited it. Yeah. We're set all our release dates in this weekend.
Well, generally, it's considered to be like a an ultra right-wing, ultra nationalistic form of like usually like an ethno-nationalist political identity. I prefer Umberto Eco's 14 points, but it gets like really in the weeds. I don't think that fascism is always super consistent with its definition. The reason that I like Umberto Eco's definition so much, the reason why I simp for it so goddamn hard, is because it's very, very sociological. That's the thing that I like about it. Isn't it too broad though? Serious question, no troll. It's only like too broad if you look at it as like if you trigger like one flag, then you're a fascist, which isn't true.
Yes, he's 100% correct.
Yeah, I don't see what's wrong here yet.
Yeah.
It's like diagnostic criteria for mental disorders. Yes.
Yeah, I think
the problem with what Vaush just...
It's a very, 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 very,
here we go.
Very,
now this
very
guy's
basic.
going to explain to us why Vaush doesn't understand what fascism is.
So
that was great, honestly. That was pretty good.
It's a very basic explanation and introduction to what fascism actually is what he's talking about, which is Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. Bring it up to any communist and they will lose their shit. They hate it. It's almost like the Black Book of Communism. It's like they're one of their kryptonites. They fucking hate that shit. But they just don't realize that it's the first step to realizing that they are fascists. So they don't like people going down that route because it gets people educated.
Said is that the DSM does have a threshold you need to cross for a diagnosis.
What's that?
So it's not applicable to how Vaush uses ECO's definition. It's very convenient that ECO's definition can't be used to make definitive judgments, but you should at the very least be able to get an idea of how fascist something is by looking at these points. So, how much of a fascist is Vaush?
Yes.
Oh my god, yes.
This should have been the entire video, my guy.
Yes.
This should have been
Yes.
power grabs. Unironically,
wow.
In some cases,
The
yes.
truth of whether the Holocaust happened, a power grab.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
And I'm going to make every conceivable effort to be charitable.
Am I supposed
The
to
Republican Party.
Huh?
Am I supposed to read all that?
Mm-hmm.
Not
I'll
reading
read it.
that.
The critical spirit makes distinctions and to distinguish is a sign of modernism. Fascism devalues intellectual discourse and critical reasoning as barriers to action, as well as out of fear that such analysis
not
will
listening. I'm
expose
busy having, like,
the
an
contradictions embodied in a
I'm coughing up my soda drink, energy drink.
Syncretistic. I've never heard that word before.
I don't care. I don't care.
Is literally mostly voted on by fascists.
True.
Take yes for an answer when somebody agrees with you, dude.
But they don't agree with me. I have never met a Republican who agrees with me on anything. I have never met a self-described conservative who shared a single goal with me. The average Republican would have supported Hitler. 100%. Yeah, that's the easiest call in my life.
Yeah.
Especially now.
100%.
Especially
Yeah.
now.
100%.
It's exactly like Nazi Germany. If you especially and we're not talking about Trump
Yeah.
either.
No. Where's the lie? Also, that was
making it look bad.
Yeah, I guess, but he's taking these points very liberally and then applying a video he thinks proves him wrong, even though.
So he's not going to read out the points. He's going to put the
No.
stuff on screen.
Yeah.
In a font that isn't exactly clear, slightly italicized.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, buddy. Great.
Let me get up the actual points because I'm pretty sure these are not it.
I believe that the property rights of the wealthy should not be respected. I feel that their assets should be seized from them and that many of them should be executed for crimes against the workers of this country.
That was definitely a joke, bro.
Fascists in America have been trying to destroy this country and turn it into an autocracy, well, more of one, for generations.
These are not
they
the
aren't
points.
a burgeoning movement of youth.
These are not the points.
Well, it's Eco 7, obsession with a plot.
Yep.
Is that is supposed to be example or something?
Yeah, these are not the points. Point 7 is obsession with national security. Fear is used as a motivation tool by the government over the masses. What do you use before? 6 is controlled mass media. Sometimes the media are directly controlled by the government, but in other cases the media are indirectly controlled by the government regulation or sympathetic media spokespeople and executives. Censorship, especially in wartime, is very common. Number 4 was suppression.
I don't care about it. Just hit play.
Supremacy of military. I'm just making a point that this guy is a fucking idiot.
We don't know if that's what he's doing.
They're funded
He
by
might be doing his own
billionaires. They're
thing. I
funded
don't know,
by
bro.
bankers and oil moguls. They're funded by politicians whose dads and their dads' dads were politicians.
Mm-hmm. That was supposed to be a conspiracy.
There have literally been studies done on the authoritarian brain.
That was what you picked
tend
up
to be
from
lower
Vaush being
IQ, more
conspiratorial,
fearful.
bro?
I guess so. Hey, look, this is actually one. He's actually got one, finally. Great.
More impressionable.
We are going to see a resurgence of global fascism sometime over the next 20 years.
Oh my god. He got this from Wikipedia.
Oh, is that what it's listed on Wikipedia? That makes sense.
Yeah.
I knew
Like,
it had to be somewhere.
Literally, one of the points, 14, is Newspeak. When did Umberto Eco ever use Newspeak? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Come on.
But it's Wikipedia. That's the expert source. Hey, by the way, Alan, I was looking for the fucking Destiny with Ryan Grimm, right? I couldn't find Destiny's lives on YouTube. Like, I don't know what channel he's uploading them on, or if they just get deleted or something. What are you doing? Disliking the video?
No, I'm just letting him know that that's not Umberto Eco's 14 points.
Okay.
Hey, look, Count Dankula. Count Dankula.
Count Dankula's in there. What does Count Dankula say?
We must secure the existence of my donations and a future of my career, Vaush.
That's
and
stupid.
it has 210 replies.
That's stupid. Lame.
That was silly.
We know what we're doing is right. We will improve society, whether society likes it or not. Donald Trump is a fascist, and the legislators for the Republican Party are fascist because they almost to a man back pretty much everything that he does. Do you really think it's that unlikely that the third branch of government would also, with judges appointed, by the way, by a fascist, might also have leanings in that direction?
Have you ever read the book 1984?
1984 is literally my favorite book.
Okay, so it's a really, really good point, because the way that they alter the minds of the people in
is through Newspeak.
Yeah, is it Europia or Utopia? What do they call it? Neuropia?
They call it
Eurasia.
Oceania.
Oceania. Oh,
Yeah,
Oceania.
like,
Eurasia.
this is supposed to make him look bad.
One of their leading ways of changing the minds of the people in Oceania isn't by indoctrinating them, but by depriving them of the words to express any thought that's counterproductive to what the party wants.
Holy shit, someone was able to actually reproduce the actual definition of Newspeak. I am floored. Not once have I heard in the whole time that we've been watching videos and the times that we brought up 1984, have I heard anyone describe Newspeak correctly. This is the first.
Wants them to think, you know?
Exactly.
So,
it's a beautiful book.
But that's not beautiful. Like, that's fucked up. You're essentially saying that people are too stupid and too immature and blah, 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 blah. So what we need to do is we need to dictate to them by giving them no other choice but to think certain things based on, like, the vocabulary and what?
That's politics, and you agree with me.
No, whoa. It's not, but it's kind of along the same ideas to where, like, well, we're just going to kind of get people to think what we want to think by just making all of the words mean this. Like, it's kind of the same thing. It's not the exact same thing, but it's kind of the same, along the same lines.
You're always talking about pretty boys or pretty boogle juice or something. I'm just like, I'm not learning your words, pal.
Yeah.
Don't involve me in your weird hobbies.
And both sides do it too. Both sides have their weird lingos.
I don't care.
It's so strange.
Difference is that we're doing what we're doing because we genuinely believe that there is a large group of people out there who are suffering because we haven't done this fast enough. Okay, that's why we do it. Now I understand that from an objective standpoint, this might
I'm telling you, bro.
like
I find the origin sources
language
of all
101.
this stuff,
But what do you
I
have to fear?
Nobody else is pulling up. How many views this video got?
400,000.
That's not bad for 2 years and being about Vaush. Not bad. 15K subscribers. Not bad.
But I've shifted a fair degree away from authoritarianism over the past couple of years.
7 of 14, epic.
Just to be clear, my point isn't.
Daniel Andrews, the Premier of Victoria, ticked 11 of 14 boxes under COVID.
Yeah, it is. I just assumed because of his voice. I couldn't see either because he made the fucking screen so fucking tiny.
All right, let's move on.
Well, what about stochastic terrorism?
That's fine.
Stochastic terrorism is when the distribution of propaganda via mass media meaningfully increases the likelihood of violent events taking place, particularly with a political motivation. The stochastic terrorist is someone who contributes to a political environment where violence is more likely to happen, but the violence itself can never be directly linked back to the stochastic terrorist. If you want to see a good breakdown of the concept, check out this Book Smarts video on Trump's speech before the January 6th Capitol insurrection. This is a video about Vaush, though, so we can let Vaush explain.
There's a term called stochastic terrorism. Has anyone ever heard the stories of back when environmental terrorism was a little bit more popular than it is today? Funny, because it should, if there was ever a time for it to be popular, it would be today. If the chainsaw ever hit that stake, the belt of the chainsaw is designed to cut through wood, not steel. The belt would break, meaning that the chainsaw, spinning very, very quickly, would send a belt laced with razor-sharp spikes flying out in any direction, damaging equipment, and if there was a person nearby, very likely
Vaush is old Vaush.
People were injured and sometimes killed from this practice. I'm not taking a stance on this right now. I am personally not in favor of the idea of stochastic terrorism against
I want
law.
this guy to start calling me a stochastic terrorist and start looking at all my fucking Al-Qaeda endorsements.
I think that's called actual terrorism.
Oh, come on, bro. I'm only saying, like, I'm just being a fair and balanced analyst. That's all. I don't need to fucking lie about Al-Qaeda to present them as fucking idiots and fuck Al-Qaeda. But let's not like pretend they're something they're not.
Yeah, exactly. Like pretending and lying about them only makes them stronger. Like the more people know about them, the less scary they become.
Particularly effective way of making the world a better place. Though I can't really blame the motive.
Imagine explaining stochastic terrorism to your audience and then pausing your explanation to engage in stochastic terrorism. Twice. Vaush both implicitly and explicitly endorses environmental terrorism here, which increases the likelihood of environment.
That's not stochastic terrorism, my friend. That's called what's the word? A call to action, a incentivization, a direct
I heard a thump and I wasn't sure if it was like an animal hitting my window or house or if it was a chinchilla just doing a jump. So I had to walk away. I was like looking around.
Like that is not what stochastic terrorism is. Stochastic terrorism is what Libs of TikTok does.
It's a type of mimetic warfare.
Yes, exactly.
It's truly, if fourth generation warfare is defined by non-state actors and the state losing its monopoly on violence in these regions, then surely losing their control on information is the next level, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah. Like it literally is a form of information warfare. Like it's got nothing to do with this. Like if you don't understand something, don't fucking talk about it. Or simply say, I don't know enough, but I think this. That is honestly good enough.
Well, there's also things like what is the Turner Diaries, right? That's responsible for the Oklahoma City bombings.
Which one?
It's the Turner Diaries. It's like a race war book that was in Timothy McVeigh's trunk, right? And he was like obsessed with this book.
Okay.
And it's like it's a shitty book. It's a shitty book.
Oh, I bet it is.
About like World War III, and it's like World War III is like blacks against whites or something. I don't know, but he believed it, and that part of the conspiracy is hitting the federal government because he thought it would kick off this war.
Right. Okay. Very smart individual, obviously.
Well, he did it because of Waco as well, and Ruby Ridge. We're both white supremacist weirdo groups that liked this book as well.
Yeah, of course they did.
Environmental terrorism taking place, although it could never be linked directly back to him.
My guy, they're literal calls for it. You could literally implicate him and tie it back to him. You cannot, not really, now that people are realizing you kind of can, but she
Okay.
deletes her
That's
tweets
a great
because
question.
that's the connect, right? Hold on. This is like, you can't really tie these attacks on trans people back to Chaya Raychak, right? That is a stochastic terrorist. You can through tweets, and luckily the internet is forever, especially for her. So that is a stochastic terrorist, not this. You're welcome. Continue.
So yeah, so Ketchum like killed John Lennon. Does that count as terrorism? No, and it would be the same thing with the guy who shot Reagan, thinking that he was saving Jodie Foster from the one fucking movie she's in, Taxi Driver.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. The people who are doing
Quite
the bomb
incredible,
threats
but
to TikTok aren't crazy.
No.
They're normal human beings that have been radicalized with an idea.
Yeah. And then further fostered by Ben Shapiro on the Daily Wire.
Well, I mean, this is like
And
something
then-
that's textbook in terrorist networks, is to
Yeah.
create like, this artificial reality within the own network.
Yeah. And then further spurred on now by Trump and Fox News and bigger people and Jack Posobiec.
You also look at like Russia telling
Yeah.
what to tell
Yeah.
people
Mm-hmm.
to
Yeah.
convince them to kill people.
Mm-hmm. Wild.
This is only the tip of the iceberg. Trump never directly called for violence on January 6th, but he didn't need to. What Trump was trying to do was convince his audience that their country was being stolen from them and they need to take it back.
This is insane. This is actually insane. That is stochastic terrorism. Yet you are still comparing the thing with Vaush, the literal thing with Vaush that was not stochastic terrorism, which could be directly implicated in a call for terrorism. He's like, eco-terrorism is low now, but if any time eco-terrorism should be as popular as ever right now, right? That's what he said. And kind of there is, if you count those weirdos throwing...
This is like the most worthless video ever made.
I know. And it's like, if you count those people throwing soup on glass in front of paintings as eco-terrorists, then maybe there's some. Or you count Extinction Rebellion's pathetic little displays of protesters eco-terrorism, then sure, maybe there's some eco-terrorism, but I don't think there is any. But I think he's right.
There is with the Mapuche rebels in South America.
Interesting. Okay, so a little bit. There we go. So we got a little bit.
And I think there's some. We talk about it in our video with Modern Insurgent. I think the West Papua movement might also be like this, but they also do like illegal logging that's hurting the environment.
Yeah.
I think.
But if you like look at it analytically, right? I think Vaush is right. If any time right now, there should be statistically more eco-terrorists than ever before. Statistically. Considering the environment we're in and how easy it is for people to get radicalized through the internet and TikTok and shit. You would think there would be more.
I think you can only get to the point of that true terroristic delusion when you're really actually in a desperate situation, right? I think the climate crisis is too normal to have that kind of motivation behind it. It's too rational to be against it, right?
Interesting. Okay.
But like at the same time, you look at like oh god, here we go. We're gonna get flagged now. Like the PKK, right? They're like they used to be. They're less nationalist now, but they used to be a Marxist-Leninist nationalist group. Technically, a national socialist group, if you put it like that, right? Because there is nationalism in there. It's like they're way not about it anymore, but they were a national socialist group by definition, right? So,
I mean, yeah, they're wanting their own nation, and they're technically socialist.
But then, like, you look at the stuff that they're doing, and it's comparable to the IRA, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's just very interesting that he's able to incorrectly label stochastic terrorism, but correctly label it because somebody else made a video about it. How interesting.
So, that's where I think the difference is. If like independence is a rational cause,
Yeah.
Where the only way you can do it is through some types of actions like that.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's a fair rationalization of it.
The speech was meant to build a sense of unity and terror in his audience. Then it ends with this. We are going to the Capitol. We're going to try and give the weak Republicans the kind of pride and
like
boldness
their new
they need to
ideology
take
is
back our.
Their new ideology of just like inclusivity and shit is like awesome.
Our country. Is this a direct call for violence? No. However, you would be lying if you said this didn't increase the chance of violence taking place. That's what stochastic terrorism is. However, Trump's speech has a cloak of plausible deniability. For one, Trump never justifies or calls for political violence. Violence is a logical outcome of what he's saying, but there is a natural defense that fear-mongering and getting people riled up
I
is
guarantee
simply
he's
what
just
politicians
plagiarizing
do.
that video he referenced
However,
before.
most people on the left still accept this speech as a clear instance of stochastic terrorism
It
and
is.
make no qualms about holding Trump partially responsible for the events of January 6th.
You
And
can't.
I would agree. To what degree he's responsible, it's hard to say, but at the very least, this rhetoric is incendiary and irresponsible. We already played the clip where Vaush unironically called for the genocide of the wealthy, but maybe you think he was being hyperbolic. What is Vaush's position on political violence?
You know that whole joke I do with political violence is wrong, always wrong, never do it, not even in Minecraft, it's immoral to hurt people thing. And it's always with a wink and a nod, and everyone knows my real position. You guys know I do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have like 30 clips of.
I'm over it. This video is actually useless. Anyway, we concluded that this guy is a moron. Cool. And you guys learned about stochastic terrorism. Again. You're welcome.
I don't know. It must be windy or something, because like something hitting the window or something. Who knows?
Yeah, no, it's like I did the conversion. It's about 100 degrees here. So I have a fan on.
Oh no! In my house, like I heard like something hit like the outside, like because like I live in like the wilderness, so like like a squirrel will like jump up on the house and stuff.
Yeah.
I was just making sure it wasn't inside my house because it sounded like it came from
right.
inside.
Do we have to watch this again?
Oh, there's a bunch of different ones though. There's a lot of different.
All right,
great
folks.
moments
Last
from it.
night was President Biden's State of the Union, possibly, perhaps his last State of the Union address, which is a terrifying thought given the alternatives. However, President Biden exceeded expectations. The general consensus here Friday morning across social media, across corporate media, is that Biden knocked it out of the park. He gave us a message of hope. He gave us a message of inspiration. What they think. Two, she's the youngest female senator ever. She's 42 years old. So they're like, let's put up a young person to contrast them with old Biden. They had been hyping her up on social media prior to the first State of the Union. And it was the worst thing we have ever seen. Let me explain it to you this way. It was so bad that after she finished and Donald Trump got on Truth Social to praise her, even his own supporters disagreed with him, saying, no, that was the worst we've ever seen. So what was so bad about it? Take a look for yourself if you didn't watch it. Here it is.
Epic.
I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime. It's truly breathtaking. But right now,
oh God,
the American
I can't watch
dream
that
has
woman
turned
again.
into a nightmare for
Jack hasn't seen it though.
Many families.
I need to see it.
The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this.
Oh my God, the head
Our
filter horrifying.
families are hurting.
The blinking.
A lot of folks on Twitter.
Oh my God, it's
blinking
awful.
Is
it's
horrifying.
awful.
Out that she seems like a very bad high school drama club member. But to me, it didn't come across as that. In that clip I just showed you, she sounds like she's about to ask you to start donating 50 cents a day. Trump got on True Social after the whole thing, and he said, quote, Katie Britt was a great contrast to an angry and obviously very disturbed president. She was compassionate and caring, especially concerning women and women's issues. Her conversation on migrant crime was powerful and insightful. Great job, Katie.
Okay. Look at that. Soulless. Evil.
Unblinking, unmoving.
You can't make this stuff up.
You are, though.
Look, we all recall when presidents faced national security threats with strength and resolve.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like ancient history.
Which ones?
Right now, our commander-in-chief is not in command. The free world deserves better than a dithering and demanding.
This meme I reposted from the Taliban, I lost my shit when I saw it. It was so funny.
Which one? Oh my god.
It's like the black sun, the Kami cross, and then the Islamic moon. And it's like he's literally shoulder firing the recoilless cannon. and like that's one of the funniest parts to me. But look, it's got the Star of David, it's the rainbow,
flag.
and liberalism.
Awesome.
It's fucking
epic. Leader.
Dear God,
I'm fucking
it
better
was
than you.
like some ancient witch started to take over her soul as that went on. Whew. Okay, that's Katie Britt giving the official response to the State of the Union. And as you could clearly tell from that video, she was chosen for a couple of
no chunk.
Oh, Francesca. Francesca's funny though.
reasons.
She's awesome.
One, she's a big up and comer in the party with vice president.
She's fucking
Everything's breaking again.
Francesca is
Presidential
like
aspirations.
one of the funniest
And
people
two,
that's
she-
in this like
okay.
TYT Sam Cedar circle.
Okay.
She can go from folksy smile to boring a hole through your skull with her eyes in about 2 to 3 seconds. But anyway, there's more, including way more different emotional states. Take a look.
I never could have imagined what my story would entail.
We heard this.
To think about what the American dream can do. Mr. President,
oh my God.
Enough is
Hi,
enough.
everybody. Actual
Innocent
Nazi
Americans are dying, and you only have
What do you
yourself
think, the lizard people
to
are
blame.
drunk? Yeah, what do you
It's
think?
been a minute since Joe Biden pumped gas, ran a carpool,
Oh my God, she's
or
terrifying.
even pushed a grocery cart.
Goshi cart.
She's the type of
Wink,
person
lady.
who would run you over and then be like, "Look what you made me do."
Mhm.
Why would you jump in front of the car?
Hear you,
Psycho.
and we stand with you. I know you're frustrated.
I'm fucking better than you.
Look, there's a lot going on there. And honestly, I'm going to say that what
Get to Francesca.
below and you become the hero.
Oh, thanks, Chunk. Chunk, join, make sure you join now. Hey, we're raising money for our NGO. You get your name at the bottom of the scroll bar, but going to the Patreon, Instagram, Twitter, all the sites are the same. You know, you put even $1 for a month, you get down there. Isn't that epic? You get to have your name forever in a magical imaginary plaque as being
We're
a
good at
founder of
this.
this NGO that's going to help journalists in conflict zones and places with limited to no freedoms. Click join now.
You famously said that the name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
That doesn't feel like a real kitchen. Like, again, I don't know if she is trying to break off from the Moms for Liberty group and start a new group.
Right.
I don't know if she's actually a sitting senator. I don't know if she is like doing an acting course and this is her very first monologue and she's trying to crush it. Like, there are a million.
Is she a Dominion?
I'm not sure. Moms for Liberty. I can check
You
if
should
she's a
check.
Dominionist. What's her
You should
name?
check.
Katie. Katie Britt.
Katie Britt.
Things, but like,
Got 2 first names.
That's how you know.
Remember what I say about 2 first names.
like this like very fragile state.
The chair will
of,
advise
I'm about to
that the
cry,
rules do
I'm about
care.
to laugh, but mostly I'm psychotic. And this is my parking space. Like this is the most, to quote Dr. Ritchie, the Karenicity on the brink of a breakdown that I've seen. And I guess that's what you want out of a political party?
It looked like a commercial for an antidepressant medication.
No. We don't want him. Where's her? More of her. There, she's back. All right.
She's always just going to be a housewife to him and to the other Republicans. I don't know exactly which it is, Francesca. What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's the irony of the entire thing is that she herself, I mean, she's part of where she's going to be delivering this rebuttal. And she was in, I guess, her kitchen. It kind of seems like a set, but she was there. I mean,
I must say, better than Anna.
Oh, well, she has her own show as well.
Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me.
Anna's on, I think Anna's on
prepared.
vacation right now. So that's why, so they brought someone better than her to
Yeah, she clearly prepares, and Anna doesn't.
You can call me whatever the fuck you want.
It
At
doesn't
this
seem
point,
like
I
she's
don't
even
give a shit.
religious. Besides the fact that like everyone is Christian in America, you know?
Sure.
There's no official like thing that she said on religion. I couldn't. So this is the only thing. She identifies as pro-life. Life begins at conception, and late-term abortions are more murder.
Yeah, it sounds like she's a religious.
Yeah,
she's probably a
well, she sounds like just that it's the populist because she's a MAGA Republican, right?
Okay.
But also like, in that speech, she said she was against the IVF ban that happened interstate. I think.
Hey man, I'm 29.
So yeah, so they all knew that was like a bad move, that IVF shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see anything about religion or anything, or like invoking God and stuff. But she was like like a business tycoon type stuff. So
yeah,
law firm.
and that was a choice.
And then she worked on staff and re-election campaigns. Judicial Nomination Task Force. She was the top advisor to Shelby for the head of the Judicial Nomination Task Force.
Okay.
One of the people who will be running in 2016, they said she'll be one of the people running Alabama in a few years. Head of blah, blah, blah. She's just, nothing important here.
Okay. I'll be back.
Holy shit, 22 fucking messages.
I just look like a regular old lady who's selling you, or mom who's, selling you some antacids, you know? And, you know, for your problem of border migrants, you know, like coming across, and like she said the word rape like 5 times in the first 5 minutes. Like, it's just ridiculous.
That was weird, yeah.
So again, like, and this is my broader point about Republican women in this party, that even though she is an accomplished senator, I guess, in her own right, that part of her selling the Republican Party is selling the second-class citizenship or the sort of housebound housewife identity of women. She's from Alabama at the same time that Alabama lawmakers are taking away the right to have a family via IVF because the right of a zygote is more important, right? She didn't talk anything about that. So speaking of, you know, talking about the crime on the border, what about the crimes being committed against women in this very country? So we'll see if this is enough to get suburban women, a lot of whom are losing the thread on the Republicans because of abortion rights. But it's just, again, it is.
Yeah, they're going to be like
sick way to sell this case to women.
Yeah, I would say,
like, hey, the Mexicans
John,
are going to rape you, or you can have
promoting
your abortions.
The upcoming rebuttal.
Like, what is the thing?
Based on that, if I were coaching her, I would say, listen, let's not, because it looks like she was probably reading from a teleprompter.
Yeah, and like, I don't think it was actually her kitchen. I think that was a fucking set. Because like they took a picture from the other side and there was no
Well, that's what they were saying, wasn't they?
Well, by then it was all like they put a fruit bowl and shit behind her. They put things in the kitchen, but they took a picture. It's the other side. You can see the light from the window that's behind her because there's a sink. So like, and there's
do you want
nothing.
to take over the screen sharing? I got 8.
What are we on?
I don't know.
Young
what do you want to do?
Yeah, just.
Oh no, this video is done. So go to whatever.
I wasn't ready. We're not ready. We're not ready. We don't have the fruit. We don't have the fruit. I got something here.
I'm good.
Okay, hang it.
Okay, I hear you.
I hear you. You have to listen to how
me too.
Anna introduces Junk here. I heard her introduce him, and I said, that's on the list to watch later. It's so funny.
Joining us now is Democratic presidential candidate Cenk Uygur, who has been running in the Democratic primary and has a big announcement to share with us. Cenk, how are you?
What do you think? The lizard people are
I've been better.
What you think? Okay, I hear you. Me too. So I am here to announce that I am suspending my campaign.
What?
I talked to
you
Joe
were our
Biden,
only hope.
and he has given me Secretary of Labor. So we negotiated. I'm kidding. He didn't do that, and I didn't.
Can you?
You are garbage. Okay,
You
You're
just
garbage.
floundered. Pathetic.
Imagine.
Under these circumstances, no, I cannot imagine.
Neither can I.
Yeah. So Anna.
No, not because of you.
Yeah.
I mean,
you were the chosen
go ahead.
one.
Go ahead.
He was Junk was our hero. You know?
The idea that there would be any kind of negotiation is hilarious. Anyways, no, I'm suspending the campaign, and I'm not actively campaigning anymore. So I'll be going back to my role strictly in media at Young Turks here, obviously back as a host. And I never left, but there were some restrictions that we had put into place and some extra programs we weren't doing. But I'll be going back to doing most of those. Kung Fu Panda. And so. And I wanted to talk about what we accomplished and didn't accomplish in the campaign. So I can start with goal number 3. You remember the 3 goals that I laid out. The fourth one popped up. Goal 3 was to win, right? That definitively did not happen. And if you remember when we first talked, Anna, I said, look, we need a couple of miracles. This was an act of desperation to try to change the course of this campaign because Biden, I was positive, was going to lose.
Yeah, like a democratic apparatus that actually values the democratic process and allows for a robust primary.
I remember in Gaziantep, I was doing it with Vice. They sort of, I mean, it's not wrong, really. Like, I mean, we have to think about the fucking place we're talking about at this time. Like, that's pretty much like the women weren't going outside and all that shit, Some were, but like, what did she expect? Where was she from?
Primary. Apparently, they're not interested in that. So continue.
That's for sure. But I knew that going in. If we had won the constitutional case that we had, Muslim leaders had backed us, etc., there was a real pathway to getting to the 15% and more, as we saw in Michigan and Minnesota. But those things didn't happen. So we wound up exactly where I thought we were. I said we got about a 1 to 2% chance, barring those miracles, and we wound up. Last night in the 4 states that I was on, somewhere between 1 to 2%. My high water mark was 2.2% in Oklahoma. We did, but I'm going to get to the goals we did accomplish in a second. But obviously, we didn't accomplish the goal of those couple of miracles to get to
they're
to
cooking
be able
them.
to win this. And I never ever want to give people false hope. So we're not in that business. Now it's definitively over, not just for me, but for the whole campaign. Obviously, Biden's going to be the nominee, except for one giant. Maybe, which is related to our first goal, but in terms of the naturalized citizen issue, that was our.
Let me tell you right now, that is an Isobel type thing to ask. The Taliban almost killed her. The Taliban almost killed her because she filmed somebody giving birth when she was there. And I'm like, why would you do that?
Wait, is that actually why?
Oh yeah, like you don't see it
that's wild.
It's at an angle, but it's like I was not ready for it. It like jump cuts in. The Taliban were so mad about that, but that's she also made them look like assholes. So of course they didn't like her, but that's what they just. So she went back there and they fucking detained her. And the fucking, I assume people had to get involved. I think they said you can't.
She has massive balls, gigantic balls.
Yeah, well, she's like a super, super rad femme. She's a girl boss, dude.
That doesn't surprise me.
I mean, she held that. She was the only thing holding that company together by the end.
And on that one, well, look, we put on a hell of a case, and so we, as you know, we've discussed in the previous interviews. We went to the district court in South Carolina, and I wanted to show the audience something, so you don't just take my word for it. The judge there was District Court Judge Joseph Anderson, and this is what he said towards the end of the process. And so he, if we could put that up, that'd be great. He said, let me just repeat what I said earlier. This case was unusually well briefed and well argued, and I repeat that. So what that means is, we almost had it. We almost had it.
And what happened? Why didn't it work out?
So he did about an hour and a half case, but there was like so many defendants on the other side that they ate up most of the time responding to us. So by the time we got to the end of the case, we didn't really have a chance to respond much. And at the district court level, they're very unlikely to agree with you because they would be overturning some degree of precedent. So we were hoping to be able to get to the circuit court level, but the circuit court denied our appeal to expedite the case before the South Carolina elections happened. So that kind of ended it in South Carolina. And to be honest, I just didn't raise enough money to be able to do it in 2-3 different states.
And it's funny because he's literally being like, "Hey, we're desperate for money. We're going out of business."
Very expensive to do this. And by the way, plenty of mistakes were made. I miscalculated, for example, how much money I
trying to
could
get
raise.
publicity for the Young Turks.
And because of this naturalized citizen issue, we couldn't raise anywhere near the amount of money we've raised in the past. So that it didn't allow me to make a second or third case. But we moved the ball.
It's so like, yeah, what a grifter. But like, this dude helped start Justice Democrats. He's responsible for getting like AOC elected. At one point, he actually was impacting stuff. Isn't that wild? Because they were the only like alternative to MSNBC. Like they were like the hip hop news of the woke world.
For whatever it's worth,
Harvard Chunk's suspending his campaign. What campaign, bro?
Professor Larry Lessig wrote a blog saying this isn't crazy at all. This is actually enormously possible, and he explained why it's possible. We might have millions of people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need 1% of our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever.
That's right.
So you
be
read
around
a list
forever.
real quick
So
of
that
since
Patreon link right there. You can pause it. Go to that Patreon link, donate any amount of money, and your name will be at the bottom of the screen.
The people that have said, I think Joe Biden's gonna lose. Okay, so we have David Axelrod, James Carville, Paul Begala, Bill Maher, Bob Costas, Charlemagne the God, Jon Stewart, Ezra Klein. That is just a short list of all the people going, we're gonna lose, watch out, watch out. Nate Silver, I forgot to put him on the list. Everybody basically saying that we were right. We were right. And so I want to congratulate my supporters for being right. And then finally, there's goal number 4, which came up, which was the Gaza situation. And that happened right, of course, as I was entering the race. And I was trying to push politicians to say, hey, maybe we should consider or reconsider Israel's funding since they're taking this money and not listening to us and committing these war crimes. And I prepared a clip, I think the producers have it, from Bernie Sanders just last week. So let's watch that.
The United States should not be giving Netanyahu and his extreme right-wing government another nickel for their war efforts.
What's funny is people are mad at him because he refuses to actually call it a genocide right now. I hate these people so much, bro. Just shut the fuck up. Our candidates that we want to be extreme. Also, well, this is with the State of the Union, right? I firmly believe that far left, especially PSL type, but like lefty left, right? I think they are more detached with and more disconnected from what Joe Biden said than Republicans. I think that it's dumb to cater to those people because it literally doesn't win them anything, because it's way easier to win these Republicans than get those fringe people out there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They render themselves ineffective, so all they do is, and all they do is work for fascists now. That's what that's all they want to do. Harass the most commie candidates for not doing enough.
Let them fucking make themselves look like fools, and then eventually nobody will support them.
Oh, they still will, though.
Oh, they always will be.
That are killing so many innocent Palestinians.
So, did we move the ball enough? I don't know. And that's a good question for everybody out there.
Chuck's sitting here like, did I save the world? I don't know. But that's up for you to decide if I saved the world or not.
Decide, did we move it enough to say victory? No, I don't think so. Maybe Biden drops out after the primaries, in which case we say we had a big role in that. Not a definitive one, but a sizable one in what we did. If next election cycle a naturalized citizen wins, or if we can actually get Bernie Sanders and others to push for ending the funding of Israel, if they're going to continue to do this, then we'll have won something tangible and real. But for the moment being, I got caught trying.
Is there anything left in the Democratic Party that's worth looking forward to or feeling any hope about? And I mean that. I really do.
Yeah.
Because as they
Jasmine Crockett
continue to, and I'm talking about Congress specifically, as they continue to take
Jasmine Crockett,
the campaign contributions and legalized bribes that we've been talking about for a long time, and as they continue to trade individual stocks based on insider information that they get in their closed door briefings, they become more and more corrupt. And they're bribed by the same corporations and donors that the Republican Party is bribed by. So what's left for the Democratic Party? And I get that some people are.
My issue is just these people, no matter what happens, they cry about it. I just want them to shut the fuck up for once. That's all. Just shut the fuck up.
We're gonna get real offended by that. But I'm genuinely curious, outside of the rhetoric, outside of the lip service to marginalized communities who they never hesitate to screw over once it's convenient for them to do so, what's left for the Democratic Party?
Yeah, so I have a short-term and long-term answer to that. In the short term, Biden's the nominee and he's gonna get slaughtered. And so I don't care what people say, I could read numbers. If you can't, that's kind of your problem, not my problem.
The socialists,
and if you say
like all the leftists in this country are trained to hate AOC now because, like, just even like being in that socialist side of things, you're connected to some stuff like Jimmy Dore. Even if you don't watch it and stuff, you have to think about like most people don't have any political informity. So if they think that they're like super left and they're basically just like, I want free healthcare, that's what a socialist is for the most part in America. That said, it doesn't matter because AOC's base in New York fucking loves her. Like she is, and also AOC votes against her own party more than anyone else in Congress.
Oh my God! They've already, Andrew Mitchell today on air started blaming third parties. He hasn't even lost yet, but they know he's going to lose. So it's begun, the same old talking points. But it is not impossible for Biden to drop out after the primaries and for us to get a really good candidate against Trump. That would be an excellent short-term band-aid, but it would be a
candidate will be me.
In terms
of
the long-term answer,
because I am junk.
Look, I've been trying to lead a rebellion against the corporate Democrats for now, well over a decade. And it had a brief success and when we founded Justice Democrats and got 11 of them into Congress, but they've largely been co-opted. And now AOC is out there saying, don't run against incumbents, which is the exact opposite of the point of Justice Democrats. So that was a spectacular success and effort that has now unfortunately come to a conclusion. They're not going to lead any rebellion inside Congress. They're enormously comfortable and they are very wary of challenging their colleagues, which means, well, then you can't do a rebellion inside the Democratic Party. Okay.
So the biggest race that just happened was two progressive candidates running against an establishment candidate for fucking Dianne Feinstein's seat. That was the biggest election that just happened. What are you talking about? People have been talking about primarying cinema as well. So she's lucky she dropped out because that was the whole thing. Is they talked about that for a while.
Yeah, I've heard that going on for years.
So then the only hope that remains is twofold, which is by
Is
2028,
he actually
which is 4
grifting or
years.
is he delusional? I don't know. I think he genuinely believes that he can save the world if they just give him power at this point.
From now, even if Biden drops out, there's a 0% chance that his delegates will pick a progressive.
Mhm.
So I mean, I love Ro Khanna and others, etc., but there's no way.
Also, as far as AOC goes, Hakeem Jeffries wouldn't be the like taking Nancy Pelosi's position if it wasn't for AOC. Like AOC was fundamental in getting Hakeem Jeffries up there. And like, I don't know much about him, but fuck, I hate Pelosi, so I could care less, you know?
Those insiders pick Ro Khanna.
Shank, that's the reason why in the beginning of this interview, as you were joking about Biden offering you a cabinet position, I couldn't help but laugh. And it's not because of who you are as a person.
Imagine.
It's because of the gatekeepers who have stood in the way of
Can you
anyone
explain
who genuinely
more about AOC helping Hakeem? Actually, not really. I just know that's like one of the things that like, because they're both from New York, basically, because she helped campaign for him or something. She challenged something for him. Either way, she's probably going to be tighter to the establishment because of it. But I'm not sure the exact circumstances, because for a long time I wasn't even like following American politics. So I don't know off the top of my head.
Wants positive change in our political system, our economic system. And look, AOC and other progressive individuals that you helped to get elected got co-opted for a reason.
Yeah.
I just wish they were smart enough to realize that they've been co-opted.
Yeah, plus maybe they don't want to find out, because in order to fight,
that's true. That's true.
In order to fight the system, you have to get really, really uncomfortable. I mean, look at how
another thing, the first thing that came up is fundraising. AOC raises a shitload of money.
Yeah.
Right. So because she raised so much money for the Democratic Party, that's another factor that helped him rise there. And also, he's a big earner too. Both of them are, I guess.
Uncomfortable I got in this race.
Everyone in that room is going to hate you every time you show up to the House floor to debate legislation, vote on legislation, and you've been pushing back on, corporatist policies that have been absolutely devastating for American workers in this country. Everyone's going to hate you in that room, and I get it. It's super uncomfortable, but didn't they expect that? Isn't that what they were supposed to do?
Oh, 100%. So that's kind of why I've given up on it. But let me say two things here. One is a little interesting. Look, when you get into power, you wind up caring about yourself a lot more. I'm just being honest, right? So, for example, I know for a fact that some of the Muslim American politicians.
Oh, okay. So the guy she primaried is what helped him. So she primaried that Democrat to knock them out. And that's what helped Hakeem Jeffries for that position to be at the House top. Because she took out like a top guy. That's what it was.
Not Rashida Tlaib, but some of them, because I don't know about Rashida. I don't know what she thinks, okay? But some of them thought supporting me was a bridge too far. And so Uncommitted got a lot of votes.
Clip right before she flies away.
I hate this guy.
Oh yeah,
This is comedian.
This is how RFK Jr. chooses.
See, I definitely just heard something hit again. Maybe it's in my fucking basement, like an animal's down there trapped.
To do so.
People were like, "Hey, you were on," and you were like, "No, let me just tell everybody." Great plane.
Was a plane?
Yeah.
I know it was not. I don't know.
That's not gonna impress him, right?
It wasn't like a big plane.
Yeah.
Like I've been on Donald Trump's plane.
Nice.
Which is, it's like a 737.
Yeah.
It's not like a little G6 or something
Man
like that.
I love it. Holy shit.
Just
flex on him.
A little G6.
Okay, but give the context, obviously, to the Epstein thing, because you basically
So first of all, I'm in New York from most of my life.
Yeah.
So, and you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house. Bill Cosby came to my house.
You all good.
I did know a lot of them, but you don't know these people are swamp creatures until all this stuff comes out.
OJ's innocent. OJ did nothing.
Yeah.
Wait, do you know something?
I will hand it to Andrew Schultz for that line after where he says, "But you did also know some good people, right?" That was pretty good. But
I mean,
that was bizarre.
RK very much was like every single famous pervert I know.
Yeah, I know. I know. And I didn't know until after.
Every famous sexual predator I'm friends with, or at least one do in some capacity.
I'm sorry, but people were making jokes about Harvey.
Okay, Jack, I'm telling you right now, I know this video is going to be awful.
Hey, you put it on there. I'm just curious.
I know.
I love
had
Final
to
Fantasy
because I'm
VII.
just so curious. I had to give him a second chance.
All right, you've done your work. You spend more time watching Sam Sulek videos on YouTube than you do talking to your own family. You wake up and eat nails without milk. In a cold shower, you've gone through your guts-inspired training montage and have them hot, chiseled abs they talk about on TV.
What is happening?
You're an
Just
alpha
him reading
male.
a script.
You've built up an impressive resume since starting work on January 31st, 1997 in the original Final Fantasy VII, and have since become the great soldier you promised yourself you'd be, not only in your own franchise, but also in gaming as a whole, through your appearances in titles like Super Smash Bros., Kingdom Hearts. 27 years in the business, looking better than you ever have before, with the world at your fingertips. And one question on everyone's mind: Team Tifa, Team Aerith? Welcome to Deep Thoughts While Gaming. I'm Chris
Team
Chappell.
Aerith,
The second
fuck
installment
Tifa.
of the Final Fantasy VII Remake is out, and Cloud is at the pinnacle of his game. Well over
What is
40
happening?
and still looking
I'm so
21.
confused. This game came out before I went overseas. What the
Isn't
fuck
this
is
the
going
new
on?
one?
What do you mean? It's just the remake. There's nothing different about it.
They did it again though.
So they remade the remake.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. People are so dumb. Oh my god.
Yeah. That's what happened.
He's the unstoppable hero that Power Fantasy animes want you to be, wielding his huge authority as he fights for the environment with his friends. It's no mistake that he's gotten so much attention from them ladies, particularly his childhood crush Tifa and the new woman in his life, Aerith. Both of them with an eye on the prize.
Hits.
Cloud's heart. How should Cloud, a high-value man who spent his life as a free bird, decide on what Oprah Winfrey calls the most important decision you will ever make?
Well, don't worry, it'll be made for you because one of them gets stabbed through the
Childhood
chest.
crush, promise you'd always protect. Someone who has shared life experiences with you and enjoys the same things you do. Both of you having been through the same sorts of struggles, or Aerith, the foreign and mysterious flower girl you bumped into, polite and pristine. She introduces you to her mom as her bodyguard and loves feeling on them biceps.
Tifa just punches shit. Tifa
What
just yes.
Gaming review. This could be you.
Yes, but this is awful. Mine.
He's
will
just
be-
reading a script, bro.
Mine will be much better than this. Don't you worry.
Mhm.
I'm also doing Final Fantasy, but it's Final Fantasy 16. I could do a 7.
Yeah,
I've
you don't.
played enough of that fucking game that I could. But maybe we'll see how the 16 video goes before we plan anymore.
Her aura radiating a more traditional element of femininity.
Also, Tifa just punches shit. Aerith heals you. She's actually an addition to your arsenal, not just another puncher. She's better.
Femininity. The many men. would
The
argue
fastest way
you're
to kill the
seeking
enemy
today,
is with
at least
damage.
if you give any credence.
Who gives a shit? If I die in the process, what's the problem? Can't do damage when you're dead.
Credence to the rise of podcasts like At Whatever and Fresh and Fit that, in their own view, exposes the problems associated with what they refer to as modern women and push for a more traditional view on gender roles. These views, that can generally be understood to be tied more to the red pill and men's rights movement, would say that Cloud needs someone like Aerith to help support him from the back as he takes on the demons of providing for the household. However, a more feminist view on the matter would say that Cloud should value Tifa, a strong, independent woman, willing to get up close and personal with him on managing the challenges of life. In the modern economy, a two-income household is becoming more and more necessary for a happy life as cost of living continues to rise. And a strong man would certainly need a strong woman on his side.
This was written by a cult, just in case nobody knows. This is literally written by a cult. He's reading a script written by a cult.
What is happening?
Like
it's a cult, bro.
Business
What do you
owners,
expect?
Leela and Alex Hormozy. Further, the point that
what are these
it's better to stick with
references?
someone who shares your values
Cult
and is
references.
willing to walk with you side by
Cult
side
stuff.
through the fire. This camp would view Tifa as their clear choice. But first, before we consider
Also
both sides, let's set the playing field so we know what we're really talking about. The Final Fantasy series, like most elements of gaming culture,
Because remember,
was
that's what
born in
XQC
Japan.
was shown.
With
Oh,
Tifa-
by the way, Gamergate 2 started.
Really?
Yeah, remember
what?
when remember how I was on that shit and I pulled it up and I said, this is what people are upset about right now, these tits, right? And then I pulled up Yakuza and I said, this is a mini game in this game, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. So the company that they were targeting, now they're calling for Gamergate 2 against this sweet baby company.
Oh my god.
Told you, man. I was on that shit. Somehow I plugged into that reference and saw it coming.
I don't know how.
Yeah, but remember the new one, her tits are even bigger.
Yes, they are.
And
So that's
bouncier.
the local girl, whereas Aerith, with her pale skin and green eyes, is the clear stand-in for a foreign beauty. Perhaps then it's telling that the Japanese game developers gave the foreigner many of the elements of femininity that Westerners believe they'd, perhaps a bit stereotypically, find in Japan. The same group of people that raised the banner for Team Aerith, a Western woman in-game, don't actually attribute any of her values to Western women.
Okay.
The entire appeal of
The
her
tits
that
ended wokeism.
gamers all across
Yeah,
the
that's
world
literally
is
this
the
is this is the fictional pair of tits that's fighting wokeism. The other one is Sydney Sweeney.
element of distant purity that she represents, and not where she's from. In this way, we can go past simply analyzing the physical elements and fetishizations of these characters and get into the internal conflict they
Also, Cloud dresses up as a chick to get into it as a prostitute.
But you can't say it's woke because it is in the
It's
first
great.
game. By the way, you know who loved this game, guys? Shout out in the chat if you know. Famous epic freedom fighter who loved this game.
Oh, I know. I'm not going to spoil it though.
represent to the Chad that is Cloud. Do you stick with the girl who's been with you on the way up, even if she isn't perfect? Or do you give in to the
I had to
advances
watch a video to
beautiful
understand this. We did one. Not the Cindy Sweeney one.
flower girl?
Oh,
or perceived
ding ding, someone got it. Bin Laden is correct.
For most men, these questions may seem like distant mountain peaks they may never reach. To hold the attention of not one, but two women may almost feel like a fantasy. Well,
He
that's
likes
the
it
real
because of the
Final
tits.
Fantasy. Years of trolling on the internet
There he
have
is,
left
Bin
us
Laden.
weak with the strong stench. But for a true top G like Cloud, he may have a
You know what? I think they actually may have redone the campaign.
Yeah,
I
she's
might,
got.
I might have to look into that.
No, she's
No.
got-
Like I don't remember this in the game at all, so I think it may be different. Interesting. I may be wrong.
the third option, where, like so many other rich and attractive bachelors, he never settles down with one woman.
Or maybe they just trolled everybody and added more side quests instead of the main story.
So many followers of Andrew Tate believe is the way.
Boo.
The developers of Final Fantasy knew our viewers would raise this concern, and that's why they added Andrew Tate in the game through his persona as Rude, Rude, another
my
top G,
God.
stands in the way of Cloud's path towards chadhood. He too has a crush on Tifa and says he cares about keeping Aerith safe. Aerith tells Cloud that Rude isn't a bad man. However, he does present a challenge in the philosophical.
I have no idea.
Well, there's a certain allure in.
I have no idea. But apparently that's Andrew Tate, and the Japanese developers put Andrew Tate in the game in when was Final Fantasy VII made? Hold on. Hey Siri, when was Final Fantasy VII made?
I think it's supposed to be a joke because he does the funny cult news.
97.
Mm-hmm.
I hope it's a joke because that's fucking stupid if that's the actual assertion.
Stringing both women along. In the end, someone like Rude on the scene, you might miss your chance and end up alone forever, losing both.
This is
what
awful.
do love doctors say about what high-value men want or potentially
it's made by a cult?
Therapist and relationship expert Esther Perel states men in power often seek partners who validate their success.
Mako
True
eyes.
compatibility is found when both individuals share mutual respect and common goals.
Okay.
Our initial impression of this would be that Tifa then would be the one that Cloud should be with.
Oh my God.
Perhaps
Who gives a shit?
You're gonna wish you were watching that last video.
God.
If
you
you'd
were
like
watching
the
that
channel,
last
join our growing Discord server, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been very disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens' counselor or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard.
In the entire Western Hemisphere.
Huh?
I said I'm plugged in. That's how I find these videos.
He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox. And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to. But the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling.
He has a channel called First Thought. He does regular news, I guess. Not popular like this one. Okay.
I hate this
Stop.
so much.
He adjusted. He
5
pretended
months,
to
just
adjust
about
a
everyone I know
succulent
has
in the
come to the
beginning,
same
bro.
conclusion.
You go back and you tell me if he
Dyed-in-the-wool
moved
liberals
succulent
are as
at
much
all. How artificial are we getting with this shit? We're pretending to move succulents in our fucking artificial opening. We know you already clapped.
Okay. All right. Rolling.
It moved a little.
Okay, let's go. Over the past 5 months, just about everyone I know has come to the same conclusion.
Awful.
Dyed-in-the-wool liberals are as much the enemy of normal, decent people as conservatives are. And when I say liberal, I don't mean your average Joe who likes Harry Potter and Marvel movies and doesn't really think about politics outside of election years.
Will you shut up, man?
I mean the people who love Harry Potter and Marvel movies and also go out of their way to scold Palestinians for resisting their own extermination. People who demand you condemn Hamas while refusing to acknowledge that history didn't begin on October 7th. People who split their time evenly between rewatching Hamilton and calling anyone who criticizes Joe Biden a Russian troll or a Chinese spy.
Oh my God.
I think you know the type.
No.
Projection.
I don't.
You know why he mentioned those things? Because that's what he gets called on Twitter. Crazy.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Why are you crying if it's not true?
Feels like
But
a copy
just so
of
we're
Johnny
on
Harris.
this-
He's far worse.
Also, as we've discussed previously, you are an agent.
Yeah, he's like
Same page, but
More than Hasan.
he's
Way
like,
more than Hasan
what's
is.
going on here? You know?
Yeah. It's very weird.
before we go any further, let me be extra clear.
Extra.
Liberalism is the default ideology in the imperial core.
Oh my God, 30-second penalty.
10-second penalty, Imperial Core, flag on the play.
Justice, peace, or progress. Let's start with the civil rights era. A lot of Americans today erroneously believe that
I thought this was about people protesters for Palestine today.
We need a whistle soundbite, and then an umpire that says flag on the play before we skip.
What if I make a little digital animation for a guy who comes out?
That'd be great.
that when Dr. King came onto the scene, he magically opened everyone's eyes and ended racism. Sure, things were bad back then, but his words were so moving that everyone put down their pitchforks and agreed that we were all equal.
Oh, he ended racism. Like that type of framing. Bro, nobody thinks that, but you know what? He did. All right? Think about it. Before Dr. King, think about how much more divided things were. He didn't end all racism, but he ended a lot of people's racism, right? He changed a lot of shit. Okay? So you know what? Fuck this guy. He's basically like diminishing Martin Luther King's legacy by like doing this like sarcasm of he defeated racism. No, everything's perfect.
But he's a white communist. He knows everything.
And of course, the white liberals were marching hand in hand with black Americans to forge a path to a brighter future.
He's an ally, remember?
Nah.
While MLK did have a profound way with words, and there were indeed a number of white Americans who marched for equal rights, this simplified view of the civil rights era is exceptionally misleading. Martin Luther King is one of the most co-opted figures in modern history. Everyone tries to claim him for their particular set of beliefs. I made a whole video about how history whitewashes black radicals. But the thing about these people waxing poetic about how great King was is that 90% of the time, they would have hated the man had they lived in the same era.
True.
Think about your family members today and how they reacted to the Black Lives Matter rallies and protests. If they're anything like my family, you probably heard some pretty ignorant, hateful statements. The same exact thing happened in Dr. King's time.
MLK was Kurdish.
Racism and constant attempts to misconstrue what the movement was really about. The thing that always concretizes that fact for me is this comic by the white moderate cartoonist Charles Brooks. King talking to a reporter with the city destroyed in the background and some white people lying on the ground. And King saying,
this is really like Johnny Harris because he really has to spell every fucking thing out from like square one for
Liberals
you,
get
doesn't he?
uncomfortable and suddenly they're not for equal rights anymore. Or more accurately, they still say they are, but they just have some concerns about optics. That's not how you're supposed to protest.
Also, I think
everyone just protest peacefully.
Like suggesting the framing that, you know, because he's going to draw this up to Palestine and Gaza. I think that it's disingenuous to compare that to the civil rights era, because it's different, right? Because most of that was actually carried through with like, you know, most they could say both are ignorance, but that was more legitimate hate, right? So people who are just like think that, oh, we just side with Israel because that's what we're supposed to do. They haven't been exposed to the atrocities that they've seen. They've only seen like the rhetoric around October 7th, these types of things, right? That is way more of something that could actually be like, you know, you could change somebody's position on this in just one conversation about Palestine, right? Because there's so much there. And I think most people, because in casual engagements with conversations, most people are way more receptive in casual conversations, not in debate bro online forums, right? But like when I go out and I talk to people and I'm talking about specific things, you know, I haven't been out to talk about Palestine lately or anything, but like I think we were way more aware of like Palestine, right? Like it's like my high school was pretty aware of it. Like the only like I even went to school, like we had Palestinian kids in like my high school and shit, you know? Like it was just like a normal thing. So I think that most of it does come from this. Like I don't think most people are even Zionists. They don't even think about the rhetoric of like Israel, like not like Israel actually being wiped out, like they want to wipe Israel out. Maybe they even think that like, oh, like Iran is bad and wants to kill Israel, or maybe, but I doubt they even like know about Iran and Israel, the average person. So I think this is just disingenuous. People just need actual education. They don't need to be like, you would have been to people who hated Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Stop.
It just pushes people away.
Why? So you can ignore it? The entire point of protest is to be disruptive.
We have
But
like you
even
can just
if we
point to
put
the
that
ICJ.
aside, no one wants
ICJ
to have
hearing,
to
right?
protest. They
Just
want things to change.
You can't
with
debate
as little
that.
friction.
Right? That's like as undebatable as it fucking gets right there. For like the average person isn't going to.
As possible. But that's just
And
not
the
how
average
things
person who
work
supports
when the
Palestine
oppressor
also
class
doesn't know
likes
shit.
their position,
Yeah.
and that position is dependent upon subjugating another class. It's like Castro said during the Cuban Revolution. The people did not choose the path of armed struggle. It was the path that was forced upon them.
Che was
Same
better.
with Palestine.
Che
The number of
was more
tweets I've seen
relevant.
from
Che
liberals
actually
saying,
had an
I don't
impact on
understand why they
guerrilla
can't just
fighters,
peacefully
not like
protest,
Castro did.
is insane. And every single time, someone claps back with a different instance
Twitter's
of
not
Palestinians
real.
peacefully
Twitter's
organizing
not
and
real,
being
bro.
killed all the same. By the time King penned his letter from Birmingham jail, which you heard some of at the beginning of this video, he had become disenchanted with white northern liberals, who had earlier in his career been his greatest source of white support.
I don't give a fuck because
But when
Twitter's
King
not a real
started talking
place.
about systemic issues that intersected with racism, such as economic inequality, these liberals started to squirm. The comfortable whites who looked down on the southern yokels for their ignorance and
We're
racism
gonna do
were now in
Mandela
the hot
after
seat
this to
themselves.
draw into apartheid.
They benefited from a two-tiered society in
Maybe.
which liberal elites were at the top. And so the complaint about optics was born. Look, Dr. King, we support your ideals, but the way you're protesting just isn't okay. This is the way liberals operate. They support emancipation movements in theory, but as soon as it crosses into the realm of the material, they
So
become
keep
no
fighting.
different than conservatives. If violent protest is illegal, and nonviolent protest gets your liberal supposed supporters to condemn your movement, what recourse do you have to effect change?
Fuck
There's
the
a reason
liberals.
imperial core countries are actively trying to
30-second
criminalize various
penalty.
Joe Biden literally was inspired to run because of Martin Luther King. He told us yesterday, right? Didn't he say that? That's what he said, right? That was
I
him,
don't know.
right?
Maybe. He got an imperial core penalty. And it broke it.
95% today. That's how liberals operate. They oppose any attempts at emancipation while they're happening, then pretend they were always on the side of the righteous when they have
Would
the
we
benefit
say-
of
hang
history
on.
books telling them who the good guys were.
Because when we're
There's a
talking
great tweet
liberalism here, we're talking about a whole different. We're talking before Thatcher liberalism here. You know, what does liberalism mean at this point? Did people actually identify as liberals
It's
back
definitely
then?
it's
I'm
definitely not
sure.
the same. It's definitely not the same. Because liberal back then is like a libertarian.
I don't know. It wasn't that far back. I'm just googling MLK liberals. Okay, liberal.
It really sums up this liberal tendency. A liberal is someone who opposes every
he
war
did.
except
This is
the
right
current
here.
war
Northern
and supports
liberals.
all civil rights.
It says right here, Northern liberals. It's the quote that he was just referencing. He called on Northern liberals.
Movements except the one going on right now. Now, while MLK was outspoken in his disappointment with white liberals,
He really doesn't touch grass, does he?
Yeah,
Malcolm
so he
X
called
went a critical
for.
step further.
Hang on, this is a Times article. It says he called for a liberalism that was. He called for a new type of liberalism, which I'd argue is something that's closer to a modern idea of liberalism, because race is not included, and that type of equality is not included in like a classical definition of liberalism. And this whole like diversity is our strength thing is really taken off, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Biden used to be pro busing, and yesterday he was saying, I went into politics because of MLK.
Further and correctly labeled them an enemy of genuine progress and liberation. The conservatives are wolves. You know what they're up to. They're evil and they're honest. Not because they care about being honest, but because they're not afraid to wield power when they have it. The liberal is a fox. Less outwardly threatening, even seemingly approachable, but still a predator. A conservative will usually be open about their racism and how they need to keep the dirty foreigners out. Whereas a liberal will say things like, I see you.
Yeah, it's funny. This is how I describe communists and fascists. The communists are the deceptive, quiet ones who lie about their intentions, while fascists are just very out in the open about it. It's very funny.
Che
I
was
hear
also
you.
very dangerous.
Hate
Look, I
has
didn't
no
say I
place
liked
here.
the guy.
And then they'll
I'm
run
just saying
campaign
that
ads about
he
how
had more
conservatives are
impact
failing to
on like
secure the southern border.
revolutionary tactics
Biden
and stuff.
Yeah. He definitely did.
hasn't stopped building Trump's wall. That should tell you everything you need to know about the liberal approach to immigration. Pretend you're deeply concerned, and then do the same thing the conservatives are doing. Or take the genocide in Gaza. We've seen a handful of the more liberal Democrats speak out against what Israel is doing, which is no small feat for a politician in the United States. But then when push comes to shove, they do the evil thing anyway. As I'm writing this script, every single Senate Democrat
your beef is with politicians? Why not just say that? Mine too.
Voted to continue funding the genocide in Gaza. Every single one. It's like the meme. The people on the receiving end of U.S. militarism don't
not.
care whether
It's
the
not
people
like
who
a
sent the
meme.
bombs are deeply concerned about it. They're still sending
Funny meme.
the bombs. Socialists like
This
me
might
tend
be
to
more
joke about
protested
Democrats
than the Iraq War.
Possibly. We'll see how long it lasts.
just being Republicans with a rainbow flag painted on their bombers. But it's absolutely true.
No,
the
it's not.
liberals' only objection to imperialism and global domination is on aesthetic grounds. They may say they're
imperialism.
cool with gay people, but they're still going to turn the rest of the world to glass if it means maintaining our hegemony. A good example of this meaningless
Second thought, how do we
Pharrell
maintain hegemony if the rest of the world is glass? Can you, seriously, can we just critically think for like 2 seconds? How is that possible?
Yeah. I'm just keeping it muted because he's playing copywritten music.
saving injured people, journalists trying to show the world what's happening.
Here we go.
The people who
Couldn't get his hand.
blindfolded a man, told him to run, and then sniped him in the back
These
of
are
the
called
head.
war crimes, bro.
Okay,
Yes.
Celebrities being useless is one thing. But when you have a liberal world leader, that's when things get really dangerous. Take Trudeau, for example.
Oh my God.
In response to one of the many ongoing protests for Palestine in Canada, on February 13th, he posted the following on Twitter. The demonstration at Mount Sinai Hospital yesterday was reprehensible. Hospitals
I
are
don't give a
places for
fuck, 'cause
treatment
Twitter's
and
not a
care,
real
not
place.
protest and intimidation. I strongly condemn this display of anti-Semitism. In Toronto and across Canada, we stand with Jewish communities
Oh,
against
so
this
it's bad
hate.
because he called it
This is
anti-Semitism.
insane.
Because I agree
If
with
you've
like
been online
being
at
able
all in
to
the last 5
a
months,
politician being able to say like, can we not protest or target hospitals? I'm fine. I'm fine with that. But oh, it was anti-Semitism. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I guess
why.
that's the one thing that went wrong here that we're supposed to be mad at.
You'll know where I'm going with this. Justin Trudeau,
if
liberal
the
darling,
ceasefire
has
comes in Gaza, we can almost guarantee that they'll start bombing Hezbollah like full on. You can almost guarantee it.
supported to the hilt the Israeli apartheid regime, which has bombed every single hospital in Gaza out of operation. Not only that, these monsters also dressed as doctors and nurses and infiltrated a hospital to
Isn't
shoot
Trudeau
and
the most
terrorize the
woke leader?
patients and
He tries
heroic
to be.
staff
He's
inside.
always like trying
To
to
the
get the
liberal,
most inclusive LGBT acronym. He's always
It's
like the one
absurd.
inventing the new one.
He's a
He's
ridiculous
drawn up
human
new
being.
progress flags every day.
He's
But
worn
also,
blackface.
as far as him being woke, what about the indigenous people in Canada? How are they doing? They doing
Probably not
much worse
great.
off than most of the ones in America?
We'll
Do you
check in
know?
with Dax. We'll see how.
You know, well, what's interesting about it is like I'm pretty sure if I understand correctly where he's from. So the tribe that literally negotiated the social contract and modern law for Canada and those nations is like the Iron Confederacy region, right?
Okay.
Where like that. So it's like that's why like Minnesota is technically more Canada because it's their territory more, right? But like over here, Canada is more New York because it's like the Iroquois territory,
Yeah,
and they're like
yeah.
central to New York.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
So I said this to Black Red Guard. I said no, because you can't say that upward of New York City is New York or is Canada because it's been a completely separate nation forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it French Canada?
Well,
On
French
that
Canada is more like Newfoundland. It's like up with Maine and stuff. It's like a they like go, it like curves up. But
Yeah,
like I'm more like Niagara Falls in Ontario,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But like That's where the Last of the Mohicans is taking place and shit. Like these there were natural barriers with the Great Lakes and stuff that separated these nations.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. That's very interesting.
But the Iron Confederacy extended below into Maryland and stuff. They have more of a right to come into America and claim that territory, basically.
Yeah.
Walking outside a hospital and demanding justice is a bridge too far. But butchering an entire population because it serves the interest of capital is
the Red Guard who drag.
The justification
it depends on who you talk to. I think for a radical socialist, he's one of the most pragmatic and most intelligent. He's well educated as well. And I think as far as like, you know, the Champagne Socialist thing with Hasan, you know, living in a house, this dude works in a homeless shelter. You know, I mean, that might just be the work that's available, but like, I think that's hardcore. Right. I think that's like more living to your principles to have employment like that.
100%.
So, like we've also had like, I mean, you look at the guy we talked to, who was talking about his time in Iraq in 2000, not the most recent one, not the PMC one, but the earlier one we talked to. Like that guy was pretty far right. You know, like he was like definitely in the libertarian conservative, you know, so like we're all over the place with who we talk to. I just think that there's a legitimate, like I actually had to delay that. I actually bumped your episode up because he got into so much controversy after shit he said about October. I had to bump him back. I remain the best interview person on this channel.
It's up there.
Obviously doesn't work anymore. It's an absurd claim to make.
It's a good episode. It's a really good episode.
That criticizing a genocidal apartheid regime is anti-Semitic. And it's become even more clearly absurd now that we've seen hundreds of thousands of...
What?
I heard a noise again, so I stopped and I was trying to listen because there's like a event that goes like literally right below me. Like the other day I walked in and there was like a squirrel or something in it. It's like a plastic event that comes from the outside, right? And it's like literally right here because there's like stairs right here behind me to like the cellar.
Yeah.
That's what I think what I'm hearing.
Okay.
There's a vent right behind me on these stairs where you can that basement pretty well.
Okay.
People around the world stand up against Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign and say, "You do not represent us."
Yeah, it's an older one though. What is that one called? What is that one actually about? It's about Ukraine, right? What do we actually?
It's the medical one.
It was no. That's Forsex, who needs money for a car, but he didn't give me the link. It's the other guy. He does the training. He does like combat training. For
he runs what's it called?
Project Leaflet.
Project Leaflet. Yes.
Yeah, but it was called. I think it was like we're calling it Future Warfare or Modern Warfare. I called it Combat Evolved and used the Halo font.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, the one with the Halo.
Yeah,
that's the one. I'll look it up. I'll get the actual number. I'll play the video.
Jews are brutalized by the fascist police for daring to speak out against the regime. The anti-Semitism charge obviously doesn't work anymore. So the liberals have fallen back on what they do best, weaponizing vague feelings. The main objection to rallies for Palestine now is that it makes people feel uncomfortable or unsafe on college campuses in the West. Here's an example that's been making the rounds online.
Are we going to pretend this is liberalism and we know what this is? Like this. One individual who's extremely Zionistic is going to be radicalized and like complain about this, right? Like we know what these where these fucking campuses get these policies from, right? And like how they have these anti-BDS movements. It's not liberals, bro.
Okay, so it was episode 21. It's called The Evolving Battlefield.
And he even said, I'm not talking about your average person who isn't politically involved. He said it. What are you talking about? What liberals? The politicians? Who?
The normies. Who? He's talking about the normies.
Well, no, because he said he wasn't. He said not your average person who likes Harry Potter. And isn't that politically informed?
I have no clue.
So who?
No idea. No clue.
Like even Destiny, right? Who is the omni-liberal and is definitely one of the most Zionistic people that's arguing, right? Still sides with other people as like he's like anti-Hamas, pro-Palestine, right? That's like the most liberal position you can get, right? It's literally I don't like the zealots, but the nationalists are fine.
Yeah. Man, we have a lot of episodes over 100 now.
Mm-hmm.
On Spotify. It's good.
Let's put out another one.
Aside from the fact that those are the most obvious fake tears you've ever seen, I want you to think about the absurdity of this display. Claiming to feel unsafe in your insular little
This isn't even the worst shit.
versus this.
Groups like Stop Anti-Semitism get students expelled from schools. They purposely go up to Palestinian students, agitate, harass them, then edit the videos to make them look like they're bad, and then get them kicked out of universities permanently. They like any university they try to go to, they now have these people, a fucking group targeting them, ruining their lives.
Yeah. Oh, we now have 17% female audience.
Oh, I don't like that's funny because like I know there's like because like it still will give me 100 on YouTube, but like I know like I know specific females in the audience, so I don't know how it even ranks it or judges it.
6% is non-specified or non-binary.
Oh come on! Oh, thank God it wasn't a dead kid. I don't want to see. I don't want to fucking put dead kids on it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Friday
Do you
fun
feel
day
uncomfortable? Think about how uncomfortable it is to have no food or clean water, no shelter, no hygiene products. Your
That was a
family
JDM
killed.
crater.
The places you've been told will be safe, purposefully targeted with bombing runs. Liberals have no right.
That's why it
to
was
cry
declared a
crocodile
genocide
tears.
at the ICJ. Like, who are we kidding?
Yeah.
Like even Kamala Harris is known to be like angry with Joe Biden and want different like solutions to what's going on.
Yeah.
And pretend to feel unsafe. Of course, they'll still do it, and sometimes it will work. There are very few weapons as dangerous as a white woman's tears, as minorities have learned the hard way throughout history. Enough pretend fear, and they get what they want. In this case, criminalizing of solidarity with the people currently being exterminated.
Yeah.
I made a tweet the other day that said,
Crazy.
one thing
Wait
that's
until
been
you
bothering
learn
me
about
recently-
Portland, bro.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
And how fucking
I have no-
helped fucking neo-Nazis make kill list about journalists in Portland. Not
Cowards
unique.
make liberals
No.
care. I can say I will never again speak to someone who still supports Israel, but what good is that? The hate.
Who
and
cares about your
powerlessness I
fucking
feel is
Twitter,
something
bro?
I haven't experienced before.
People are literally
I had
dying, and
one
you're talking
commenter
about your
respond to
fucking
something I
tweets,
think is
dude.
important to share. This is how colonized people have felt forever. Liberals act like they care, but they don't. They really, really don't. And their fake performative
I don't give a
caring
fuck because Twitter's not a real place. I don't
At least right
give a fuck because Twitter's not a real
Liberals
place.
think that they care.
And it echoes.
Yeah, it's literally
I think
all
there's a difference. They think
hopes
that
and
they
prayers.
care. It's just
Yes.
like how you know, like there's it's like it's basically I think that you can't really not be racist until you encounter other people of a different race, you know? Because you'll think that like even if you're pro these ideas like because like one of my best friends in like school was black as a kid, so like but like almost everyone in that Catholic school, like it was that close where I could have been like, you know, who knows, I would but still you get to the people where they don't know that they're being racist until somebody tells them, right? And I think that's with a lot of different cultures, like that's what you know, you kind of growing up is supposed to do for you. And some people just don't grow up, like people who work for the Daily Wire.
Well, I will say this. I'm glad I went to Japan before I went to America. That was definitely a good choice.
I was just thinking about the thing where Tim Pool was like angry because he's calling Japan racist, and then Elijah Schaefer was trying to be like, no, I'm trying to argue that Japan is good to be racist.
For fuck's sake.
That's what I want, Tim. That was the
They
best.
are. They're very racist.
That was the best.
It's insane.
Is what Malcolm X said half a century ago.
Mhm.
Liberals are no better than conservatives. They're often even more bloodthirsty, as we've seen with their recent behavior. The only
I was there about 6 months. Same for the US.
I
was
don't
there
know
for
about
school.
that.
only thing that's
Japan was more of like a
Well,
6
what
month
makes you think
study
that
break.
girl crying on the campus was a liberal and not a conservative?
That's a good question. Yeah, I was there for school. So Japan was more of like a fun one, and then America was specifically for the journalism school, because that was the best one that I could find on the list that wasn't in Kansas.
So what country? You know, just America? I mean,
Mm.
there's lots of flavors.
separates a liberal servant of empire from a conservative one is that the liberal will lie through their teeth to make it seem like they're on your side.
Uh-huh.
At least when a conservative says they want you dead, you can believe it and brace for impact.
Mhm.
With a liberal, you have to be a lot more vigilant. Conservatives don't care if they have the moral high ground. They want what they want, and they don't care how you feel about it. A liberal will twist themselves into knots trying to convince you and often themselves
Here's the
that they
thing,
are the
though.
moral arbiter of modern
I think we
politics.
need to acknowledge how extreme some positions are on certain things, and this can be anything. Like even Black Lives Matter. Like, I mean, show up in the march in the daytime and then go home, dude. Go home when curfew's called. All right. Like, I think that's good enough. We don't need fucking like archangels out there and shit.
Mm.
You know. Like, it's not fucking Iran.
Maybe we'll hire Mehdi Hasan.
Yeah, I know. He just started a new network.
Did he really?
Yeah. That's
cool.
You
Good
know,
for him.
so he when he guest hosted Pod Save America, they basically it was such a it's like honestly that episode with him is so good. They have such a great conversation about Gaza.
Yeah.
Also, both of those guys liberals. We
should
gotta
email-
also look at some of Mehdi Hasan. He had a debate show, and there's some really good ones where he tears people apart, like Eric Prince.
We should email him and see if we can get him on the show.
Oh God, Jenny
Why not?
First.
Okay, deal.
Even the liberals who are critical of Joe Biden and
Can you
the wider
imagine if
West
we actually got Jenny Milk on the show?
I'm trying.
That'd be awesome.
I'm trying. All right, first question: what's it like to be daytime news' bad girl?
I think that's a perfect opening question.
often speak out in a way that ends up reinforcing belief in liberalism. Take the recent drama surrounding Jon Stewart. He said some common sense stuff about Biden and really pissed off the vote blue no matter who crowd.
Oh my God.
His criticisms
Who
also really
cares?
resonated with the masses of more casual liberals in the imperial core. His statements
more penalty.
Tens of thousands of men, women, and children whose only crime is trying to prevent the slow-rolling eradication of their people and their history. I could go on like this, or hell, I could just leave the video running and play the hundreds of
Do we
hours of
understand
footage
that
showing what
Jon
Western
Stewart,
liberals
the
are
way he
enabling in
delivered
Gaza.
that is turning more
Children-
people onto the idea that Palestine is experiencing systemic injustice, apartheid, and genocide?
Yeah.
Like, can we look at Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi Hasan is very confrontational about this, but like, he has some of the best fucking arguments that I've seen. Not like it's like, you know, Finkelstein, you know, which is like, I don't have time for Finkelstein. All right. Into the Slavoj Žižek of this. Like, Mehdi Hasan is just very practical on like how he asks questions, how he does the debates, and he just runs circles around these people.
torn to pieces hanging from piles of rubble. A man so stricken with grief that he loses consciousness after
up
being
Bashar
told his
al-Assad.
entire family has been killed. A beautiful little girl, my daughter's age, standing alone in the cold, waiting for parents who will never come back. But I know that footage will not soften the liberal heart. If they've made it this far and not changed their mind,
Nobody's
they are
watching who's
irredeemable.
liberal.
And I will not waste any more of my time trying to
ICJ
win over
rulings
my
go.
enemy.
Come on.
And for those who think I'm being overly harsh and that liberals are annoying but not really all that dangerous,
Oh God,
I'll
he
cite just
procreated.
one more historical fact. Every time
No one should have
liberals
time
been
for
given
I
choice between
I
socialism
disagree.
and
I
fascism,
disagree because
they have sided
his interview with the Cumtown guy. What Adam, what's his name? You know, the one who's not the funny one.
Fascism. And when I say they've sided with fascism, that's actually a little misleading. Yes, normal liberals, the individuals, will always pick a well-dressed white fascist over a scary urban communist. But liberals as a political organism don't really choose to side with fascism as much as they devolve into it. Fascism is rooted in the same Western mythology as liberalism.
Guess what else is? Guess what else is?
Liberalism has
You'll never believe it, bro. Guess what else is?
Communism?
Oh.
Crazy.
And niceties normal people would expect from a first world country. As soon as the economic base falters, as soon as the lines start to go down, the mask comes off. It's often said that fascism is capitalism.
It's a great interview. It's hilarious.
If there's one thing we've seen with the United States since the Reagan years, it's that capitalism is on the decline.
The Reagan
There's a
years.
reason we're...
My God, dude. Capital is on decline since the Reagan years. Since the Reagan years. What?
Bro.
Can we not be delusional at least? Like, I hate capitalism as much as the next guy, but come on, bro.
Why Joe Biden is holding twice as many immigrants in cages as Trump was at the end of his term. Why we're backing Israel to the very last Palestinian. When capital has to circle the wagons to maintain its dominance, its rhetoric and actions start to look a lot like fascism. The reason for this is simple. Fascism is seen as a solution to an economic problem, just as socialism is.
What?
But the difference is that fascism does not threaten the primacy of capital or the comfortable position of the right liberal. Economic hardship creates conditions where bitterness, distrust, and desperation can thrive, making the masses an easy target for charismatic and bombastic fascists.
You mean, wow, crazy. So you agree that Hamas is a fascist group?
That's funny.
Socialists. People who understand that imperialism is wrong, but who may still harbor some liberal ideology from their upbringing. There's this pervasive belief.
Hang on. First of all, the people who complain about imperialism the most are the MAGAs. So I've heard them literally say the words imperialism. Okay? Shut up.
If you just
is this guy a left bro? This guy literally
will reach a
he was
mass
on a
collective...
pod. He got what was the other fucking platform? Nebula. That his whole crew got dropped from Nebula because they said that they didn't care about the civilians being killed on October 7th or October 8th, and they were like, and they said that settlers aren't civilians, and Nebula dropped them right after that. These guys are fucking psychos. 7th, whatever. 5, 4.
Outrage, and then suddenly, through legal and government-approved means, we'll be able to stop the bad thing.
The government
is not how the real
world
works.
Governments caused all of this. It's government alliances that they're standing with Israel, bro. The whole morality that they sell is it doesn't matter. It's alliance first. If it benefits the alliance, it benefits us. Therefore, if it benefits Israel, it benefits us.
Clear in the last 5 months.
Dude, they literally like him.
Our rights to
that's why I said it.
To assemble,
the one,
to speak
the
out
one guy Hakeem is Iraqi,
the
and
Palestinian
like he says,
people
like
have tried peaceful protests
stuff
for
like,
years.
Basically, like Halabja denialism and like how the Kurds like deserved like Halabja and shit. Wild shit. Also, Uyghur genocide not happening according to these people.
Of course,
snakes.
To international bodies, they've tried.
The guy was in the Russian tank a few days ago. Jackson Hinkle
within their rights.
Do you see that?
No.
Jackson Hinkle is in a tank, and Haas I think was there too.
What
they're on the back of one, yeah.
A Russian one.
Yeah.
Where?
Well, they all went to the Dugan Palooza there. Syrian girl was there too. But only those two were on the back of the tank.
That's hilarious. So are they officially paid agents now?
They've always been. Haven't you seen? I've explained this. You can see Hinkle talking to his handler.
Jackson Hinkle, I know.
Yeah.
But the rest of them?
They're Laurentians.
Right.
to resist their executioners by whatever means they deem appropriate.
Yeah.
No amount of liberal hand-wringing and phony moral objections will change that fact.
You don't get freedom peacefully.
Hang on.
Freedom is never.
Hang on. It will though.
Safeguarded.
It will though, because the liberalism that he's been defining is basically Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden, right? If Hamas just like did a few rocket attacks and Israel was doing this type of aggression, we wouldn't be in the same boat. Even though he would allow him to get away with a lot more than most presidents would. That said, because of the level of atrocity, that's one of the reasons why people are so hesitant to say anything about Israel, because they can just be like, look at dead baby picture, like especially when you have an alliance with these people, like. So yes, if you do the wrong form of resistance, you will lose funders. I mean, ISIS, bro. ISIS weren't they fighting against the Western imperialism, huh? Did they have backing from anyone? No. Almost like that. Your reputation does matter, and you shouldn't be a fucking psychopath.
Anyone who is depriving you of freedom isn't deserving of a peaceful approach. By the ones who are being.
And nobody said that. The Lions Den are not terrorists. By the way, again, we always have to go over this. Nothing says anything about non-peaceful approaches because the Lions Den aren't terrorists.
Liberals. Surely this friend or this educated person or this family member will be different, and they disappoint every single time. At some point, all decent people have to realize that liberals are as much the enemy as conservatives. They may weaponize inclusive language, they may try to trick you into thinking they care, but it's a lie. The Western liberal position on Palestine should be the final nail in the coffin of liberal legitimacy. And I know it's not my job to call people out like this. I know my role is to be inclusive and offer a charitable on-ramp.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You're so
Sometimes
disingenuous.
you just have to tell it like it is. Malcolm X was right. Liberals are the most dangerous thing in the Western Hemisphere. I'm
Gavin me harder, daddy.
That my content is only possible thanks to my patrons on Patreon.
Shut up.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be a difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
You should click join now. Go to the Patreon. Help us out. So this video is only like 3 minutes, but the story's so funny. We're ending after this. This is the last video.
State viewers will continue to share their frustrations with us and their pictures of trash cans being destroyed by the city of San Diego garbage collectors. CBS 8's Brian White is working for you in Claremont with a real head scratcher.
More trash can carnage. It seems everyone has a story to share. One woman reached out to us about what happened to her garbage bin. You're not going to believe this.
They should have called it trash can tyranny. What are you doing? What are you doing?
See, this is going to bring everyone up after that frustrating video, though.
This one.
So this is what happened to my
can they do something?
Sandra Castillo's black bin has seen better days here in Claremont. It has a broken wheel and a lid that went missing on trash day.
I'm looking all over for this top. A day and a half I looked for this top.
It wasn't until her husband came out in the alley when they found it.
He's like, look up. I'll be darned if the top wasn't all the way on that pole.
So she called the city of San Diego's environmental services.
I said, you left my top up on a pole.
She really wanted top.
And he said, no, you need to get it down yourself. I said, I'm in my 60s. I'm a telephone pole.
Fortunately, she was able to flag down a passing SDG&E truck and got her lid down. She put it back on the can with zip ties, but it fell right into the truck the next trash day. She asked for a replacement lid, but was told her can was too old and that she'd have to pay for an entirely new one along with the delivery charge.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not paying this money. I paid too many taxes already.
Monday, I showed you Leanne
Lady
Ramsey's
rules.
cracked bin also in Claremont. Trash day on Wednesday made matters even worse.
Look at that.
It
my
seems like the
God.
black
It's coming
bins that are the
completely
older
apart.
ones are the problem here.
Yeah, it really does seem that way.
Well, they're
These
forcing him
liquids
to
are
buy
gonna
new
leak out
and
of it
improved bins for
all
the new
over the
machines.
my driveway.
They should just give them to them.
Mm-hmm.
Redundancy in the product shouldn't mean the person should have to pay for it if it's provided by the state. Taxes pay for that.
Well, vote.
Give them a free bin.
Vote for it. Vote for the proposition bin.
Give them a bin. Don't be a cunt.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Kyle Brandon over in Kensington figured
Two first names.
Look, another black one.
out a way to keep his lid from coming
Problem with the
off.
black
I
ones.
just took a torch to it and a screwdriver and just mashed the plastic around.
His bins are more than 25 years old and still holding up. In
Epic.
fact, when he went in to replace them 10 years ago, the workers told him just keep these older ones.
I went in and they put new wheels on it and said, take it home. It's better than, because they break, it's a different kind of plastic.
Meanwhile, back in Claremont,
There we
Sandra's
go.
bin still doesn't have a lid.
Come on, city, get with it. Look at our roads. Do we have to have our garbage cans stinking too?
Working for you in Claremont, Brian White, CBS 8.
Working for you. All right, buddy.
Wait, what's that right there? Is that another garbage can story at the top left there? What is
Yep.
that?
A city truck picking up
Okay,
this
last
garbage
one for
can in
real
La
this
Jolla
time.
and dumping the entire bin in with the trash, then drives off. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Marcella.
The whole bin.
Local news rules.
CBS 8's Brian White is working for you to find out who pays when the city destroys your trash bin or takes it altogether.
This trash bin has seen better days. The lid
This
completely
is the same guy. This is the
guy
same
loves
guy.
this.
destroyed. Now, when I talk to people around here, they tell me that things like this happen all the time on
This
trash
is
day.
essential
It's frustrating.
politics,
It's
my
very
man.
frustrating. I was like, oh no, not again. Not again.
This is the same lady.
Leanne Ramsey has replaced 2 garbage bins so far at her home in Claremont. Now a third one's been damaged by a city trash truck.
Oh, they destroyed my cans. They destroyed the last ones I had. And my dad actually bought me 2 to help out. And I've only had them a couple years. And they've already destroyed one of the trash cans already.
She showed me her neighbor's bin that's also taken a beating. You can see the cracked lid.
I find them in the middle of the street after and there's trash still, that's trash that falls down or falls out of it because of it's broken up. My other one was so bad, it was just like I said, I had to duct tape it.
On Friday, I showed you this video George Bacon caught on camera in
That's
Pacific
epic.
Beach when a city trash truck mangled his black bin by grinding and slamming it into the concrete repeatedly before tossing it aside and driving off with all the garbage left on the ground.
That's
That was a full-on beatdown on my trash can.
Environmental Services told me George was going to be on the hook for $49 to replace the bin, according to their
God.
prorated warranty system, since
That's
the bin is
such
7 years
horseshit.
old.
Literally
all because they
camera.
wanted one worker to do this, right? Because there's probably only one guy in the
Yeah.
truck.
Mm-hmm. On camera, destroying the bin, you still have to pay. Fuck you.
There's this video from La Jolla showing a city truck dumping not only his trash, but the entire
That's
bin
so
too,
funny.
and driving off with it. So who pays then? I called Environmental Services to ask. They said if the can is within the 10-year warranty period and there haven't been any previous
I hate
replacement
these-
requests, they'll
I
usually
hate these
replace it for
people.
free. As for Leanne, since her black bin is less than 2 years old, it would be $14 to replace at their office off Miramar Road.
Why should I have to do that if they screwed it up? If they
I
broke it?
agree. You know what? I agree. Fuck them. Go steal your bin from them. Fuck those people. Go take it. It's your property.
If it's under warranty.
Replacement lids and wheels are free, by the way, but if you want those parts or a whole new bin delivered, that's an extra $25 fee. Working for you in Claremont, Brian White, CBS 8.
That
Thanks,
was a great
Brian.
stand-up at the
Another
end.
bin
Watch the-
story?
No. Here, I want to know what's the date on that one we just watched, and what's the date on the one before?
2 weeks ago.
And what was the one
State
before?
viewers will
2 weeks ago.
What the fuck, guys?
Hold on.
You couldn't even space your
A city
stories
truck
out.
picking up this garbage.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks ago.
Couldn't even space your stories out, guys.
This is hot stories. I'm picking one.
What song do we want to sing? Okay, you can pick one.
That's it, Buster. No more military aid.
بيت بيت دار دار زنقة زنقة فرد فرد.
Later. Hey, by the way, before we leave, remember that, go to that Patreon, get your name below, help us start our nonprofit to help journalists.
Founder.